Yeah. They hate when you elevate. You're stacking up losses, I'm handing them out, yeah, I had to go delegate. It feel like I'm floating, I'm lost in the moment, I swear I could levitate. They never believed that I would really fly, I had to go demonstrate. I had to set them straight. They hate when you elevate. Elevate, elevate. They hate when you elevate. Elevate, elevate. Yeah. They hate when you elevate. Elevate, elevate. They hate when you elevate. Yeah. I had to elevate. I'm way too fly. Yeah, I'm feeling myself. Ain't no chance I'm coming down, no. Got this whole view to myself, yeah. Why would I give it up? Why do they wanna come take my place? I work too hard for it, don't need a replacement. This my vocation. Now I got rollies all in rotation. Hop on a jet just to take a vacation. Remember the moments was trapped in the basement. Now the hard work is all taking me places. Water on bed like we trapped in the matrix. Bet on myself and go ball out in Vegas. Living a life like I'm rich and I'm famous. Don't see the grind that I know that it came with. I ain't make it this far for myself, yeah. I had to prove to everybody else, I had to set them straight, yeah. I had to boss, so I had to renovate, I know. They hate when you elevate. You're stacking up losses, I'm handing them out, yeah, I had to go delegate. It feel like I'm floating, I'm lost in the moment, I swear I could levitate. They never believed that I would really fly, I had to go demonstrate. I had to set them straight. They hate when you elevate. Elevate, elevate. They hate when you elevate. Elevate, elevate. Yeah. They hate when you elevate. Elevate, elevate. They hate when you elevate. Yeah. I had to elevate. Ooh, yeah. Why they wanna bring me down? So much drip, yeah, I almost drowned in it. I can't dim it down. Yeah, I'm way too fired up. I can't simmer down. Ooh, yeah, yeah. I see the flashing lights. Make sure the flashing right. Yeah, I'm in my bag tonight. Yeah. Ooh, I might just pull up before it. Watch out, the engine is roaring. It's too loud, you can ignore it. Yeah, yeah. This the high life with a few. Yeah. You can have it all, no need to choose. Yeah. First, let me demonstrate how you can rise to the top. Yeah, I had to elevate. Yeah.
Cold like 0 degrees. I'm out the cage, gotta let out the beast. Revolutionary, gotta let out the streets. Locked in the cage, I'ma let out the wake up, get out the.
Welcome contestants to the Finals Masters Series. This video will explain the format for the competitive final scene across the North American and European regions. The Finals Masters Series is an open global ecosystem where the best contestants from around the world can compete to prove they are the best of the best. Contestants from both regions will compete in a global circuit across 2 splits. Contestants will compete in 4 open qualifiers, each split to gain circuit points. Each qualifier will host a best of 3 double elimination bracket. The top 8 teams in a competitive split will qualify for the Finals Masters. The Masters will be a 2-day double elimination bracket where the top contestants will fight for a share of a prize pool and direct qualification into the World Championship. All matches will be best of 3, with the grand final being a best of 5. The final 2 teams in the Masters will earn their ticket to Worlds 2024. Across both splits, the top 8 teams with the most points that have not already qualified will be invited to the World Championship. Following the second Masters, 2 last chance qualifiers will be hosted where teams can fight for a chance to gain their entry into Worlds. The top 2 teams from each qualifier will earn their right to fight for a world title. For the Masters Series, we have brought back our map ban system. Teams will pick and ban between 5 maps. Those maps in rotation are Cis Horizon, Las Vegas, Monaco, Seoul, and Skyway Stadium. Alright contestants, it's time to buckle in. We hope to see you earn your stripes.
Hello, everybody. Oh,
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the Breakout Esports Grand Finals today. I'm here with my buddy Stars. How are you today, Stars?
I'm doing good, thank you. Yeah, it's going to be a very interesting day. Like, I'm doing both production and I'm here on the desk, But it's gonna be fun. There's a lot of good action to look at, and I'm actually excited to see what we're gonna get today.
Yeah, that is a challenging day for you, doing both production and casting. I believe this is your casting debut, so welcome. We'll have fun today. I think we're really going to have fun just because all of the matchups today are just top tier teams. Throughout this entire tournament, it's been designed to filter the top teams to the top, and we are here now, and I think that basically every single player here today has the opportunity to show us some of the most amazing gameplay that we've ever seen in this in the game so far. So I am beyond excited and can't wait to get started.
Yeah, it was a very interesting day, from a million to the moon with that cash out getting shot up into the sky, to just having a crazy last series here with Frog 3 clutching out with the sledgehammer. It was just a beautiful day all around.
Yeah, and it's always fun when you see the teams kind of go for just having fun. They're really competitive all day long, and then that last game, you could tell that maybe the tension was a little off. The teams were maybe a little already decided who was going forward, and so it was cool to just see some of these top players just really enjoying the game and everything that it has to offer.
Yeah, and just going to our stats from yesterday, we had a beautiful roundabout. Now, this data does not include the data for the maps that the staff chose. This is basically just off of what the teams chose to go with. So as you can see, like, our most played maps that teams want to go to was Las Vegas and Sis Horizon, both getting picked 5 times, followed by Monaco with 4, Seoul with 3, and Skyway Stadium with another 3.
Yeah, it's actually shocking. Las Vegas to me, it doesn't pop in my head as like the most competitive map, but I do see why teams pick it. I thought that Sis Horizon would be a little higher in there, but it is what it is. I love to see Monaco. I love to see Seoul. I'm sad that Skyway Stadium is the least picked one, but it is a little bit more. It's a different map than compared to the others. There's a lot more verticality, and it just kind of plays a little bit differently. So I think that we'll see some amazing games today on Vegas, Sis Horizon, and really anything that the teams choose.
Yeah, and it's interesting to see because Skyway Stadium is also one of our more popular maps when it comes to the quick cash game mode. I feel like these picks happen because within cash out, you're going to be taking a lot more gunfights, and there's chances to get third partied. So when you look at the maps here, you have a lot of maps that have a lot of cover. There's like not a lot of open space. So it gives teams a lot of cover to really like reset and reassemble themselves just to get ready for another fight, just in case they get third party.
Yeah, and cover is so important, and we saw this yesterday where teams would kind of end up getting pushed into corners because they were stuck in that cover, and then they ended up getting pushed. So it can be a real benefit to have a place where you can pop in and out, but it also can be to your detriment, where if you get pushed into a wall or something like that you can't destroy in time, and you're just kind of stuck there. So I love the kind of duality between that, and it's what makes these maps really exciting and really fun to watch.
Yeah, and just going into our class pick rates, it was very interesting to see because we have the medium class coming out on top here with 177 picks, followed by heavy and then light.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not really surprised here. I think that due to us banning, double heavy for the best decision ever, we have a good, spread on these. What I am a little sad to see is that light, in my opinion, is being underutilized. I mean, 4% of picks. I think that every time that we've had a light player in here, they've really kind of shown another level of skill because you're so easily damaged. You're so easily, taken out of the map. But at the same time, you have so much potential to just cause those amazing gameplays, clean up where your medium and heavy players have really done that damage. And in my opinion, I just think that it's a fast-paced, real exciting gameplay. Now, I personally can't play light because I just die way too much. So I do understand why it's not picked, but at the same time, you got to love watching it. And every time it's been pulled out, it's been fun.
Yeah, and it's also an interesting stat to see because I actually went ahead and was punching in the data. The light, medium, heavy comp, when they picked light, 7 out of 12 times they placed top 2 or got a win, which is a 58.3 win rate conversion compared to medium, heavy, where it was 88 picks, but it was 43 top 2 finishes or wins with a 48.8 win conversion.
Those are really interesting numbers. And, if anybody's watching for the next series, keep that in mind because the light might be your ticket to getting in the top two, it sounds like. So, really fun. And I'm curious to see if we'll see anybody pull it out today. I think the one player from yesterday that was doing it, who was that? I'm trying to remember. I think that it was Dimov, yeah. He ended up switching over to heavy halfway through, but we had some really great gameplay from him from the, what was he using? The SMG, and then he tried throwing cards, and then I think he eventually switched over to heavy, but just fun matches, fun to see the top tier light players.
Yeah, and just go ahead and get in today. We're opening up the day with LRC versus Burt's. We have the goated team of Spoiler going against the team of Sueco, and it's just going to be a very exciting game to see overall. And it's going to be followed up by Yappers going against BKO.
Yeah, like we were talking about earlier today before we started, like these are the top tier teams. Every single player has had something to show, something to prove, and today we are going to see every team give it their all, especially after the performance yesterday that let them be in this finals bracket. We're actually here. We're in the finals. I can't believe it. I'm just beyond excited. LRC and Burt's, it's going to be a great combo, great going up against each other. I think that, Spoiler, Nason, really kind of can shine at certain moments. And against Burt's, we have Chickpea, Sueco, Vilify. It's just going to be fun matches.
Yeah, and just going ahead and just hopping right into the match here, we're just going to go ahead and look at the map picks and bans here between the two teams. We have LRC banning out Vegas with Burt's getting rid of Monaco.
Wow. So, we were just talking about how Vegas is one of the most picked and immediately banned. But no surprises there that we get Cis Horizon followed up by Skyway Stadium and Seoul. I think that the final two, the last the Skyway Stadium and Seoul, if we make it to the decider match, I think that'll be a really close one. There's a lot of open areas on Seoul that play to more of the long range gameplay, and you just don't see it's going to be a complete opposite to what we see on Cis Horizon. So Cis Horizon will be great to kick it off on, and I am quite hopeful that we make it all the way to the decider match.
Yeah. And it's so funny because Seoul, like at the start, was one of our most picked, but going through all of our qualifiers, Seoul ended up becoming our most banned. And it's very easy to understand just because you have that sky bridge going towards Hospital. It's very, very hard to cross that, especially if you get rid of the crane and the sky bridge and the zip line. It's just so hard to push. The only thing you can really do is just use the jump pad to get across with the heavy shield. And what we've seen a lot is we've seen more heavies running a charge and slam. So it's going to be interesting to see what they choose to run on Seoul and what we're going to see from teams overall.
Yeah, and on top of that, just Seoul has these weird cash outs as well. They have one that's inside of the hospital that's really barricaded and a challenge to push in. Then they have the elevator spawn, and I think that both of those, just the chance of getting those is exciting from our standpoint because it's a very different and unique push. But from a team standpoint, it's a challenge. It's an uphill battle, and not what you want to do when you're just trying to make it as a level and even playing field as possible.
Yeah, and just going off of that, Rio, who do you have taking this match right here?
I want to say that it is completely up in the air. I think that LRC has a really good chance, but at the same time, in my heart, I kind of am feeling it for Burt's. So we'll just have to see. It might be Caster's curse. Everything goes the opposite way. But regardless, I think that either team. This is not the end of him. We're going to see whichever one loses goes into the loser's bracket, and I have a feeling that one of these teams will fight their way up and make it into the grand final. So I'm excited to see how it goes. What do you think? Who is on your mind for the top?
I would say this was a close match. I think if I remember correctly, this is a qualifier 3 grand final rematch. So, and I know that Burt's ended up taking that one. If I had to say who I had going, I would have to go Burt's. I think overall they're a really solid team, but I think LRC is the team that would give them the most bump, the most competition. So it's definitely going to be a close match, but I think Burt's will be the team that will take the win here.
Yep, I think that's a fair assessment. And just judging from the performance yesterday, we saw just amazing stuff from Chickpea. And on the other side of that, from LRC, Nason has always kind of been one of my favorite ones to watch recently throughout this entire series. So watching those two go up against each other, yeah, it's gonna be close. I have a feeling that every cash out goes to all three of them, and as soon as we start to see the action, it should just be nonstop and relentless.
And it looks like we are getting teams into the lobby right now. We're just waiting on one player to reconnect. They had to restart their PC, unfortunately, due to some problems. So we're just waiting on that right now.
Yep, it happens. PC gaming, just unpredictable at times. But let's talk about Sis Horizon. I think that the thing that makes this map unique, in my opinion, is that there are no variations yet. They have stated that variations are coming. I'm hopeful that that comes in this next update here. Oh, we're like 5 days away from that. But it makes sense from a training standpoint. But do you have any favorite kind of aspects about that map? Is there your favorite location? I know it's kind of very color coordinated, but I have a few. But I'll let you go first. See if you have anything you'd like.
Yeah, I love the Grand Library of that map. I think Grand Library is the best place just because there's one open area connecting both two cash out spawns. And there's just a lot of different ways you can attack. You can go from below, you can go from above. Like the verticality you have on this map is so good. And I feel like the Grand Library is the best aspect of that. Obviously you have the courtyard area, and then you have the art gallery, as it looks like we are getting into our map.
Perfect.
But overall, I just think Sis Horizon is just a beautiful map that really gives you different ways to attack. And I think that's why I love this map the most. Obviously, not a lot of people feel the same way as me, but I would honestly say Sis Horizon is my favorite map.
Yeah, it's definitely up there for me as well. My only complaint is the red rooms always hurt my eyes, but nothing I can do about that. Probably just need to turn down the contrast on my computer screen. Yeah, but we are hopping into it. And it looks like we'll be getting started. Two teams, LRC.
Non, c'est fait déchirer par Burst, non, c'est ça?
C'est eux, je crois, c'est eux.
Non, c'est pas eux, Burst.
Ah bon? Je sais pas. Je crois que c'est eux quand même.
C'est eux, Burst?
Ouais, je crois.
I always found that really interesting. I would rather not be caught out, but hey, they're the pros, not me. We see a zipline being utilized by Chickpea. Chickpea is running up. The zipline's great for just kind of bridging that gap in distances. Vault 1 has been opened by LRC, and now we're just kind of watching and waiting for them to get set up.
Oh, what a shot coming out by Nason. You know Nason is deadly with that shotgun. You gotta watch out for them shots coming down from the sky, as it looks like they are going to go ahead and secure this cash out. Looks like they are starting to rotate towards cash out A here.
Yeah, that shotgun kill was deadly. It was just nasty because a lot of people don't think it has a good range on it because you only get a little bit of a chip damage from far away. It's definitely advantageous to be close up. But boy, that was a nice mid-air long-range shot from that shotgun. So it just shows that the right utilities, you can make it work.
Here we have Burst going ahead and starting to rotate. They're going to go ahead and rotate through the sky bridge. Just trying to make their way over here into the art museum. They're tossing utility, trying to make sure they're set, getting ready to go in. Glitch Barrel in hand, they are setting up.
Yeah, we're seeing a nice setup. Teams are going a little slow. They're trying to get a feel of where they can push in, see if they can get any chip damage. We see LRC set up for the two APS turrets, and they're going to stand in between that circle. It's a great strategy. They just need to kind of blow it up from below, but those APSs do make it harder for anything to kind of get through that first line of defense. It'll eat a rocket. It'll eat anything that you throw at it. You do see the glitch barrel coming in, and I think it was just thrown. It can be really helpful if you're trying to get a good push in there, and the healer can switch off and heal the team. It looks like Nason went down, and now we're seeing both teams down to almost, two people each. Going for the res, Chickpea gets Z back up. Z's going to be at half health. We see the double healing beams going off. He's doing everything he can to bring his team back, but they are a little bit separated. Two of them off to the side, one of them kind of in the middle. Now we see LRC kind of holding their cash out. It seems like they're pretty uncontested at this point. I think that Burt's is having kind of a bit of trouble pushing in. They're getting kind of stuck here on these stairs.
Yeah, and it looks like LRC is just doing such a great job. Good job getting that assisted kill on to Sueco. Chickpea, whole team going down. That is going to be a team wipe for LRC. What a play. Nason coming out with the huge shots, paired up with Spoiler, getting those kills.
And did a single teammate go down on LRC? I think I might have saw one player go down, but he was immediately res. So it just, yeah, really impressive play. And by the time that this team respawns, the cash out will be done. So they are back in, but now the push starts happening for Vault 2. They are going to run directly into Burt's. It seems like Burt's respawned really close to that vault. So a little unfortunate for them, but we do see Nason go down. He gets rezzed immediately by Z. Z's doing everything he can to hold his team together. He's going down to low health. He's going to have to back up, and he does go down. Thankfully, Chickpea gets the res, and it looks like they're going to kind of group up and get ready for another push.
Yeah, I was looking at our pick'ems here. Looks like LRC is being voted on by the BES staff and the audience, while it looks like we're over here taking bursts by ourselves. So let's go ahead and see how this match turns out. Audience really does want LRC to win, it looks like.
You know, and they have good reason to. I think that both teams are uniquely qualified to be here, and I love that the audience has a little bit of a different view than us. So may the best team win. I think that's all we can hope for today. We do see that who is in control? I think that it's Burt's is in control of Cash Out too, and they're running towards Vault B, I think. It might be C. It's kind of hard to tell, make out the letters sometimes, but we do see that, yeah, Nason is in control of the vault. I think it's kind of hanging out right now, but it is close to the cash out. Should be getting started on C here. We do see the glitch barrel, and we do see Chickpea Z getting set up on the top of that, on the top of the building. It's a really good way for them to kind of stay and get an overview of what's happening on the team. We see the jump pad going down. That'll give them some verticality and let them kind of see the overview of what's happening. A lot of explosions going off, but it does seem like LRC is getting the brunt of this damage.
Yeah, we have a lot of good shots coming out here from Chickpea as he beams down Z. Not Z, Nason. We're going to go ahead and see them going ahead and hop down, trying to finish up this team fight. We have a res coming in, Spoiler getting finished down, and that is going to go ahead and be a team wipe for Burt's. Wow, what a play from Burt's here. They're doing really good here. They're having good utility. They're making sure to use their glitch grenades. Like, look, every single time. Oh, that's so unfortunate right there.
Yeah, and those glitch grenades are so powerful. There is a glitch barrel now. It's been an interesting interesting addition to this game, and I don't think that a single person has really complained or been upset about this change, because it's so helpful, and it's one of these things that these utilities don't get eaten by the APS turret, so you can kind of hold them on hand and make sure that you have something that can break a defense line. And just getting zapped, getting that medium zapped with that glitch grenade just stops all healing, and that is just critical for those few seconds where you engage with the enemy team. We see the cash out station being dropped, and Nason is going into a cloud of gas. He's doing everything he can. Time is running low on cash out C, and we are just watching it fall and fall further in there. I think it might be a bounce pad below.
Oh no!
But they are running out of time. I think they're going to have to leave. I don't think they're going to have time to get this cash out.
Yeah, it looks like they're just going to go ahead and go for the team wipe here, rather than just going for the cash out here, just so they get a head start on getting the next vault started. Yeah, it looks like they're going to that team wipe. That's 30 seconds going to be on, or not 30, 20 seconds going to be on the clock. Or go ahead and respawn.
Yep, and this is exactly what I predicted. We were going to come down to cash out 3. I think that both teams have shown what they can bring. Right now, it seems like it's all about getting that set up. If you can kind of make a good defense and hold off the enemy team doing that, even that first push, because these pushes are a little slow. They're not going to diving in and dying and respawning. There's like one good push that you get, and if you can't make that good push, you are kind of doomed as a team. So either the teams are about to see more kind of fast-paced diving on point, getting as many chances as they can, or they might just kind of continue with what's working and just having a nice, good defensive setup.
It looks like we're gonna go ahead and have a rotate over. Oh, never mind. We have a team fight breaking out right here. We got us ambush coming out from Birch, trying to delay their rotate right there. They are gonna go ahead and get the chase here. You hear them saying that that team is split. They're going hard in the paint here, going ahead, bouncing right onto Blacks. Blacks going down here. That is Burt's Goes ahead and gets the cash out. They start rotating towards B.
He's fried.
Huge plays to find and isolate the targets here. They're gonna go ahead
Yeah,
and set
that
up.
bounce pad was amazing. Amazing damage from flying in the air. We do see that Black's Spoiler and Nason is doing everything that they can to bring their team back to it. They're now on the offensive, and they need to start pushing in. But it looks like Spoiler just went down again. I'm not sure. He might have stayed down, but he just can't. His teammate can't get to him. So they're pretty separated at this point, and the time is just starting to
Ils vont justement jouer en
click
dessous
down.
pour faire le même truc, genre. Ouais.
Là, ils sont sur le toit.
They
Non,
have
ils sont sur le toit.
9
ouais,
minutes
ouais.
and 42
Ils nous ont
seconds
vu, hein,
left
ils ont
on the
vu.
clock. They're just gonna go ahead and
Juste
take
sur
this
toi.
time here.
Du coup,
They
là.
have the glitch barrel in hand, ready for any push that LRC might want to bring up. But you also see LSC has the same idea. They're gonna go ahead and come from
Il y en a
below
un qui est
here.
mid-life.
They're trying to go very, very simple.
Vas-y,
Pas de
pas
pad,
de
pas de
pad.
pad,
They
pas de
don't.
pad.
They know where they are. They have the barrel. They have the bounce
C'est bon,
pad
ils sont descendus,
ready
ils
to
sont
go. They're
descendus.
just waiting for the go. They see that
Moi,
guy
Gucci.
right in front of them, right there. But just go ahead
J'ai
and
fait un
send
trou
it.
dessus. Ouais.
Ils sont hauts.
Yeah,
Regarde,
and
ils
we
jouent
see
un
B,
peu
they're doing everything they can to break down that top of the roof. It seems like Glitch Barrel in hand is the new meta. You just need to have that. It's so powerful. And it does go off. It does get 2 kills. Stuns at least 2 of them. And I think that we're down to 2v2. No, it brings it back down. And you see Nason getting the res, but he immediately goes down. That is a team wipe.
Ah ouais, c'est bien, ils ont pas tellement le temps que ça. Hein.
And what a fight. It was a little chaotic there, but it got gunned down in the end.
Yep.
Bert,
As soon as they
unfortunately.
fell onto the point, and he immediately hopped back up because they realized that they were about to be ambushed. So smart play from Nason. LRC is really kind of doing what they can to keep this competitive. Now, I think that team wipe might not afford Bert's enough time to come back in and attack. They are a little ways away looking from where they spawned.
They're speeding down mid as they start going towards B. Oh, the zip lines getting them in position right now. They don't know they're
That
holding
was
from above.
amazing.
Hey, look at this Burt's going down really quick. The explosions coming in. This might be LRC taking this map right here, right now. Burt's has to do everything in their power to go ahead and take, and knows that's just the
Ouais,
map
les personnages HP, le
point.
build, avec-
LRC taking the map 2-1 in a huge close spot game.
Moi, je vous jure,
Yeah.
pour la strat, ils vont être-
I was amazed to see LRC set up at the end. They were really on top of everything.
C'est pour ça que
mais
c'est
ça-
Pun intended. They were on top of the roof. They were on top of the gameplay. I thought it was great to see Nason. Immediately when a teammate would go down, you would see him swap from that competitive shooting to doing everything he can to bring his teammates back, and really just keeping everybody healed and everybody in it was just impressive. I think that was a great opening match. I love that it went to all 3 cash outs, and I think LRC might be the team. The chat might have picked the winner so far, so we'll just have to keep watching in this next match.
Yeah, you saw the strategy coming out from Burt's, but it's just the gunplay and the team cohesion of LRC that's really just keeping them together and winning these matches. You saw, like, in every team fight they played together, they were always standing next to each other. Burt's, on the other hand, generally they would have maybe 2 people stay together. One person might have split off in the end, which really isolated them in certain fights that they were taking, and it kind of just left them vulnerable to LRC, the damage of LRC.
Yep. I do have to give a nice shout out for Burt's because they are throwing up the zip lanes at the perfect moments. At the very end there, they had a great zip lane directly onto point. Now, they didn't realize that they were falling right into almost a trap set by LRC, but it was just really on point, really, where you want it to be. And it did bridge that gap where if they hadn't been ambushed, they would have had enough time to hold and steal the cash out. So it is these kind of last minute things that are really making it just fun, exciting, and you can see why these are the top 2 teams, or the top tier teams right now in this tournament. Yep, and the downside is now that we have one of our analyst desk or one of our background production managers working today, things are going to go a little bit slower, but that's okay. I still was just amazed. There was a lot of really great shooting. Nason had those amazing shotgun kills.
Yeah.
Chickpea was doing great as running his medium, and I just. great opening match. I think that as soon as we get into the second one, I think it's still anybody's game. I don't think that we have a determined winner yet. I could be wrong, and we could be seeing LRC get this next one, and that's it. But like I said earlier today, I think that no matter what, no matter who loses this match, I don't think that this is the end of the LRC Bert's matchup. I think that we will probably see one of them redeem themselves and come back, and this might be our two final teams. Who knows? As the day progresses, we will have a clearer view. Did you have any favorite moments that you saw there, Stars? Anything that kind of stood out in your mind from what we just watched?
I think it's just crazy to see because like I'm always from the back end watching Nason just completely just do his thing. The defib kills, the crazy 1887 shotgun shots. It's really cool to see. And it's, I think it's just cool to see it up front, like in person. I'm not just like focusing on production. I still am technically, but yeah, it's just cool to see it up front.
Yeah, it's a different job. It's a different game. You know, you get to watch it from more of a analytic standpoint and just kind of see it from a different lens. And I'm excited that you're here today. Do you remember the second map that we're going into? I think it was either Skyway Stadium or Seoul. I think it was Seoul.
Let's go ahead and take a look.
Oh, perfect. Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like we're actually going into. Oh no! Whoop! Never mind. I forgot.
That looks different.
I forgot. We inputted the data for the next game, so we low key just gave a spoiler sneak peek to what we're gonna see next. But yeah, I believe our next map is going to be go ahead and be Skyway Stadium. What are your thoughts going into that map?
I think Skyway Stadium is a real interesting one. I think that my favorite and probably least favorite thing about that map is having the suspended structures variant, because everything is just so it's so different. You know, you have these like big structures in the middle there, and you either have to take them down to bring the cash out down, and then you have like 3 other platforms that are suspended as well to the side. So you have the enemy team that can set up in multiple places. You're just kind of really exposed, and you have to have just really tight gameplay, but at the same time, as soon as that platform goes down, you're kind of fighting over the floor in the middle, and I think that just what makes it exciting. But every time I play it, I'm like, oh no, here's suspended structures. So if they get that variation, I think that we'll have a really exciting match coming up. But I do like the map overall. What about you? Do you have any thoughts?
Yeah, I think Skyway Stadium is so cool to see just because of the fact that there's so many verticals. We have construction, we have hospital, we have offices, and it's cool to see all those cash outs over there. Especially if we go to the housing district. That I would honestly say housing district is my favorite, just because of all the verticality you can have. You have different cover you can take. You can jump building from building, which is not something you can see in a lot of our different maps that we have. So it's really cool to see.
Yeah, well, speaking of the housing districts, I think that was one of the moments that first really made me kind of appreciate what this game was, because I remember hopping out of one window into another building across the street from it, and just in that fluid motion of like, hey, I'm inside of a building and now I'm in a different house. That to me was like, wow, this is kind of the different gameplay that I had never experienced. And I remember my wife watching it, and she's like, it's like watching an action movie. You play an action movie. And I'm like, you're right, this is cool. And then I'm like, now watch me explode this area. And I just there's a reason that map was in the beta and played a lot, and I think that I think that it does really lend to some of the more creative gameplay. Fun fact about that map: if you watch one of the early beta trailers of it, they have they show a couple of seconds where they show cars racing around in there. So there were cars and transportation that was planned for the game. It has been completely scrapped, and it won't be anything we see.
So it truly would have been a Michael Bay movie.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, part of me is really happy they didn't do that, but the other little bit of me is like, oh, that would have been interesting. But we ultimately have the game we have today, and I think that it's perfect for a competitive, environment, competitive map, and I just can't wait till we hop into it. Do you know if the teams are loading in?
Yeah, it looks. We're just gonna go ahead and forego the scoreboard here for just that map here. We're just gonna go ahead and hop straight into the game. It looks like the teams are resetting. It looks like there might have been a quick problem as they loaded into the game, so we're just gonna give them a few more minutes just to sort that out and hop into map number 2.
Perfect. Any thoughts after what we saw? Who's going to take this one? Do you think Burt's is able to kind of come back, or do you think LRC is just going to continue their dominance?
I believe for Burst to come back, they need to start playing more as a team. Like I said, they would enter team fights as a team of full three, but it seems like they would get split and picked off one by one during the team fights. I feel like they want the win, they need to really just stick together, play around your heavy player. Your heavy player is your most important player on the team. They are your rock. If you play around them and you just focus certain targets, like for example, hey, focus that medium on the right or so forth. I feel like if they just start focusing targets like they did when they were chasing down that one player as they headed towards offices, I feel like they will definitely be able to take the win.
Yeah, and I think that the difference that I've seen between these two teams just from this last match was the after, the once the cash out started, the setup. Birth seemed a little more spread out, and like you said, they do need to play closer together. LRC looked like they were, fine-tuned, trained. They put the APS turrets down, they locked off an entire area, and they just made that approach so much harder. And when you're in a game that every second counts, like having just that 2 to 3 seconds of like inconvenience where the enemy team is having to either jump over an obstacle, blow something up, bring it down. I think that every second matters, and that's what the main staying difference between LRC and Bertz is, in my opinion. So I think though that Bertz is a very dynamic team. We've seen them all play in tons of other matches. So I think now that they had a good matchup between LRC, at least a recent one, that this might all change. And I think that they're good enough to pivot and just throw it in a completely different strategy. So we might see that they are a little more grouped up in this next match.
Yeah, and it's also something to point out is remember that LRC is also an EU team, so they are playing sort of at night, while Birds might be playing just in the morning since they are NA based. So they might need a few more minutes to wake up at the same time. Not saying that it's also a skill gap. They just might need that one game to truly wake up and show them the monster inside. But LRC looking good. Complete right as of right now, dominating the game, and like you said, their utility usage is really, really good, and it's something to keep an eye on. Like not only just their gunplay, but the way they use their utility, like the way they use the rocket launchers to just create openings in their fights. They use the APS turret to help defend themselves alongside that shield. It's really, really nice to see how all of their abilities come in with the good cohesion.
Yeah, and I think the one thing that's been funny is the glitch barrels. Everybody sees them, and then they are the most holy of objects because it is the one thing that can break the the kind of push. I think previously it was more gas barrels that were the ones that were kind of the coveted object in the arena because you're able to kind of throw it down. You either need a molly or smoke to kind of dissipate it. But in this case, this glitch barrel just gives you those. I think it's like 3 seconds. I mean, it might be 5, where nobody can switch utility. You're stuck on your main weapon, and to the people that don't play this a lot, that is critical because if you are a healer, you get hit by that, you just can't pull out your heal gun, and you can't pull out your defibs, and so you are stuck on combat mode. And when that first push happens, you want to make sure that your heavy's healthy. You want to make sure everybody's ready to go. And then we haven't seen it yet, but also getting hit by that if you're a light player also is really hard because a lot of your abilities as light are going invisible or jumping, dashing around. So you are now kind of stuck, and I think to light players, it is terrifying to see that glitch barrel come out.
100%. And now it looks like we have gone from a crash to now we're having technical difficulties with player mics. So everything that could go wrong is going wrong right now.
It's okay. That's the way of esports. It all just variations, and sometimes the sun can send out a weird ray and crash everything else. So who knows? It's all just random. Maybe we need to go to a quick break as they try and fix it.
Let's go ahead and throw it to a quick 2-minute break, and we'll see you back here with some more Split 1 Masters.
like 0 degrees. I'm out the cage, gotta let out the beast. Revolutionary, gotta let out the streets. Locked in the cage, I'ma let out the head out the head out the. Wake up, get out the sheets. We came for war, man, forget that peace. You take the west side, take out the east. I'ma put them in the cage, never let out the.
I heard him chat to me noise, move too quick, can't stop for the talking. I heard him chat with the boys, man so tough, but man's keep rocking. Just too sharp with the boys, white girls gotta tell me I'm awesome, yeah. Hot like fire on the pine, if you wanna touch me, please use caution, 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 caution.
All right, we are back here with more of the finals actions at the Split 1 Masters. I am joined here by Rio. Rio, how are you feeling after that first game?
I think that the only feeling I have is excitement. I think that we saw a real close match. Like I predicted, it went to 3 cash outs. So I am excited to see them keep it up, keep this momentum going, and yeah, I am just excited to see what these results will be, you know?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and just we finally have our data in for the scoreboard. Let's go ahead and take a look at that data from the last match. We have LRC cashing out with 20,000, with Burst getting 10,000, and look at the kills here coming out from Blacks.
Yeah, 10 kills, and it looks like he was running light. I guess I didn't pick up on that while they were playing. But like I was saying in our pre-stream, is that the light players that can do it, they have a whole nother type of skill. You know, every class takes whatever you can do. Did we have 2 lights? Was Sueco on light as well?
So I think what happened was that it was actually heavy, and so when you look at the the French translation for heavy, it actually puts a L. So it looks like you might have had a error there on the.
Okay. Glad that I wasn't going crazy, because I was like, man, there's only 6 people. How did I not see a light? You know, I'm the champion of light. You know, that sounds wrong, but you know what I mean. Champion of light players. So now it makes a little more sense seeing 10 kills on the heavy. I did see a lot from LRC with Nason and Spoiler doing what they could to support their heavy. And I mentioned that before. The second that any teammate went down, they ran directly over there. They were able to get heals. I think Nason has this really unique ability to know the situation to when to switch from fighting and when to healing. And it's just an instantaneous thing. And he's almost never picked wrong. And I think that that's what's cool. It does bring his kill count down lower, but when you look at it, I wish that we had the healing score or the support score, but I guarantee you that it's going to be a lot higher than any of the damage that he did.
Yeah, and
coming over to the good.
Oh, I was gonna say, and just adding on to that, you can just see, with the average score going down, I feel like that was just the combat to bringing it down, because I feel like if you actually looked at the support score like you were saying, it would definitely be higher here. Nason rocking that 5.43 rating, with Blacks leading with the 8.56.
Yeah, great team composition overall. And on the flip side of this, we see Bertz. They definitely got more kills. We see the two players, Sueco and Kundi, got 9 kills each, which is really impressive in these tiny matches where it is just 2 teams. 9 kills means that they wiped the enemy team 3 times each. So it wasn't a complete wipe, but it was getting the kill, then the res, then the kill again. And even Chickpea was able to go in there and do what he could support. He was more on the healing side of things, but it was cool to see that Bertz is able to kind of get more kills, and that might kind of benefit them going into this next match.
Yep, it looks like we might be getting them. They're just getting right onto the team. So Blacks is on his way. So we should be able to go back shortly. But yeah, it's just you can see Sueco, Z, and Chickpea. They were all doing work. They were putting in the kills, and but that was just overshadowed just by the team play of LRC, which we can see here reflecting the data.
Yep. Well, while we wait, I think that now might be a perfect opportunity to acknowledge something amazing that happened today. During in our prize pool, we had somebody come in, and I apologize if I say your name wrong, but Burrita Supreme, thank you. You gave us $100. You gave the organization this tournament $100 donation that brought our prize pool up to $606. So you are a king amongst men. Thank you for helping out, supporting this tournament, and the teams that win this will definitely appreciate all of your support. So that link is still live. Feel free to add to that prize pool and make it even higher for our winning team today.
Yeah, and even if you don't feel like you can add anything directly, we do have some codes that you can claim on the Matcherino. You just go ahead, just make an account, and just click that claim code button that adds 25 cents to the prize pool. Every cent counts for these players right here. Nothing goes to us, it only goes to the players.
Yeah, and really, when you think about it, these teams have put in so much time, so many matches. Yesterday, we saw 15 matches from the teams just to get here. They're giving their time and giving us an amazing performance, something to watch, something to love, something to go back in. I know that I was watching some of the matches last night again, especially for that moment where we had the shoot to the moon clip. And I think that just getting some of these amazing gameplays we are at the start of this esports scene. So these are the moments that in 10 years from now, if the finals is still around, that people will look back and see that, hey, this is where it started. Look at the meta now. Look at the players. Look at these people that have gone on to get contracts. And there is history being made today. And I love that we're a part of kind of this chapter in the finals esports scene.
No, and that's great to hear. Yeah, it's just something to look out for. It's so exciting to watch these players come out, show off who they are, make a name for themselves, and just get the experience they need for maybe something that might be coming in the future. We don't know quite yet. It looks like that there might be something in the works. We don't know quite what it is. But yeah, it's just great to have them get this experience and get ready for that in the future.
Yeah, and that's where it is. I think that. One of the things I saw yesterday that really surprised me, made me excited. I don't recall which team it was, but there was a team that was playing together in the same room. They were all a bunch of computers. NTHX, yeah. That was cool. And if I were to wager a bet, I bet that's the first team working together in the same place, trying to game together. It just reminds me of the early days in Counter-Strike when these teams were just kind of playing, and then you saw the switch to hey, this might be a real thing. This might be professional setup. We might have futures. We might be able to get sponsors. We might be able to get anything. And I think that. It's just we're at a pivotal moment. Seeing that just warmed my heart, made me excited for the future of this game, this esports scene, because I think that we are, if anything, just on this first step, and a lot more to come, and a lot more to see in the future years. So,
yeah, and it was so fun to watch them play. They had the team comms, they had each individual point of view, and you could tell when they switched between one person to the next, they had the webcams up, switch highlighting who's who. It was really fun to watch. NTHS, I'm not gonna lie, I was rooting for them. Unfortunately, they didn't have quite the day that they expected or hoped, but regardless, they showed out and we did really well.
Yeah, and that was a team that I was following really closely yesterday because they did give a great performance. They did sadly not make it today, but I know that that's not the end of this team. And when we start up the second series, I think that they'll be right back here. One thing that I am excited for whenever we do the next tournament is to see if there's any new teams, any teams that we haven't seen before, because surely that there are new players playing the game every day. And I think that the concept that more people want to hop into the esports scene is really just exciting. I even have a few people that play and that have just made it just to Diamond, so they're in that competitive group, and they're like, oh, there's a scene happening. Wow, that might be something I'm interested in. So, future's bright.
Yeah, and as we keep on, we have a lot more tournaments planned here in the future. More to come on that later on down the road. Official announcements will be made by BREAKOUT Esports sometime down the line, like I said. But for right now, we're just enjoying the moment here. And Rio, I have to ask, what is your favorite class to play, and why?
I play medium. I love being the pocket healer. I play out of meta mainly because I'm an old school Quake player. So I actually use the CL40. I unlocked the pink skin on it recently. So that's the only class that I play. I do switch it out. I've started using the shotgun as medium as well, but I can't do light. I just die way too quick. But medium, I feel like I'm able to kind of help my team. I just, there's something so satisfying about using that grenade launcher, hitting multiple people, getting that splash damage, getting, 2-3 good shots on them, and just watching them explode. My teammates hate it. My friends hate that I play with it. But I love it, and I don't think I'll ever stop. What about you, Stars? What do you use? What do you play?
I am a sweaty light player down in through the bones. Yeah, I like going fast, which is ironic because I don't use the dash. So I come from Hyperscape, which is another game. It's a battle royale that unfortunately got shut down. So I really like going fast, and I was hoping the dash would feel similar to how the dash was in that game, or the teleport was in that game. It's slightly different. It doesn't go as far. I just couldn't get used to it myself, so I just hopped on the Invis train like before it blew up and became meta.
Yeah.
And I just went from there, just made plays and just had fun just running around the map.
Yeah. And I think that when you talk about movement, that's one of my favorite things too. It just feels smooth. And again, Quake player, movement is king. And if you're able to kind of have that good traversal, I love the zip line because I'm able to kind of shoot it across, go good distances. And if you're able to kind of hop, you can almost get a little double hop going on, a little double bounce when you dismount. And I love the movement. So a lot here. You can tell that there was some inspiration from the Quake days, and that's kind of what I look for these days.
All right. It looks like we are actually missing some gameplay here. I went to the wrong screen, but it looks like we are in game here. Blacks is playing no comms here, so it's gonna be. Why can't you switch? Switch to the right scene. Switch to the correct scene, please. Thank you.
There we go.
Yeah, so Blacks will be playing no comms this match here. We see Burt's over here with the glitch barrel going in, making their moves. We have LRC moving that cash out over towards cash out number A.
Yeah, it doesn't look like we missed much. I think that they just got started. No big team fights. We did see some chip damage happening.
Vas-y, go, let's go. On prend la zip avant eux, c'est good ou pas? Ou sinon on prend le gros pad.
With the cash out, and I think that they're going to go away from cash out A or cash out B and run to cash out A. Just it's the smarter move right now because they're able to get that distance between them, and I think that they'll be able to get it started pretty much uncontested. We see a nice movement where he hops down from the zip line to the jump pad and brings that cash box really close to the vault, really close to the cash out.
Yeah, and it's cool to see because I don't know if you noticed, but Burt's is really good at rotating. Like they were getting in front of LRC, which cut them off from the office building and forced them to rotate towards A, where they eventually cut them off, got the wipe, and were able to take the initial submission into the vault cash out.
Yeah. And now we see Chick P is trying to do everything he can to get his team kind of together. I think that this is what we were talking about before, is that they get a little spread out, and it does look like one teammate has gone down from LRC, and we see Nason setting up on the ladder. I'm not really sure what he's doing here.
I think he's just stalling for time, just trying to decide whether or not it's worth going for the res, or if it's just good for them to just reset and get ready for the next fight. I think that's sort of what their plan is right here.
Yep, it does look like that's what happened. He was just waiting for the res and making sure that he was in the spot that he wasn't vulnerable. And now we see that Chick P is doing some damage from the top of the roof. Like I said, they're holding on to these glitch barrels like they're a coveted item, because they are. And they're actually, they're at a pretty good setup right now. So we see LRC starting to push in. Nason doing some good damage. They throw the APS turret down in front of them. They are stuck on the corner. They are gassed off. They are doing what they can to push into this defense.
They need to go. Yeah, they're in a bad position right here. They're stuck or gassed. They're stuck in the corner. They have to make a move as they do, bouncing onto one player on Burt's. Oh no, Nason not able to make it to the same level, forcing their whole team to reset as Burt's is trying to find a way to survive, find a way to get around the map and reset and hold this cash out. There is 30 seconds left on the cash out. We have LRC going in for the steal, There is an explosion going down. Bert still in control. Nason trying to come in with the F card, getting good damage in as they are starting to fall apart as Bert's is starting to get that team wipe. And this is going to 100% go to Bert's. First cash out going through.
Yeah, Burst did amazing right there. They barely lost any health on the push. We saw the with Chickpea kind of chasing everybody down, and you could see there was a moment there where LRC was like, "Oh no," and they tried to back off, but it just wasn't in time. So the first cash out does go to Burt's, and great performance so far. And we see that LRC is starting to push in. I'm not sure who is closer to this next cash out. I think it might be Burt's. I think they're going to get it started, and let's see if they can hold this first setup.
Yeah, and it looks like our second vault is going to be here at the hospital. We have teams starting to set up. Nason, LRC on that first floor, trying to make their way up, see if they can catch Bert's by surprise. You see he had the APS in hand from Nason just to defend against a rocket, just in case they get shot out of nowhere. Bert's over here still set up on a route. We have orbital lasers coming down, preventing them from staying still. They are now making noise. Allows LRC to know where they are. They do get that initial damage, that first rocket kill coming on to Nason, as now LRC is running for their lives, taking fights. Oh no, Chickpea about to go down. Nope, saved by his team.
That's a team wipe. Yeah, that was really impressive. Chickpea had some great kills, did a lot of damage, and we can kind of see that LRC didn't have a great push. I know it's just a vault fight, but wow. That was unexpected. This seems like a completely different match from what we just watched.
Yeah, and to be fair, we do have Blacks playing without comms, so I'm not sure if he can hear his team, or maybe he's not able to communicate things with his team. That might be impacting this match right here, right now.
Yeah, that is a shame, because this is a very team-based game, and you know there are comms built into the game, but it's just not the same as being able to tell your teammate, "Hey, somebody's coming. Hey, heal me. I need help." Anything like that. So he is definitely playing at a great disadvantage, but I don't think that it's going to be too impossible for them to play. We'll just have to see as this pans out. Orbital lasers are in effect, which you mentioned earlier. It keeps them from standing still, and I think that that's a great gameplay design, because in these times we saw previously that they get set up and they kind of just wait and kind of are just waiting for the enemy team to push.
Oh no. Chickpea lagging his team, Sueco going down, and now that's going to be a wipe with LRC taking a free control. You have Z just hopping off the mat just to quickly reset their team so they don't stall out.
Yeah, you hate to see it, but that is what you get when we're playing with a EU team and an American team. There's quite a distance between the two. I'm amazed that it performed so well already, but it does look like LSC will get the steal, which is great, because this means that we have one more vault, one more cash out to decide who takes this tournament, or takes this round.
Now, there's about 30 seconds left on the clock. We have Sueco coming in with Chickpea. There's a good chance they could get this. They have to go fast, though. Not a lot of time on the clock. And correct me if I'm wrong, it's a 7-second steal, correct?
Yep, 7 seconds. So they need to get on it within the next 5 seconds, roughly. They're doing everything they can, but LRC has great positioning. They have gas down. I would just kind of have a heavy go after him. I would heal him, double team heal him.
Oh, the damage! Oh, the steal's coming in. Are they able to get it? They're blocking, body blocking, and no. LRC is able to save it.
That was down to the last second for sure. Shocking, but that's how it goes. 7 seconds is a long time when you're having to just stand still, not do anything. You're down a gun, you're down a healing beam, you're down anything, and just kind of, that's why it's so hard to steal. And anytime we do see a steal happen when there are enemy team members still alive and it's not a wipe, it's so much more impressive, because it's so hard to pull off just standing still for 7 seconds and holding something down. We do see the Chickpea and them respawn. They're using a zip line to kind of get it to the third cash out. This third cash out will decide everything that it has for this match. If LRC is able to take it and hold it, this will be the end, and they will 2-0 Bert's. But I have a good feeling that Bert's is able to kind of bring it back, and LRC kind of is at a little bit of a disadvantage if one of their teammates is not using comms.
That would be a crazy storyline that we live in if LRC goes in strong map 1 and wins map 2 without comms. That would be a crazy moment here.
Well, and it just shows that sometimes teamwork is nonverbal, and I think that this gameplay does kind of lend to that. It's more about being aware, having that awareness of like, hey, I need to focus on teammates. So there is a lot that can be done without that verbal communication, but boy, it does make it easier. We see the Chickpeas trying to push in. He's getting pushed, and he chips somebody down. He does a trade. So both teams are down one member. We see their heavy is using the Lewis gun, trying to do everything that they can to bring him back. Nason, Spoiler, and Blacks running around, gets on fire, jumping around. They're in control of the cash out of the vault now, and they're taking it to D. It doesn't look like we had a team wipe from Bert's, but we do see that LRC is in control, so they're going to be chased here shortly. They might just be waiting for all of their team to come back. Z, Chickpea, they're on the zip line. They're going to have to get there quick because they still have a good amount of distance before they make it even over there.
And this is a big moment right here. We see Nason and his team setting up destruction, getting good angles on his cash out. The crane is one of the hardest places to push a team off of. They're going to have to waste the RPG shot here maybe, or even explosive barrel just to get this crane out of position so that it can take a fair fight to try and take cash out D. We're over here seeing Nason over here and LRC. They're going to jump down as soon as they start seeing that cash out get taken. They don't know where they are. See Chickpea and them already setting up below, maybe about to drop this cash out down the floor just so they can secure this grab on the cash out.
Yeah, that crane is so powerful, and I think that the whole LRC is up there. If you can see, it just lets you take damage away. It lets you hop down like Nason's doing. They are having to push on now because this is the downside. If it gets dropped, you really need to jump on immediately because you're even falling for a couple of seconds. So having 5 seconds to stop it, and we see that Blacks goes down. Chickpea's getting an amazing shots. Ooh, the mid-air shoots, and that is... Oh, they get a res, but it's going to be the last player. And he just jumps off. Yep.
Yeah, great shots here. We have about 45 seconds left on the timer here for Cash Out D. This could be a Burt taking us to map 3 or LRC coming in off the respawn to secure map 2 and take the series.
Yeah, they just respawned. I'm not sure how far away they are, but
that's not a good spawn.
They are a good distance away, and pretty much by the time they make it there, they're going to have one dive. So if they're able to do it, we see Nason holding out this APS. I think that he's going to immediately throw that down because it's his only chance, but gas is out, and I think that that's...
Yeah, this is going to be it.
I think Bert's going to take it. Valiant effort, but this is kind of what I expected. LRC had a great performance. They almost had it a couple of times here. But Bert's is showing that, hey, we're not going to roll over. We're not going to give this to LRC. And they really performed well. I think that they even kind of pivoted from what they were doing previously. It looked like they were playing tighter together, and impressively they were able to jump in there, stop LRC at the end from holding it from the crane, wipe their entire team, steal it, and end up taking the match. That was impressive, fun, exciting. Yeah, just what I wanted to see in a match like this.
Yeah, and something I started to notice as I watched more of the event is a lot of teams from Europe don't tend to run more movement, right? Like they'll carry the bounce pad because you need the bounce pad. But when you look at the teams from North America, you'll see a lot more zip lines coming out, which allows them to rotate and get in position, which is what we see Bert's doing here. You see them rotating and get in position. They're cutting off LRC. They're getting in position early so that way they can get the vault into the cash out. And it's just cool to see like the two different play styles. And I also kind of do think at the end there that EU kind of does play a little bit more risky because if you do wipe towards the end, like and you have a far spawn, it's going to be hard to rotate, get a good amount of time to try and secure the steal. You're kind of going last second, sort of like how we saw with the last 2 qualifiers.
Yeah. And that's a really interesting point. The difference of running the jump pad or the zip line, because I personally like the zip line because if I'm able to go across multiple areas, it does, in my opinion, go farther than the jump pad. Now the main advantage of the jump pad is it lets you kind of get on top of teams and see an overhead view. But as a Quake player, that's almost the worst thing that you can do. You can jump into a situation because it becomes easier to track where you're going to go. So we've seen these amazing shots. I forgot who it was. I think it might have been Nason. Maybe it was Chickpea. I think it was actually Chickpea.
Yeah, I think Chickpea,
that got got the mid-air shots off, and it's just it's easier to tell where that enemy player is going to be. So you can get more information, more overview. If you're a really good player, you can kind of get shots off while you're in the midair. But I think that it just leaves you such a vulnerable target. Zipline does the exact same thing, but you have the advantage of moving further distances in a shorter amount of time. So I think that's a really important discussion point. Something that we'll see. Maybe you're right. Maybe more EU players will stick with just the jump pad, or maybe they'll kind of move over to zipline as the game evolves. But interesting analysis.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we're gonna go ahead and have them getting set up for map number 3. We'll be getting to that shortly. And if I remember correctly, map number 3 is Seoul coming out.
Seoul, yep. Seoul will be fun. It does have that sky bridge. I personally think it's a lot of fun to destroy it, blow it up, force everybody to go the other route. It is interesting though. Speaking of the zip line, you can put a zip line from point A to point B from each side of it. So destroying it and having that zip line makes it where you do have a whole nother set of another method of getting across that most people don't have. So I love Seoul. I think that it has some of the weirdest, hardest, cash out locations.
Yeah.
I'm really hopeful that we get the elevator again. Maybe we'll see another shoot to the moon happening today. But I'm excited for this next match.
Alrighty, yeah, and they are going to go ahead and get set up into the lobby here. Who do you think is going to take map 3 on Seoul here? And I'm just going to say, in my opinion, I think Bert's might have the advantage unless LRC opts to take the zip line. What you'll see a lot is the teams, when there's a hospital spawn, teams will usually save that for after they get the first point. So they'll usually go to another place, like for example, you have construction, they'll go construction, they'll go into like the commons area, they might go parking garage. They'll usually opt to it's probably not a parking garage. I don't remember what that building's called. But
no, I think it actually is. Yeah,
they just opt to go for other cash out locations first, and then try to close out in hospital, just because it's so hard to push up if you destroy everything, whether it be the sky bridge, the zip line, or the crane.
Yeah, and that's a really good point. I personally think Berts might take this. They were my pick in the beginning. We saw them kind of come out and have some great gameplay. Chickpea, amazing with that F car. I think it's all going to kind of come down to where the vaults are, how they're able to kind of hold the position once they get there, and just which team is able to do the most chip damage from a ways away. LRC is great for that after setup, but with this map, there's just such large distances, such weird cash outs. I do want to say that it's probably anybody's game. LRC has a great setup to break through Bert's defenses, but my vote's still for Bert's. Who are you picking?
Yeah, I think I'm gonna go with Bert's. I think LRC has a good chance if they opt to go for more movement. I don't think the jump pad's going to completely get it, but I feel if they get themselves a zip line, they have a way to cross that sky bridge when it's broken, and so forth. Like, it just gives them more options, because jumping across the open bridge itself is probably not the best way to go.
Yep. Yeah. And maybe we'll see some falls. I think the last time we had this match, we did see, I think it was, I can't remember now who, but we did see them trying to dash around and fell just by, not having that great open areas in the final cash out. So we'll see kind of a lot of destruction, a lot of this map getting destroyed. I'm curious to see if any team changes their setup, if they're going to run shotgun now, or if they're going to stick to Lewis gun. Just kind of wait and see how it plays out. Do you know if we're loading into the match?
No, it's like might be waiting on players, see if they can get their comms fixed for LRC. But in the meantime, let's go ahead and throw it to a short break, and we will see you back with more Master Series.
They hate when you elevate. The second of losses, I'm handing them out, yeah, I had to go delegate. It feel like I'm floating, I'm lost in the moment, I swear I could levitate. They never believed that I would really fly, I had to go demonstrate. I had to set them straight. They hate when you elevate. Elevate, elevate. They hate when you elevate. Elevate, elevate. Yeah. They hate when you elevate. Elevate, elevate. They hate when you elevate. Yeah. I had to elevate. I'm way too fly. Yeah, I'm feeling myself. Ain't no chance I'm coming down, no. Got this whole view to myself. Yeah. Why would I give it up? Why do they wanna come take my place? I work too hard for it, don't need a replacement. This my vocation. Now I got rollies all in rotation. Hop on a jet just to take a vacation. Remember the moments was trapped in the basement. Now the hard work is all taking me places. Water on bed like we trapped in the matrix. Bet on myself and go ball out in Vegas. Living a life like I'm rich and I'm famous. Don't see the grind that I know that it came with. I ain't make it this far for myself. Yeah. I had to prove to everybody else. I had to.
Hello, and welcome back to the Masters Esports series. I am Rio, and I'm here today with Stars. And I think that we have one more match between the legendary LRC and Bertz.
Yeah, they're going to go ahead and hop into the game, but really quick before we do hop into that game, let's go ahead and take a look at the stats from last match here. We have Blacks leading the charge on his team with the kills, while Z over here dropping bodies with 8 kills and I think that's a 2.9 KD. I'm sorry, I'm looking at it's 2.5. It's hard to see from where I'm looking at.
Yeah, that's impressive, but kind of looking on the other side of things, LRC, boy, Spoiler and Nason didn't really have that many kills. I mean, Nason on 0. I think that this is showing that maybe not having one person on comms is pretty detrimental. I think that especially if you've worked so hard together as a team, getting these comms, getting everything, communication set up. I think that sadly we are seeing the downside of that, because this is not what we saw in this last game. Now we were talking, in the chat that he was able to get it fixed, and they have a workaround in place, so that might not be an issue going forward, right?
Yeah, I think we should be good to go here. And as we are hopping into this match, we are seeing a good team fight here. Nason going ahead and getting some good kills. Huge shots coming through. Unfortunately, going down. I'm entering the wrong thing now right here. But yeah, we have a good team fight coming out here from LRC. It looks like it might be a 1v1, and yeah, they get the kill.
Nice from Blacks. He decided just to push. When you're holding that shield up, and it's just a 1v1, drop the shield, go for the kill, try and make that happen. But Blacks with a great heavy play, just kind of showing that aggression that they have. Nason comes back, Spoiler comes back. Their team is going to get the first vault, and I think that they're going to take it towards A. Yep, looks like A. They're going to have to go on the little moving bridge, the one that opens and closes. But here we see Bertz with Chickpea, and they're just kind of running to maybe intercept them. But it doesn't look like they were able to get there in time, and the first cash out is getting started. Here we can see Nason getting set up. They're in a great spot. This is a really nice area for them to be in. We see an APS turret go down. We see... Did he get stuck there for a second?
Yeah. Oh, huge glitch barrel coming out.
Yeah, this is a nice area. It's above, it's a little like terrace above the cash out. Great to be above it. We do see Blacks go down, and they are now doing everything they can to push into this team and fight real close quarters. Another RPG goes down. Chickpea gets the res on Z. All of his team is down to half health. He goes down as well, and we see Nason, Spoiler, and Blacks just holding off. They were able to stop that first push, and unfortunately, LRC was able to hold it, and Bertz Bertz got team wiped.
Yeah, and that was such a great fight to see here. Like, you see the good shots coming out from Bertz, as we always like to say. It's just in that cafeteria, it's really, really hard to get an angle right there on that roofing area in there. Oh Great shots coming out. Front door. I didn't even know this shotgun could do that much damage from that range as he gets the headshot. Huge kill coming out. Wow.
What was that? That is incredible aim. You have to hit them in the head from that distance. I feel like every time I do that, I just barely chip off their health. That was amazing to see. I'm glad that Nason is running the shotgun, and I think that they have probably bought themselves enough time that they have secured this. We got about 10 seconds left that they have the opportunity to push on and hold, and I think that LRC is going to go this first cash out to them.
Yeah, there is time for Burst to make a play. Oh, Gas Barrel coming out. Yeah, it's not looking good for them. I think at this point they just fall out and reset. No. LRC says, no, we're going to go ahead and give you the team wipe. And that's going to be it from Burt's for cash out number 1. Vault 2 spawning in at the commons area. LRC starting to rotate.
I think LRC is mad. I think that they are fighting with vengeance. This is some of the tightest gameplay I've seen today, and I can feel their energy. I think Burt's has got a lot that they're going to have to push through if they're wanting to take this. So we've seen 2 fights go in the way of LRC so far. Actually, there's been 3, and Burt's gonna have to kind of step it up, see if they can take this EU team down.
Yeah, I don't know if you noticed, but we have Nason rocking that zipline launcher. It's something just like we were saying before. I feel like that ring condition is that zipline on this map. It just gives you so many more ways to rotate, and you can see Nason taking advantage of that. As it seems we are getting into the engagement, Chickpea and Burt's coming in from down low, trying to intercept and cut off the team. Looks like they are isolated. Zipline coming out. Are they gonna be able to get this kill and separate them? No.
Go to the box.
Yeah, they're just going for chip damage now. I think that the vault is too far away, and that LRC is in nice command and control of it.
Like
they
we were
are a
saying
little
before.
spread out. Yep. The
Blast.
grab midair.
Nice.
Nissan's going down a quarter.
What did he die to?
Orbital lasers are in play, and I think that one of the lasers hit him because he just has a death mask by his name. I think that he just stayed in one spot for too long. C4 goes off, gets one of them down to a quarter health, and we see a lot of gameplay happening from really high and really low spots. Chickpea is down to his last teammate, just himself, and I think that he's gonna have to run. Oh, you see somebody just fall? What is going on?
This has been a very, very messy engagement for sure. I have no words to say, but I do want. Did they throw the cash back? They threw the ball off the map and it's respawned at the hospital. Oh, wow. Yeah, like we were saying before, I don't know if you saw, but like we were saying before, teams like to do a cash out at a different location and then they'll save the hospital for last. It's an easy setup, hard to push engagement. And it's just true to see that we have it happening here right again. It's going to be spawning inside of the ward side of hospital.
And the ward is really one of the hardest ones to push within the hospital because nobody can come from behind you. They have to come above, below, or directly in front. And just getting rid of one of those corners makes it so much harder. Black's going down with a barrel and then shot from the F card. Chickpea doing great. I'm thinking that LRC is starting to lose their footing. Nason's running away, getting killed by Spoiler. They're now healing each other. They're setting up for a new vantage point, but they're far away from that cash out, and one of their teammates is still down. Chickpea pushing in, doing what he can, forcing them, LRC, to push away, getting the kill down.
Oh, wow.
Nason is down.
Oh, no!
Oh, the mine and a rocket went off. Spoiler and Z and
oh, that's so unfortunate. Bro, that was just insane. They had the chase down. They had the kills. LRC had to run away to make sure that they get the good respawn for a teammate. But at the end, they just tossed down 2 mines and the RPG just took them out for free.
It was sad to see. It kind of hurt.
Oh no,
they just jumped off. No.
That might just be game here. There's not gonna be enough time. No, they made it onto the zip line. They jump padded to the zip line, setting a trap for LRC. They baited him through.
Yeah, both teams are down to 2 members.
Birch just has to go straight
has
for
to
cash
get on
out.
it. Yep. They have to get on it. They have to hold it. We see the gas going up. They throw it at the doors. I think they're damaging good damage from that gas. Are they able to hold it long enough? They might have just saved themselves with that play. That was a good bait, but it is getting stolen by LRC. This
That's
is
a good
the
drop.
moment they were. Yes! What an amazing
Chickpea
drop!
coming in clutch.
Oh, bringing his team down. They each have just a quarter health, and they did it. That was an amazing back and forth. I'm in awe.
Wow, what a play from Burt's, realizing they only have about 20 seconds to get that cash out, just making a mad dash for it, stealing it with the gas barrel to block off the LOS, just to secure it.
I have sprint bug.
Dead.
Yeah, that was a perfect setup, great play. I think they got lucky that LSC actually left that gas barrel there for them. We see another engagement happening here, and I see that, who was that? Chickpea went down, and now it looks like they're getting trades back and forth. Both teams are down 2 members, down to the last one. Sueko trying to stay alive, goes down as well, and I think that's a team wipe from Burt's.
Yeah, that's going to be Vault 3 going into LRC's hands. LRC going ahead and rotating it straight to D. Gas barrel in hand. Looks like they're going to do area denial. Yeah, I think that's just a great thing for this map, just because you're not going to really use explosive barrels here for elevator side. You really want to have area denial here with the toxic barrels coming out. Glitch grenade can be or not grenade. Glitch barrel can be very helpful here as we start to see this engagement come out.
Yep, we see everybody's on the roof getting set up. LRC has to hold this. Mason goes down. Amazing shots by Z. And we see Chickpea just trying to keep his heavy healed, keep his other medium nice and healed as well. They're doing great. Is this cash out inside the elevator?
Yeah, I believe so, yeah.
This is a hard one. Thankfully, this elevator is a little more open, has a side on it. Yeah, Burt's is doing great. They're pulling this together. Now if they could just hold it.
Yeah, we are just over a minute away from crowning a victor in this map. Last cash out, last chance for either team to secure here. We see they're going to go ahead and play on point here, as you hear them say. They put the bounce pad on top just to make sure that if they try to hop down, that they might be able to force a mistake out of LRC. No, they actually chose to opt away from playing on side. They're just going to go ahead and play above.
Gas goes off. They're actually blocked.
No dome. We have to go
The
fight
elevator's
so that we can
coming
flip
up,
back and have time.
but I don't know what's happening there inside this vault, inside this elevator. It's down on the bottom floor, so they only have one entrance in. And it looks like Chickpea is here. They did lose the cash out. LRC is in control, but I think that Burt's is able to bring it back. I think that only one player is left in LRC right now, and I don't think they're here.
That was a great play from Burt's, opting to hop down, play for the swap. They chose to play for kills rather than defending the point. You heard them say it. They would rather foot the point there. Last chance coming in, LRC. More than likely not be able to get it. The kills are coming in through Burt's, and Burt's are able to take the win.
Yes, that was exciting. Burt's played that amazingly. That last cash out, they did everything right. They had a good distance on themselves. They hopped down at the right moment. There was gas set up. And then what I loved is during that last bit, they all stayed in the elevator. They didn't move. They knew that, hey, we need to make our last stand right here, right now. And it was the play. You saw LRC just panicking and trying to hop in there, trying to save their teams, trying to not get eliminated. And it just didn't work out for them. Yeah, amazing. Everybody played great. Sueko, Chickpea, I think that very, very impressive from both teams.
Yeah, it was so cool to see just the intensity and sheer willpower for the teams to go ahead and try and flip the points. That's what we saw there. We never really saw a team truly defending the point. They were playing for kills. Because if you play for kills in this game, you more likely will win that team fight, just in the sense that now you're applying pressure. And that's the main point, just applying pressure, because now you're forcing them to make that mental decision of what they're going to do. If you can get the other team to panic and make a mistake, then you'll win that team fight. And that's what we saw.
Yep, there were mistakes. There were pro plays. This is what I expected from Burt's when we started this today, and I think that it was amazing. I think that we might have some people in chat that are a little upset that LRC didn't win this one because they were the predicted winner, but yeah, I think I think that we got to see some real top tier gameplay, and this is the reason why I'm kind of go Team Burt's right now. I think that just Chickpea is probably the player to watch on that team. We watched him kind of come in. He's got those kills with the F-car. He's got the healing beam on point, and they've got a good strategy as well. So they're able to kind of hop on, and I think that a large part of their strategy is just having the high road, having the height advantage, basically.
Yeah, and that was so cool to see as well. It was just finding a way to work your way up to that high ground, like you said. And it looks like we do have our scoreboard ready, just waiting for the data to finally update here on screen before we go ahead and put that out. But like I was saying, it's great to see the verticality being used there. It's just basically playing King of the Hill, essentially.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, and in that last cash out where it's in the elevator, it's so hard. Like, that's so hard to hold. It does have more open areas because you have glass panels on each side, but when it gets to that bottom floor, like it did there, they're stuck. You're in a little tiny cement box, and I think that that was hard to push in, hard to hold, and I think that Burt's really played it well.
Yeah, let's go ahead and take a look at the stats here real quick here. It's going to update in just a second. It looks like there might have been a problem with one of the stats. Yeah, there it goes here. Spoiler, topping off LRC with 10 kills and a 3.0 KDA. Huge involvement in every single fight there.
Yeah. And from LRC, spoiler, 10 kills, Nason 8 kills, Black 6 kills. They definitely were able to get more kills than Burt's, but in this game mode, it's not what matters. It matters is getting that cash out. And I think that they're good at getting those like long distance kills, but it's then regrouping as a team, hopping in and making something happen. Burt's on the other side were able to kind of work with any time a teammate went down. They've got 2 reses on it, and they were just kind of going back and forth, getting the reses right when they needed it, getting the heals in, making sure that their heavy was able to kind of pull the power, pull the weight behind the whole team. See that their heavy Sueco with 11 kills, and just, yeah, really impressive, really fun to watch. These are just, yeah, top tier players for sure.
Yeah, and you want to look at the average scores here real quick. You look at Z. He has the highest average score on Burt's, but his KDA is on the low side. So what we're looking at is he was playing more objective and more support, which really helped his team win that game. That's something that's huge to see. Bring out a 9.39 rating for his team, which is huge.
Yeah. Yeah, the stats don't lie, and I think one thing that was interesting is I've mentioned it before is Chickpea is going more for the heals. He only has 2 kills, average score of nearly 3,000, but he has just kept his team up, and in these fights, having just that little bit of advantage is what can make or break you. So pretty much what I expected to happen today. Every cash out went to 3. Both teams brought their A game. Burt's was able to just get in there and just to hold it a little bit more. Maybe they got lucky on that last point by getting it in the elevator, but just really fun, what I wanted to see. And yeah, we will see Burt's continue in the winners bracket.
Yeah, and I just want to give a huge thank you to Finn Bacon for the 5 gifted subs alongside their very own subscription to the channel. Thank you very much. We want to let you know that we appreciate you, and we hope you enjoy the finals content.
Perfect. Yeah, thanks for doing the gift subs and subbing yourself. We know that we'll bring you more content in the future. And more today. Coming up next, we have Yappers and BKO. Is that right?
Yeah, that is correct.
Perfect. I think that should be a really exciting match as well. Yappers has just been a top tier team. BKO yesterday had an amazing performance. Oppenheimer, MXKX, and Gremlin. Gremlin is probably one of my favorites to watch yesterday. With that shotgun, he was just a beast, charging people down. So BKO and Yappers, this is probably one to watch.
Yeah, and there will be more finals action coming up right after this break.
Laisse bien, laisse bien, laisse bien. Il est là, vas-y, tue-le.
Vol, vol. Ouais, c'est bon. Mais en fait,
not there. I can't get to. Okay. You're gonna bend this window. Zipping. Medium one. Come on, boys. Like, come on, bro. You see that hospital clutch, bro?
Hello, good morning, everybody. My name is Artie. I'm back, and I'm here with Rio, and this is the Breakout Esports Masters Series Split 1 Finals. And Rio, you've been covering the championship so far. How has everything been going?
Everything's been exciting. I said that at the beginning of the last match, and it's just been electrifying. We saw that both teams just came charged, and I loved what I see. LRC came in with just this aggression in this last match, and but they weren't able to take it away from Bertz. To the shock of everybody, Bertz was able to get it, and I think that today in this next match, which is between Yappers and BKO, we're just going to see that electrifying gameplay, performance, and just excitement coming back.
Absolutely. I mean, remember that these teams have done so much to get to this point. We've had 4 qualifiers. Yesterday, there was an absolutely insane Swiss bracket where, teams that did not win to qualify at the earliest possible stage had to play a grand total of 15 matches of 3v3, v3, v3. And it was not easy to get to that point. So the fact that they are now here today, finally battling it out for the 3v3s that really do matter. This is everything. And yeah, it was a fantastic performance by Bertz, but hey, LRC, they were almost there. That was a very, very tense map 3. And now we will get another chance to see LRC later today with the lower semifinal. But before we get there, let's go ahead and check out Yappers versus BKO in the winner's semifinal. The winner of which will go on to face Bertz. And let's look at these maps. Banning Las Vegas and Seoul for these two teams, that makes the most sense for me, especially given their play styles. But Yappers picking Sis Horizon makes me so happy because Yappers is a team that is very aggressive, Rio. This is the team to watch if you're looking for European, just straight up W keying.
Yeah. And Sis Horizon is a great match for that kind of aggressive gameplay. Following up with Monaco, and it looks like we're hopping right into the match. We do see Dimov running the light again. Yeah, I'm happy to see that. He switched over to heavy yesterday, but back on light makes more sense.
Fight this. Focus me heavy. Orange me heavy. Nice. I'm healing you. I can't fight. I'm healing you.
See Boone going down, and immediately, what is that? Is that BKO down 2 teammates? And a team wipe.
It looks like we're going to open up really, really quickly to a team wipe for Yappers, but BKO, at the very least, able to sustain through it. We're in the middle of the game, it looks like, on Sis Horizon, and, well, already we're just down to 1 cash out remaining, and that is kind of wild. I didn't think that we'd be jumping right in the middle of it. But hey, like I said, straight W keying from Yappers, and Dimov running the light with the gateways and LH1. We can expect to see some crazy performance. In fact, there probably has been tons of crazy performance that we just missed, unfortunately.
Yep, not sure what happened, but hey, we're at a good point. There's 1 cash out remaining. We see the gremlins kind of getting set up at top of there. The 3rd vault will spawn. We see the teleporter. I forget what it's called. The
gateway portal.
Gateway portal. There we go. Going down. So they get some good distance on there. Dimov getting set up, trying to get chip damage onto BKO. Hopping down. He is using the invis, so trying to hop in and out of there. We see that BKO is set up on top of that rooftop area, and they're doing everything they can to just defend and make sure that they get this first vault. Or 3rd vault.
Yeah, absolutely. And with Gremliners, Oppenheimer, and Mickey in charge of Vault 3, they're going to have the ability to determine where that cash out's going to go. They're going to take it straight into the library, closest possible cash out into A, and now they will have a chance to defend against Yappers trying to progress forward. And look at that, Dimov gets absolutely eaten alive by the Lewis gun, and of course Bone will go next. Gremlin is an absolute demon with the Lewis gun, and I love being able to see that come through. The charge and slam as a heavy, remember, you can't just back off and play into your shield. Granted, he's got the dome, he's got the barricades, but we are going to be seeing tons and tons of just straight up firepower from BKO to try and do their best to mitigate the straight up rushes that are going to be coming from
Yeah,
Yappers.
maybe we don't need to knock it out. Maybe we don't need to
Yeah,
knock it out.
and
Maybe
Gremlin
not.
is just a really
Oh,
impressive
hurry up,
gameplay.
gas up, go ahead.
Any weapon you give him, he is just at the top of his class. We've seen him run the Lewis gun, we've seen him run the shotgun, and I think that he is one of the top tier heavy players in this game right now.
And he is going to have to get ready for this next fight coming through. Yappers only halfway through the cash out, but that means they've got maybe 1 or 2 good pushes left in them here. And looking like this approach, gonna be only 1 push. Means they have to make it work out well. Dimov needs to fall back to take a little bit of a heal here. Following that, see how this charge is going to go forward. Looks like BKO is pretty stable right now. They're sitting within the APS. They're sitting behind the barricade. They're not going to move too much, but that will open up the ability for Dimov to possibly find a flank, get that gateway, and start to squeeze the team. That will be the best approach, but the timer is still ticking down, Rio. The steal is going to start, and will they be able to try and find any way to make that steal connect all the way through? No, they won't, with Gremlin holding the side, but now he's the only one left. Gremlin's going to go out, and oh my god!
No.
That's Yappers actually getting through enough to take the steal. And that's going to be map 1.
Yeah, really interesting to see because BKO had such an impressive setup on top there, and they were even had to be pushed by Yappers because when you have that height advantage, it just makes it where you have such an overview of everything that's going on. So A+ gameplay from Yappers when they were able to push in there, drop the defense from BKO, get in there within the time limit and get the kills, and then finally get the steal. I'm sad that we missed the first 2 cash outs because that last one was amazing.
There was so much that I wanted to see there, but the craziest thing about that was I had thought that the way Yappers would try to get the upper hand in that fight would be by utilizing Dimov's gateway to, squeeze. You just push your heavy right behind him, or you push your medium, behind them. You try to get a little bit of a split going. They didn't even need to. I think what happened there was the heavy just shot a perfect RPG that just threaded the needle between the APSs, dropping Mickey into Situation's gunfire and just really splitting up BKO in a way they couldn't recover from. And that's the thing. I mean, especially when you are running media or double medium heavy, you've got to do your best to stick together as a team. And that's what Yappers was looking for there, was to try and split that team up. And it looks like at the very last second, they found the timing to do so.
Yeah, and there was just a lot of chaos that happened, especially during that split up, because you could see that BKO was trying to get back together as a group, but then they went down one after the other, and then we're down to just the heavy. And amazing performance from Yappers. I did not expect to see that right off the bat. So fun to watch. I think Dimov running the light, it was a great decision. You could see that he had that kind of good movement in and out, and with the rifle that he was using as well, it does a lot of damage if you are a great shot with it, and he obviously is.
And the thing is about that very last cash out is that they got Dimov out first, but Situation remained, and Situation was able to get the res onto Dimov, which allowed the team to sustain and not have to go through the team wipe process. Granted, of course the teammates have to coin back in, but when you coin in, you are still much closer to the objective than if they team wiped. And I think that if Gremlin and just the rest of BKO had decided to push in to chase down Dimov to guarantee the team wipe, that might have staggered them enough to where Yappers would not have had the chance to reset that way for that fight. And this is one of those things where, they made the decision, hey, let them coin, we're probably going to be fine. Well, you live and you learn.
Yeah. And they just played it so perfectly with the time, because they stole it with maybe like 2 seconds left at the end. So just they had a strategy. They must have talked to each other and figured out, like, okay, this is when we need to push. They did have a slower approach, which was interesting because they didn't allow them to have kind of that reset if it needed to happen. So they planned, they got the kills, they got in right at the end. That if the first 2 cash outs were anything like that for like the one that we just watched, I think that this next match will be kind of a beast to show off what the skill is for BKO and LRC.
And we've got these stats here. We've got Dimov and Mickey both tied up with 7 kills. Oppenheimer and Treason at 4 kills and 5 kills respectively. But look at the mediums and look at how they're actually able to split up their support score. Like looking at their average score, right, which is going to be combining everything from their support to their and their combat score. I wish we did have a dedicated support score here, because that's what you would want to look at, especially when it comes to a team with 2 mediums and a heavy versus just 1 medium who also has to support the light sometimes. You kind of have to figure out that balance between when you're shooting, when you're healing. That is everything to do with these teams. And when you are with BKO, you have a little bit of leniency, because you've got 2 mediums, you've got 2 people that can heal up that heavy, you can heal up each other. But with LRC, because with Yappers, because Yappers does not have that second medium, they have to be a lot more keyed in to when they're making those decisions. But enough about that. We're going to be diving into Monaco now, and as Vault 1 gets ready, looks like BKO got the better spawn closer to the Vault. They'll be getting that proc very early on, while Yappers resets over towards the Cathedral.
Yeah, and we see Gremlin kind of being on top of the roof. He's going to fall down, and his team is going to start opening the vault, and we will see that Yappers needs to kind of push up. We see Dimov waiting for any opening that he can get. It looks like the roof is slightly exploded. If not, it will be soon. And we see Dimov going into Invis. He might be pushing in. I don't know where the rest of his team is. He looks a little separated from them. So this is interesting. He throws down a gateway, goes on top of the crane. It's just a great place if you're a light to be just picking off damage.
And he's about to set up, so he has one entrance of the gateway up for his team. You can see on the top of the cathedral there. And it looks like it's a bit too high for his team to take. So this is definitely going to be a gateway where he's going to be able to get back in with his team, hence the split. But with Vault 1 being thrown slightly ajar away from the team, we can actually see Gremlin taking a pretty advanced position into the cathedral. Dimov finds Mickey, takes some shots, but that's going to be enough info to relay to the team, hey, I think they're trying to get a flank on us, as Cash Out B is certainly underway for the Yappers. This is a very interesting decision by BKO to try and figure out where Yappers is holding from and get the upper hand based on that information. But with Dimov still very stable on that crane, and with the ability to utilize that gateway to teleport across the map instantly, going to be an interesting fight, to say the least. Here we go, the first engagement going to be coming through as Mickey and Op are about to get collapsed on. There he is. Quick fight going to be coming through. They know there's one underneath. There's going to be a little bit of util being set up by the rest of the team on the upper and lower decks. Gas grenade coming in to do a little bit of damage, but looks like it's not going to connect the way it needs to. Take a look to see what Dimov has cooking up the side of the building here while the rest of the team starts to flood in. A lot of the util being deleted here for BKO, but it's Yappers who's losing their team members as they get full wiped by Oppenheimer. Medium shotgun on Monaco, doing work. They get the steal, and look at this timing. There's no way the Yappers is going to have time to fully reset and get here for a proper fight. If anything, they're going to have the ability to jump in, get a quick tap on it, but if we know anything about BKO, that's not going to be too much of an issue to deal with.
Yeah, BKO has amazing setup. Like, I'm watching them play, and they just are like a bunch of grapes. They just don't leave each other's side. And when you have Gremlin with that shotgun, it just makes it where you have to be right in the same room with them, because if you're wanting to get any of their teammates down, you have to push through that defense. And we see the canister going off and destroying half of the building, and BKO is just able to hold it. Great rocket off by Gremlin, and they are fighting there, pushing the Yappers down. And the Yappers just didn't have a chance. The cash out is going to go for BKO.
Yeah, great start, and also the team wipe for Yappers. This is unfortunate. So this is one of those things where you really have to measure, hey, we aren't going to have time for this cash out. Let's just set up for the next vault. And if Yappers had instead tried to go for a more neutral position, again, towards the crane, towards the middle of the map, to get set up for the next team fight on the vault, they would have a better chance. But unfortunately, because they just weren't able to nail that timing down, and they lose the team fight, now that also gives BKO the upper hand in determining where Vault 2 is going to go. Now, unfortunately for BKO, this Vault 2 spawn is going to be on the other side of the map, all the way up to the north towards the plaza. So they are going to have to take it across the map, past the cathedral, up into the northern side of, the western side of town, and hopefully they'll be able to do so without getting fully cut off by Yappers. But they're looking for the way to gatekeep as best they can already.
If we don't find him, we should just save him.
Gremlin and BKO set up on top of this roof.
Whoa,
Nobody is in direct control of this vault just yet, and it seems like was that a kill? I can't tell. No, they just dropped his shield. And low gravity has started, which will help the movement a little bit. It lets you kind of get the vault, and it has been yeeted all the way over on the other side of the map now. And as we see Gremlin grabbing the glitch barrel, those things are coveted like gold at this point. And I think that they will be able to get this started without much interference from Yappers. We see the gateway going down from Dimov.
Oh no, but Yappers actually is in control of the vault at the moment. Yappers was able to take it away, utilizing the gateway to clear some distance and cut BKO right off. You'd see as it goes all the way through the South Forest, it's able to almost make it all the way to C before BKO finally catches up. Catch up they will. It looks like the glitch barrel is going to go out. Some big damage about to come through from Gremlin here. Oh, that's so unfortunate. As we see that Bone has taken an L. Situation still holding Vault 2. He is losing health quite a bit. Might go out here if Mickey finishes the shots. And there we go. It is going to be Gremlin that finishes up that final player of Yappers. Now it's just up to Dimov. Has Gateway in hand, but does not have anything else. But this is another one of those situations where we have Dimov surviving, allowing the rest of the Yappers to coin back in, and getting a quicker reset. BKO definitely at a slight disadvantage here because of that. We can also notice here, Gremlin has switched off of Charge and Slam back to the Mesh Shield for Monaco, and that is probably for a very specific playstyle they're trying to set up, especially when you see Oppenheimer on that medium shotgun. A lot of things are changing here based on the map.
Yeah, and honestly, the Mesh Shield just makes so much sense. When you're getting these long-distance fights, it's better to just put it up, make your team, get your team behind them.
See that glitch barrel? They're getting ready to throw in. Yappers almost ready to aggress off the side. They're waiting for that timer to reach halfway. Apply the time pressure. Stun gun at the ready. Dimov nails the stun onto one of the players of BKO. Let's see what's going to happen as far as the push. They are not going to be pushing and activating on top of that stun gun. Instead, they're just going to try and still do some proc damage to the side here. But it's Mickey that grabs the first kill onto Yappers here. Yappers is going to be able to res through it here, and unfortunately for BKO, looks like Bone is going to be able to nail some shots here. Some trades are going through as Dimov goes out almost as well. There we go, Dimov is out as well. Got Gremlin and Mickey. Looks like it is going to be just a fight with tons and tons of trades, but remember the BKO, two mediums, they've got much more sustain than Yappers does, as the final member of Yappers goes out in this complex and confusing fight. Is going to be BKO that wins the second cash out here. A clean 2-0 sweep here on Monaco. And that's going to tie BKO up with Yappers in terms of map score.
Yeah, this is kind of what more I expected. BKO just has this force behind them, and we're able to kind of set up really defensively, and it did come in their favor. Unfortunately for Yappers, they just couldn't make it work. Now this means that we get to go see one final match between these two, and at this point, it's really anybody's game. Demo has been doing great on the light, but I'm curious if he decides to switch off like he did yesterday and maybe go to heavy and bring their team back into two mediums. It'll be exciting to see. They have one more chance, and yeah, not sure what's going to happen.
Yeah, because I think that Dimov, sitting on light, it worked really well for them on Cis Horizon, but now that we're on Monaco, it didn't really work as well as I think they wanted it to. We got a lot more situations where Dimov was able to get creative. We saw the gas grenade come through, but then they couldn't push on it. We saw the stun gun actually hit one of the mediums, but we didn't push on it. We saw the gateway being used, but it was never really taken more than just, hey, let's get from point A to point B pretty quick, but it was never used deeper than that. And I think that a lot of the stuff that comes through is just that Yappers is finding themselves in poor timing situations, and BKO, they're not even trying to put themselves in those situations. They just happen to be Like, hey, they're pushing. Let's just win this team fight. Hey, yeah, Yapper's aggressed on the point here. We already have one above. Drop in, squish him, right? And that's where Yappers is just really dropping the ball here because they did so good on Sister Horizon. How did that all fall apart?
Yeah, I think you nailed it. It was a timing thing. I mean, because we did see that Taze happen from Dimov, and his team just wasn't there to capitalize on it. And you saw that he had to then withdraw him from the situation, go to the left of the building, and it just didn't allow that opening that he really wanted it to. And that Taser has such a long recharge time that he might have had one more Taze if they stole the cash out. But it was just a real critical, failure on his team for not being able to support him in that move, because that's the advantage of the light. You can hop in and pop out, but you've got to make sure your team is there to capitalize on anything that you've just done.
Exactly. And I think that's where we really needed to see more gateway coming through from Dimov in a way that makes sense. A lot of teams, they are terrified of throwing the gateway into the building because, hey, what if they see us, like teleport and they'll be ready for us? Here's the thing. Those teams will also see you coming through the window. Right? Like, it's the same idea. And at the very least, if you're coming through the teleporter, there's less telegraphing as to when that's going to happen.
Yes.
I really want to see teams using the gateway like this. And I think that Dimov is leaving almost too much value on the table because we're not seeing the gateway being used in fights. They're only using it to rotate. They're only using it to get from bottom of the building to the top of the building instead of using a jump pad. And that is just not what the gateway's most powerful uses are.
Yeah, and that's an interesting point that, they won't see you coming. It's almost a little bit of a fear tactic. Like, there's a gateway there. They will hop through it. But when? I don't know.
So that's exactly another thing, is that you can also throw the gateway even if you're not going to take it. If you still want to push in to the building and you want to use, send your heavy up the stairs while two people go through the windows, that's fine. But if you throw the gateway in there as well, not only do you have a quick escape where, hey, this push didn't go the way I wanted to, tap E real quick, now I'm out. But also, the enemies are going to be looking at that thinking, when are they coming through here? And if you never do, that is still more value than you got by just dying with all of your util still in your inventory.
Yeah, and maybe we'll see that coming forward in these next seasons, is that it's a distraction technique, something to really throw off the enemy team. I'm coming in this way, but nope, I'm coming in from the right instead. Here we have the layout of scores. We see that Treason was able to get 1 kill. The same thing with Boone, just 1, and Dimov did not get any. So it seems that the bulk of the kills were happening on BKO. Gremlin had some amazing kills in there, but I'm really shocked. These are really low kill counts for both sides of the teams. I think that they're going for more of a strategic kind of gameplay, and slower gameplay, slower kills, getting more setup, but some really interesting stats here.
I think what ended up happening was that when Yappers lost that initial team fight, that same aggression that they had at the very beginning was ready to be utilized to its fullest extent. And then they lost that energy the moment they lost the first team fight, which led to them to trying to take a more measured approach to try to figure out what BKO is doing, try to get behind them. But then it comes down to, again, not using their util in the way that makes the most sense, not being able to capitalize on the situations that BKO is putting themselves in, and just dropping the ball in such an unfortunate way.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if they can pivot and kind of make some changes. They need to change right now. We've seen the Yappers can do it, but BKO has kind of time and time again shown that they have a really good team lineup, team composition. They're able to set up defensively after they get the cash out started, and I think that we're going to be jumping into this next match. Do you know this is on Skyway Stadium?
It's on Skyway Stadium. Unfortunately, we did have a glitch lobby, so we are going to wait just a little bit. Don't worry, gamers. Season 3 is gonna fix all of our custom games issues, right?
Oh, we've been playing.
I hope so.
right.
You gotta have faith. I do have faith. I mean, they did throw this in here at season 2, and you know, it was a little unexpected that we would even have private matches. And I'm happy that we have it because it set us up to be able to do tournaments like this. And you got to think that Embark has an idea that, hey, there is a scene happening. There's people that are wanting to get pro in this game. This is not just a casual game. This is something that people could set up for a career potentially. And I think with that, we will see as time goes on more and more support for custom games.
Exactly. And with amazing grassroots organizations like Breakout Esports, who's brought us here, I really think that there is so much room for the scene. And it's all of you in the viewers right now that are watching this that are also helping to make this possible. And yeah, again, big shout out to Burrito Supreme for that insane donation. Got a prize pool all the way up over $600 now for the winners of today. You love to see it. I love seeing just grassroots esports organizations starting up and making this work out because, hey, if Embark isn't going to give us the esports scene, we're going to build it brick by brick.
Yep, and I mean that's how some of these other esports started. You know, back in the beginning with Counter-Strike, it was these grassroots tournaments. People had come out to LANs, and you know now we've advanced a little bit and don't need a LAN setting yet. But it is fun that these players are at the top of their game. And I think I said this yesterday, but if you go look on the top 500 list, you're going to see a lot of names that you see today playing. And I think that there's a reason that they're here, reason that they're playing, reason that they're building this excitement. And I do believe that we're in this first step of the finals becoming, you know, a real staying force in the esports scene. So I'm excited to see where it goes and where we look back here in a couple of years and be like, wow, look at us and look at that. Look at those esport players, because this is definitely the beginning of careers of some really good players.
Exactly. And hey, I think we're about to jump into a game here. This is going to be Skyway Stadium standard issues. So no middle rise platform, no construction site. We're just getting the raw, absolute power that is Skyway Stadium.
I would love to see in future that we can set the variation of it. Because either having just the clean one or maybe doing something a little bit crazy like everybody on suspended would be fun.
As soon as we have that, I will be running Soul Moving Platforms 24/7 servers. Please hit me up if you guys need that.
That sounds amazing.
But let's go ahead and jump into it here. We're going to be seeing BKO once again getting a pretty decent spawn, but Yappers close enough to get the frog first. Yappers actually is going to be starting off the fight here. Looks like BKO trying to at least subvert a little bit, doing enough damage out that door as we see Yappers trying to go away, but boom, Demov in the back taking out Oppenheimer. The trades will come through. 2 members of Yappers down. It's just going to be up to Demov. And will Demov be able to survive? He takes the pad, but looks like he is going to be able to survive here. Yet again, beautiful. That's how you use the gateway to once again subvert your enemy's expectations, but they are going to chase him through it. They reset his heal as well. It's going to take a little bit of time to get back up to full, but BKO, they know that it's not a full team wipe. Yappers has time to coin in.
That was an amazing movement from Demov on Yappers. He had 2 health, was able to get out of there. He was still chased at that 2 health, but he found a nice little corner to stay in, and he was able to run the clock out for his team to respawn. A-plus gameplay, he saved himself, he saved his team from being respawned, and I think that this might help as they gather up and get ready to push into BKO going into this next cash out. Interesting to see Demov running with the sawed-off shotgun. It's a really hard gun to master, but I think that if there's somebody that can show us what this top tier of running the shotgun is, it's probably him.
Yeah, I'm actually really curious to see that come out on Skyway. I would expect to see that on Vegas, but in Skyway, it's a little bit interesting, especially since this is the first time I'm seeing it in the Masters Series tournament. Let's go ahead and check out what these nades are going to do. Unfortunately, not going to do a lot, although Oppenheimer taking a massive hit there. He is going to get finished off with that shotgun. Is he going to be able to sustain with the team? Will Mickey be able to get it? No, we see Gremlin also going down. Looks like BKO is in danger of getting a wipe here. Now wipe is going to come through as Mickey goes out.
Yeah, really smooth movement from Yappers. They were able to kind of slide in there, get a teammate down, but bring him right back. Dimov with the shotgun is actually making some pretty good moves. This is great, and I think that by the time they hold, and by the time that the respawn happens, they might have already secured this cash out. There's at least going to be just one final push, and if they can kind of cut them off with this big, great distance that they have, I think that they're in a good situation.
It's one push that they have left, but I think that BKO has the ability to get in there and drop it. They have a jump pad set up on the outside, and it looks like Yappers is ready to just gatekeep them away fully. We see a lot of util coming through. There's Gremlin taking the pad, getting ready to find an entry up to the top. Looks like there's not going to be too much damage. He is going to be able to do a little bit with that RPG and the C4, but not enough to finish off any of the players. Looks like Gremlin's trying to put himself in a situation where he's going to be able to try and start this steal, but as the rest of Yappers start to collapse in on the team, they're going to lose 1, they lose 2, and there's 3, and that's going to be a team wipe once again for BKO. Absolutely unfortunate, as Yappers going to be getting the steal now.
Yeah, Yappers have come ready to fight. They've changed their strategy.
Wait a second. Wait a second.
Yeah, no.
Yappers didn't get the steal all the way through. BKO actually finished the steal and didn't get it stolen back. BKO actually got the cash.
Wow, that had to have come down to like the last 2 seconds. They were still respawning. I thought they had lost it.
I thought that Yappers fully had that steal.
Yeah, I wonder what happened. I think that we cut away and just didn't see it happen because everybody expected that to be going in the way of Yappers.
Absolutely insane stuff here, but we are going to get a little bit of a secondary fight now. This is crazy because BKO, they not only have 1 point up here, $10,000 in the bank already, but that's going to allow them to set the stage. They also are in control of Vault 2. We can see, though, Dimov trying to get in the way of that, not going to let it happen for free. The stun gun going to go out, stall them out a little bit here as the rest of Team Yappers comes through to the sidelines here, bouncing up and down, trying to keep them on their toes. Dimov will be taking a lot of damage, but also dealing tons of damage in return. We are going to be seeing Dimov almost get taken out here. He takes out Gremlin, but he will be traded out himself. It's just Mickey standing for BKO, and unfortunately, does not look like Mickey's going to be able to stay standing for much longer here.
Yeah, a lot of damage going off. What's going on? Demo's not moving. There he comes back. Maybe he didn't realize he got res. What I'm finding interesting about Dimov is that he's hopping into these fights before his team's even there. So he's hoping to get a little bit of damage and then have his team come in and support him. And we do see it kind of working out for their advantage.
He's like a living RPG, because if you can get in there with that shotgun, you can do some insane opening damage for your teammates. And that's sort of, I think, the ethos behind this playstyle. However, Yappers is in control of Cash Out C. BKO going to be rotating all the way in from the office space over to the hospital. Let's see how they're going to be able to find their way in. Will they go from a top-down approach? Will they try to break it underneath them? Luckily, it's not in the kitchen. That would be very difficult for them to find their way into. But as the glitches go out from both teams, it looks like, it's going to be interesting to see how they find their way across this wide open gap.
And as soon as this vault drops, I think that the inside area is really hard to kind of defend and even re-steal. So I'm curious to see if it drops or if they take this fight immediately just on the top of the roof.
BKO pushing across the side here, and we see the RPG is going to be ready. Jump pad RPG possibly on the way. There's the jump pad, there's the RPG, and there's the opening damage. Unfortunately, though, it's not going to be enough. That will put Gremlin in a very open area where he might be getting collapsed in on. There it is. It is going to be Yappers once again taking a quick win here, and another team wipe for BKO. Super unfortunate given the fact that BKO started this map so strong. I think that this is a guaranteed 10K for Yappers. Not enough time for BKO to get in here, and it looks like we might be experiencing a little bit of a leave? Not sure what happened. Maybe we had a crash. At the very least, though, it is 1-1 for the cash outs. So if we do have to reset the lobby, we could just reset it, and whoever gets the first cash out wins. Basically, already like a solved problem. But Very interesting to say the least. The fact that we had such a strong start for BKO and then an insane comeback from Yappers.
Yeah, BKO just keeps getting wiped. And it's really shocking to see. I just didn't expect them to kind of go down that easily. There were a lot of team fights happening, and they were really close together, but maybe they're just not getting the right heals. Maybe, Gremlin just isn't able to put up that shield and kind of protect his team enough. I'm not sure. They're kind of more of the aggressive team, and it seems like they are kind of getting aggressed on by Yappers.
Yeah, I think that Yappers has some decent timing, especially when it comes to trying to figure out their ways into BKO's opening. Especially they know when the jump pad RPG is coming through. Two people are going to be taking that at the very least, right? You're going to be seeing Gremlin take the jump pad. He's going to open up the RPG. And what Yappers is trying to do is trying to find that timing where when Gremlin takes the jump pad, can they break it in time to make sure that their last medium is not able to cut off one of the mediums, cut off one member of the team, turn it into a 2v3? Because once you have a 2 medium setup, that the very first medium that goes out, what's the second medium going to do? Put his gun away, pull out the paddles, and that is another opportunity to strike. And I think that Yappers has pretty much nailed that timing. BKO has to figure out how to mitigate it. They did last map. Let's see if they can do it again. But it's hard because Gremlin keeps adapting. We have the shotgun now. Why? It's crazy.
Yeah, well, and there were also a couple of rockets that Gremlin shot off that just didn't connect the way that you could tell that he wanted to. And it's a little sad because there were some really good opportunities that he could have brought, one of the enemy teams down to, just a little bit of health and then finish him off as he lands that jump pad and get the kill. So, I think that even threw him a little bit because he just didn't expect to miss that rocket. And because of it, they don't get the opening and they don't get the easy first kill that makes the enemy team scramble, and Yappers kind of has taken advantage of that, and they're able to bring Gremlin down. Gremlin has this aggression that he just kind of pushes forward, and if you're able to exploit that and kind of take advantage and bring him down instead, you lose that critical member on BKO, and it just makes it so much harder for everybody else.
It's as if, Rio, he's a gremlin.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and so like we said originally, because we had had to change servers right there when the score line was 10,000 to 10,000, we're going to just be doing one more quick match right here where the first cash out wins. You can just basically draw in your head the score line. If you want right on your screen with a little Sharpie, 10,000, 10,000, just so you remember. And then all you got to do is make sure whoever gets this first cash out really puts their all into it, because this is going to be the last one, right? Because this is tied up scoreline. This is match point. This is game point. This is map point. This is everything for the winner's semifinal. And at least the loser will be able to get one more try against LRC.
Yeah, if I were BKO, I would do everything I can to kind of step it up. You have, 5-10 minutes to make this happen. And I think that if they're able to get in control of the vault first, take it out and get the cash out started, BKO is amazing at setting up defensively. I think that where they're struggling is pushing into the Yappers defense. So if they're able to kind of have that control from the beginning, I think that we'll see this go the way of BKO. But it's really going to come down to who controls it, because if Yappers is able to set up their defense, they're just amazing again. So two teams that are really good at the defensive side of this game, I think it's kind of up in the air. It's going to depend on how the randomness affects who spawns closer to the vault and who gets there first.
Exactly. And remember, we also aren't guaranteed to have the same variant of Skyway Stadium. In fact, I'm looking at the loading screen right now, Rio, and it is up, down, left, right. So that means our first two cash outs are on the standard fare. And, never mind, because even though we were all in the same lobby, it looks like it somehow put them into different games. And so the private match still, it's hard to make private matches work, right? In our 20 years of gaming experience, Rio, I've never had custom games in an FPS before.
Yeah, I mean, maybe one day we'll go back to self-hosted servers and we can go back to the olden days of a server browser. I know that thing is a foreign concept to people these days, but
it's
maybe
wild. It's wild to me that like we live in an era of like now it's just quick play. It's just ranked. When in the good old days, I remember I had never played a game of Battlefield 4 that I did not click on the server myself, right?
Yep.
For Halo 3, I played probably close to 1,000 hours of multiplayer. Almost none of those were searching for matches. It was pretty much all someone on my friends list sends me a message saying, hey, we're doing Jenga, and then I'm playing custom games for the next 6 hours until I have to go to bed, right? And now those days are so far gone, and we almost had it. That's what we could have had if we had like full control over these custom lobbies for the finals. We're so close to greatness, Rio. We're so close.
It's funny because server browsers are actually what got me into my current career. I'm a Linux engineer, and for me, back in the day of Quake 3, I wanted to learn how to set up a server. So I learned how to work with Linux. I learned how to set up the initial servers, run all the variations, and throw on the maps I wanted. And then I hosted servers for random people. I hosted servers for friends, and it makes me sad that those days aren't here anymore because it was so much fun having control. We have our own little variation of it now with private matches, but being a server admin and being able to kind of do your own way, it's a sad days.
Never forget the old days of looking up a YouTube tutorial with terrible license-free music about how to run Log Me In Hamachi. Those were the days. But guys, we are still gonna be trying to jump into a match here. Looks like we are possibly about to get this, but nope. I am seeing once again 2 different variations. That is standard issue and high rise. We're gonna have to try again. So everybody, while we get this last cash out set up, we're gonna go to a short break, and we will come to you with the action when it's ready. So bear with us. We'll be right back as soon as we can. We are back. The servers finally agreed with us that it's time to play the game, and so play the game they will. BKO and Yappers going at it once again. And hey, somehow we actually got standard fare again. So like we said before, this is map 3.3, and it's going to be starting off strong. I believe that we can see Yappers coming through from the other side of the building, about to collapse in on BKO, and there it is. BKO going to have to take this fight here. The dome shield is going to go down, but the damage is going to be coming through. Gremlin going to be the last man standing from his team, but as the shotgun shots go through to take out D-Mob, he is going to be able to take out Situation. No, he's not. That's a team wipe for BKO.
It's a shame to see. There was another one of those rockets where he just didn't hit a direct point, and yeah, it's kind of really hurting them. But we see Dimov is doing great with the light. He even went for the elbow kill, the quick kill, but he was able to pull it off with his shotgun at the end. We are seeing some great use of that shotgun, and Vault 1 is going to be opened by the Yappers.
Yep, and Yappers are going to have control over this with the gateway to take it very quickly over to B. And as you can see, BKO was not prepped for that. They totally thought it was going towards A. They are debating as they jump across, do they take the gateway? But it will be just a straight shot across the hotel. But Yappers is going to be privy to this. They will know where BKO is going to be coming from as they come out the other side of this. The main question is going to be, where will that first strike come from? Looks like BKO does know that there's people holding up to the rooftop. We see Dimov on the sideline here with the grenades in hand, ready to throw and find a little bit of damage output. Will he find the right timing to use it? There's the jump pad RPG coming through. Glitch barrel to stop the RPG. A lot of damage in onto BKO. The BKO, they will be able to sustain just a little bit here, but unfortunately for BKO, as they get in, Gremlin will go down, getting rezzed. Oppenheimer going to go down after. It's not looking good as Mickey and Gremlin take the final shots. It's a team wipe for BKO, and now it's Yappers starting the cash out already halfway through. There's only enough time for one push here.
Yeah, this is really slow gameplay. You know, I expected to see it kind of going a little quicker, but they are kind of trying to pull it as strategically as possible, and with that team wipe, they are getting reset and having to push in at the last minute. They're going to get one good push, and if they get wiped, it is game over for BKO.
And they're just going to have to go straight through the buildings as well. I do believe that Yappers is trying to hold up a sidelines on the outside, but remember that the gas grenades in Dimov's inventory are going to do quite a bit of heavy lifting here as BKO tries to find their way in. Gremlin doing the most to try and get some damage in. They need to try and start a seal as they drop it through away from the util, and they are going to do as best they can to try and not take the damage, but it's just going to keep coming through. Looks like Gremlin is separated from his team just enough to not be able to get healed through this. He goes out. Oppenheimer goes down. It's just Mickey, and unfortunately, looks like Mickey's going to go out as well. That's going to be the end of the game as Yappers take the final cash out, pick up map 2, putting them in the running for the winners final coming up. That being said, BKO, they're not out just yet. They will have the ability to go for a quick save in the losers semis. Wow, what an intense match.
Yeah, WoW is indeed. I think that the star player really in that match was Dimov. He came back from earlier where he was just kind of a little like out of place, but he has been putting that shotgun to good use. They're able to get good, really critical kills, get in there, dive in, dive out. I think he even started to use the gateway, you know, in more productive manners. So really fun to watch these two teams. Yappers definitely brought their A game. BKO, I'm not sure what happened there, but like you said, they're not out yet, and I think we have more coming up here shortly.
Exactly, and we are going to get that loser semifinal to you as quick as we can, so let's just set it to a break, and we'll come right back with some more gameplay when we're ready.
No, like it works.
Oh. Well.
Wait, on that.
Drop on this.
Obviously, just drop it.
I'm dead.
Like that.
Nice. I have no ammo, bro.
No, guys.
Got it.
No RPG.
I'm tased. Deep behind you, Mickey.
They're both low. Medium is low.
Maybe it's low. Maybe it's super low.
Heavy dead. I need heals.
Gonna see it.
Yeah. They hate when you elevate. You're stacking up losses, I'm handing them out, yeah, I had to go delegate. It feel like I'm floating, I'm lost in the moment, I swear I could levitate. They never believed that I would really fly, I had to go demonstrate. I had to set them straight. They hate when you elevate. Elevate, elevate. They hate when you elevate. Elevate, elevate. Yeah. They hate when you elevate. Elevate, elevate. They hate when you elevate. Yeah. I had to elevate. I'm way too fly. Yeah, I'm feeling myself. Ain't no chance I'm coming down, no. Got this whole view to myself. Yeah. Why would I give it up? Why do they wanna come take my place? I work too hard for it, don't need a replacement. This my vocation. Now I got rollies all in rotation. Hop on a jet just to take a vacation. Remember the moments was trapped in the basement. Now the hard work is all taking me places. Squatting on bed like we trapped in the matrix. Bet on myself and go ball out in Vegas. Living a life like I'm rich and I'm famous. Don't see the grind that I know that it came with. Oh, I ain't make it this far for myself. Yeah. I had to prove to everybody else. I had to set them straight. Yeah, I had to boss. I had to renovate. I know they hate when you elevate. You're stacking up losses, I'm handing them out. Yeah, I had to go delegate. It feel like I'm floating, I'm lost in the moment. I swear I could levitate. They never believed that I would really fly. I had to go demonstrate. I had to set them straight. They hate when you elevate. Elevate, elevate. They hate when you elevate. Elevate, elevate. Yeah, they hate when you elevate. Elevate, elevate. They hate when you elevate. Yeah, I had to elevate. Ooh, yeah. Why they wanna bring me down? So much drip, yeah, I almost drowned in it. I can't dim it down. Yeah, I'm way too fired up. I can't simmer down. Ooh, yeah, yeah. I see the flashing lights. Make sure the flashing right. Yeah, I'm in my bag tonight. Yeah. Ooh, I might just pull up before it. Watch out, the engine is roaring. It's too loud, you can ignore it. Yeah, yeah. This the high life with a few. Yeah. You can have it all, no need to choose. Yeah. First, let me demonstrate how you can rise to the top. Yeah, I had to elevate. Yeah. I'm the main event, ain't no back and forth, let's get it. Heartless energy, yeah, better get lost, oh get with it. Ain't nobody in front of me, ain't nobody in front of me, ain't nobody in front of me, ain't nobody in front of me. You can try to prove me wrong and try to give respect, but who we looking for if there was no one left? Ain't nobody in front of me, ain't nobody in front of me, ain't nobody in front of me, ain't nobody in front of me. Look, I don't really see
Welcome back, everybody. It's the lower semifinal, and we've got BKO LRC. That's 3 letters per team, 3 players per team. And Rio, you've also got 3 letters in your name, so I want to hear it from you first. Who we thinking to take this one to get the chance at the redemption arc in the lower final?
I want to see BKO. They just have so much to show us, so much to prove. Gremlin is an amazing player, in my opinion. I do believe, and I said this earlier, that I think he's the best heavy player maybe in the game right now. So I want to see that going up against whoever has made it into the finals. If they don't make it, LRC still has an amazing setup, and I think that it could go either way.
I think the LRC has a really, really good chance at this, especially given the fact that it's Nason 808 we're talking about. This guy has more kills with the defib than a lot of players have overall, and that's in this series. It's crazy. I think that they've got what it takes, but at the same time, I gotta give my shouts to BKO. Someone once told me, a beautiful scholar once said, that if you're in a dark place, just turn on the lights. And that's what BKO's got to do, that they just got to turn the lights on and get going. It's a best of 3, and those 3 maps are going to be on Sis Horizon, Skyway, and Seoul. And now with removing Monaco from the pool from BKO is a huge brain move because they know how LRC plays their Nason 808 unstoppable on Monaco. So I love seeing them get that ban through. But now we're going to be going into Sis Horizon. And when it comes down to Sis Horizon, well, I think the Gremlin is, well, you could say he's a bit of a gremlin.
Yeah, he knows this map. The BKO knows this map, and I just think it's a great map to showcase who these teams are. Nason is going to be able to kind of get good movement on it, and LRC, can fight through the BKO's defensive here, but Gremlin is going to be the player to watch because I wonder if he runs Charge and Slam. I think he tends to run Charge and Slam on this on Sis Horizon. Correct me if I'm wrong, but if he decides to run the Mesh Shield, yeah. We'll just see what he picks because it's going to be a different game style than they've been used to earlier today.
Absolutely, and we can see right there the Charge and Slam for Gremlin is going to be coming through, and this is actually going to be a pretty fun game to look out for, given the fact that it's double heals, both heavies on Lewis gun, both teams have one medium shotgun and one FCAR, and at the same time, the only major difference is going to be that Charge and Slam on Gremlin versus the Mesh Shield on Blacks. Now, what I'm really, really eager to find out is... Oh, we have a pause. I'm eager to find out if we stay in this lobby. I think we are. We're good. Okay, I think I'm eager to find out how this slight difference in setup changes the playstyles that we know from these two teams.
Yeah, and we see Gremlin getting a good opening on this first vault. They're getting set up because they know they're just right about being pushed. Going to the stairs area, which is a nice area to kind of pocket in. Not sure what's happening. Looks like a commercial break on one. But we see Nason and his teammates are holding on to those glitch grenades, glitch barrels, because they are quite useful in pushing in this first team fight. They're kind of doing a slow approach. It doesn't even look like they're running. I guess they're waiting to find the opening to intercept on BKO.
I don't think that intercept is going to happen the way that they want it to, given the fact that BKO is pretty much all the way over to A already. Especially when you gotta consider the fact that they're going towards the campus, and the campus cash out is going to be super easy for them to hold, especially with the Charge and Slam. And speaking of which, when we see LRC coming in from the top here, that is going to put them at a slight disadvantage, given the fact that BKO is already very, very deep inside of this building. A lot of damage going to be coming through already on the other side of the map. There is Nason gets cut off from the rest of his team, lose 2 members, but BKO, they have to know that a reset is coming in. They don't want to get this cash out started just yet, but they're going to have to, because they know that if they are going to get caught up in this fight here, that it might be a little bit too late. Oh, I'm seeing double. I'm seeing triple. I'm seeing quadruple, but don't worry, I can tell we're going to be in. All right, so just doubling back here. LRC has reset. They're inside of the campus building, and Gremlin and team are currently up on the top there. Charge and slamming in from the top as we get ready to see the steal come through. Steal starts. There's the Charge and Slam. We see Gremlin inside the building starting off this fight, but not going to be finishing it off. They actually push LRC back a little bit, looks like, and they're going to be waiting to re-aggress one more time. As we see Gremlin getting ready to charge in through the building, a lot of damage is going to go through, but they will be able to sustain. Spoiler getting cut off while Gremlin goes down. Gremlin is going to be able to get res here as the team starts to push through. Spoiler as well. They're going to be able to find the res. Lots and lots of damage to come through. Nason is going to be the next target as the Charge and Slam hits. Deals a lot of damage finishing with the RPG, and that's going to be a team wipe onto LRC as Gremlin, Mickey, and Op able to sustain through for cash out A.
Yeah, that was amazing. Gremlin had that a perfect rocket, and I've been talking about how the rockets haven't been connecting, and he just, fixed that, changed that, got that close range rocket, and it does look like they will be able to hold on to this first cash out. Even with the respawn, they might get one dive on the point, but I think that this is going to go.
I don't think so. They spawn all the way over at the art gallery. The quick zip over into campus, but at the same time, remember they have to deal with the seed fight because Gremlin could just charge and slam through the roof yet again. And it does look like they will try to aggress this fight here. Nason going through, red barrel out, shotgun in hand, but it's not going to be enough as we got BKO fully baked into the site. ready to hold on for dear life. That's going to be a lot of damage that I don't think that LRC is capable of sustaining through. But the team fight goes on, and it looks like they're able to recover at least a little bit. I don't think a full team wipe is in effect here, but also at the same time, the team... Oh, perhaps it is a full team wipe. We see this coming through. The final kill, that is a team wipe. Wow.
The chase down, and we did see that he was able to use the charge and slam to push somebody off of the point that was actively stealing it. So really good choice in that charge and slam decision on this map. One thing to point out about the charge and slam is that sometimes you can find yourself out of position because you have charged so far forward. Usually you can kind of stop yourself by doing a jump and then kind of slamming into the ground, but it can put you out of a position that you were kind of expected to be in. So Gremlin doing great, really good choice there. We see that they're getting set up, you know, BKO is in a good spot. They're going to get this vault for sure, and I'm curious if they take it to, I think they're probably going to go B. They might be closer to A or C, but I think that they're going to run over to B, yeah. So they got some good distance. They'll be able to hop on that jump pad, jump on over to cash out B.
Oh, but check out this fight. Nason is doing such good work with this shotgun here. Takes out 2. Absolutely insane work here. Just going to be Gremlin upstanding. I think that they will be able to find the kill there as Gremlin goes out. That is a team wipe for BKO. LRC now in control, which is going to be good for them. They get shut out here. That's going to be map 1. But remember that this map is going to be BKO's pick. BKO is fantastic on this map, and LRC is not able to fully remain in control here. Could get sticky.
Yeah, that was a great intercept, and they really played that well, got the right kills, and were able to get it and get in control of the vault. So at this point, we've got both teams showing what they can do defensively and offensively, and really just diving in there before the cash out had even started. Bold move, and it really paid off for them. Now we see Nason trying to knock over the vault. Interesting fact, the reason that they do that is it makes it easier to fall down a little more predictably, and it makes it, oh, I think they're trying to shoot it out the window, or maybe that was by mistake.
Yeah, so they're doing their best to move it with those gas barrels and put it into a better position so it can't just be dropped down into the open by BKO. But BKO, they're going to have time to move in and get set up on the sidelines here. Now they're closer to the site than ever before, and we see LRC holding very strategically in the next doorway. Now, this is a very difficult place to go through in the museum, but as we see Gremlin get ready to charge and slam, he moves over to the side. Huge team fight going to be going through. Gremlin goes down, but he is going to be able to get res. Same thing for Nason. Goes down, able to get res as Mickey is out as well. We will see Mickey get back up from Oppenheimer, but Oppenheimer's gone, and there's no more paddles to be used for him. Mickey and Gremlin, low HP. It's just Gremlin standing, and LRC come out on top in this team fight here. Such a crazy fight. But again, when it's sustain versus sustain, it's all about who can better manage their heals and their reses. And in that close quarters fight, it just happened to be LRC.
Yeah, and there were some really interesting choices to res right on top of 2 teammates that were awesome, enemy teammates that were being res as well. So, you know, as soon as they came back, they had to be immediately in a fighting position, and it just didn't work out in the favor of BKO. Thankfully, you know, Nason was able to kind of get his team and bring them back to health. But BKO did find themselves not in a great position. This is great because it's going to come down to the last and final cash out for this first match.
Yeah, and it always has to come down to it when it comes to teams like this. Remember, these teams are here for a reason. We know that they are evenly matched, and that is what I love about the finals. So when we see teams that are fully engaged in this sort of just intense combat, this is so different from what you see normally in just your ranked games of the finals. This next team fight here over Vault 3 is just a little bit of a sneak preview as to what can happen when every team finds themselves in a perfect just 1v1 situation. And BKO, they really focus on, let me finish my kill, let me win my fight. And LRC, they are, hey, let me do what's best for my team. And that isolated gunfight over Vault 3, that gave us a really good insight as to how these teams are thinking. And I'm really curious what this final cash out has in store for us.
Yeah, and interesting that they decided to dive on intercept the enemy team before they even started the vault. So they wanted to bring that fight there, and BKO just felt confident, and it might have been a little overconfidence because they weren't able to pull it off. We saw the Gremlin went down real fast, and now they're going to get set up at the vault location. So maybe in my head it was a little bit of a non-critical fight, maybe just trying to show off that hey, we're still here, we're still in this game, and yeah, the next fight will come up here as they're trying to run away.
Huge damage to Nason, 808 across the bridge here. Not going to be a kill though. Nason gets rezzed up through it, and yeah, no big damage here, no big changes. But as Vault 3 gets closer to Cash Out D, that's going to be LRC remaining in control of the Cash Out at the very beginning, and time will tell if BKO is going to be able to catch up. Looks like they are getting closer to being able to take out Nason. That is a quick, very good opening. They are able to solo out one other player. That's going to leave just Black standing for the final fight here, and if he can get taken out in the next 5 seconds, it could be a game changer for BKO, but it looks like they're not going to be able to find that in. I believe we will see Nason coining. I believe that we are going to be seeing Spoiler coining as well. And now it's time to see how BKO retains control over the cash out. As the reset is coming through, we're now all the way over to the other side of the map in Library, actually Workspace even. Let's see what they can do in the Workspace.
Yeah, I love this cash out because you're able to hide up in this area like they
Gremlin mid setup. We can see LRC coming in from the back, and they get fully caught off guard here. Luckily, Gremlin able to sustain here as Mickey tries to heal him through. Oppenheimer and Mickey both at very low HP. This is looking not great, but Gremlin solos out one player, and that's Black's going all the way out as Mickey comes in from the heavens to heal. The team is healed up, and RPG damage will come through for the team as BKO does what they can to just find 1v1s and isolate fights here. That is going to be, I believe, one team wipe. There it is. Spoilers out. That's a team wipe for LRC. Insane performance from BKO. And with only 1/4 of the time left for this cash out, I don't think there's enough time for LRC to take this one back.
Yep. An amazing rocket came off from Gremlin too, because it not only did a lot of damage to LRC, it brought the cash out down. So they were trying to steal it, and they just lost it out from underneath them, and a lot of damage, and it really contributed to that team wipe. So Gremlin is in top condition right now. He's now set up in a nice little foam area. I'm gonna have to steal this because that's a great play. And we see the gas going down, and I just don't think that they're going to be able to do anything to stop this. This seems like, yep, there is the game.
Absolutely insane, and that's why you love running Charge and Slam on this map, especially Sis Horizon. The Charge and Slam does so much heavy lifting to be able to make sure that, hey, if they're stealing and you can't blow it down with an RPG, it doesn't matter if they're not in the building anymore.
Yeah, and I love seeing that because it goes off of what people normally play. They normally get the mesh shield because it's like I like to protect my team. But if you then turn yourself into a powerhouse of damage, a powerhouse of clutching those important kills on the steal out, pushing people away, even just getting somebody pushed off the map, out of an area where you can isolate them and then your team can swarm on them. It's great constructive gameplay. It's cool to see, and I'm curious to see if he keeps holding on to it because he is doing such impactful plays.
Yeah, and I mean, I think it is map dependent because we have seen BK. I remember when it was Skyway Stadium, we saw them switch back over to the mesh shield. Those longer sight lines across the rooftops, you need to be able to protect your team from that damage. But I think that even on Skyway Stadium or even Monaco, maps where you don't usually see Charge and Slam, it has intense value, specifically for the fact that you get that free drop when you're playing on height like Gremlin always does. If they're stealing it, you just slam onto the point, and now the point's on the other side of the ground. The player that was stealing it is now in a different room entirely, and especially in a map like Monaco or Skyway where you have buildings that are stacked right next to each other, and you don't want to take the time to go out. Just go through straight as one point A to point B. But hey, just straight line.
Yep, and it just goes to say that Gremlin really knows what he's doing. He knows when to pick it and when to use it, and that was a great performance from BKO. I love to see every minute of that, and I think LRC kind of has their work cut out for them going into this next match because, in my opinion, this could be BKO just taking it and running with it.
Yeah, I actually got to talk to BKO a little bit yesterday on the B stream, and after they had sort of completed their run, I talked to them and asked like what their overall strategy is. And Oppenheimer gave me a really good sight into that, and that is that they have pretty much mastered their communications when it comes to when Op and Mickey are healing and when they're shooting. And it's so important because this is a thing that teams often overlook, because a lot of gamers, especially today, it's too cool to just not calm, right? Oh, I'm too cool to tell you what I'm doing and to call out everything. But when you're actually really serious about winning and utilizing team strats, having just a code word for out of heals so that you don't have to explain, hey, I am now out of heals. I am going to reposition myself to start shooting the enemy team. Can you please heal my heavy? If you could turn all that into one word, it's so good. And so that's kind of what they focus on, right? Is to try to figure out not just, hey, we're going to figure out how to push this team individually. They are really working on timing for playing for themselves, putting their heavy up front, making sure that when the medium who has the jump pad is in the right spot, that they can get that jump pad out for Gremlin at the right time. And so when you're looking at BKO, that's what you got to look at, is that team synergy.
Yeah, and communication wins. Honestly, if you have a good communication, if you have a good rapport with your team, it can make all the difference, because you need your team to trust you. So you can have a team that you make calls out for, and there is a moment when you hear a call, whether you decide to act on it or whether you decide to throw out a different strategy or do something like that. But the more that you trust your teammates, trust their calls, trust their communication, the more you can work as like one unit, and then you're just one strong player basically, instead of like 3 people running around. I think that that's what's important, and I'm glad that you're able to talk to them, because that's a really good insight into the way the BKO works.
Exactly, and making sure that you have the ability to just fully be in control of whatever situation comes your way, that is the most important thing. Now, I believe that we are currently lobby shopping right now, trying to find our way into the next map, but go ahead and take a look at those stats. Here is BKO and LRC. This is pretty insane to see that we've got kind of the revival coming, as LRC, look at that, is that 19 kills total? And then for BKO also as well, 19 kills.
Huh. Yeah. And I kind of am not shocked by this, actually, because both of these teams are so evenly matched. Their loadouts are similar, the way that they play is similar, and it does look like the kill counts, I mean, even from player to player, like there's a 1 difference. Like it's pretty interesting to see. These are 2 teams that just should be competing against each other, should have kind of that competitive nature, and you love to see it.
Yeah, I really can tell that these teams are super, super evenly matched, and that means that the format is working, right? The teams that deserve to be playing against each other absolutely are. And we talked about this a little bit, I believe yesterday, just about, when it comes down to how evenly the score lines are, it can really show off the micro performance changes that separate these teams. Because when you have teams like BKO and LRC that are coming at each other head to head, there really is just subtle differences in how they play on each map, how they play with their utility, how they communicate in certain situations. And we're able to see all of that here.
Yeah, and this is where the variations of maps kind of impacts how they play, because one team might be better on Cis Horizon, one team might be better on Skyway Stadium, and I think that now we're moving into Skyway Stadium. Do we have any variation to this one, or is this
yes, it is going to be High Rise. So this is High Rise, and we have Gremlin staying on Charge and Slam. So this is actually going to be huge for us, because we'll finally be able to see Charge and Slam being used, like I said, in these tight corridors. And I'm really curious if this is going to be changing how Gremlin, Op, and Mickey choose which cash outs that they need to push into. Now, at the start of the match here, it looks like, unfortunately for LRC, they got the entire opposite spawn in construction. The vault will spawn in office. That means BKO has the upper hand at the office spawn. They will be able to control this vault. And the next question is going to be, what cash out will they go, and will the Charge and Slam be enforcing that decision? You look at where those those cash outs are. Looks like cash out station A will be over towards the center of the map, over in the hospital area. Actually, might even be construction.
Yeah, and I'm curious where they're taking as well. And we can see that they're kind of setting up. They're waiting for the push from BKO, and we see that Gremlin is following his team. And I think that they're going to cash out A. They're taking kind of a roundabout way so that they don't get cut off, but they are going to bounce pad over and then be right on top of cash out A.
Yep, and this is in the residential district. And so I think that usually teams would opt to go for a slightly different approach. This is not the common first cash out, but because Gremlin is running that charge and slam, this is going to give him a really good opportunity to go through walls like we see right here. The big, there it is, through the wall, and going to be doing some damage. I believe that's going to be a quick elim for LRC. BKO still has all 3 members standing, and I think it's just going to be up to Blacks now as one more teammate goes down. You see Gremlin getting res through, and I think we're approaching a team wipe. There it is. That's a team wipe here for LRC. BKO still in control. That charge and slam looking tasty.
Yeah, and there was that moment where you could see that BKO just starts to chase. And if you're on LRC and being chased by 3 people, you just know that it's got to be terrifying. I'm curious to see how they pivot, because we're halfway through this cash out, and LRC really needs to kind of get something going, because BKO is showing that they kind of have some force already early in the match, but boy, they have some good staying power, and they've got a great defense that LRC is going to have to push through.
Yep, and speaking of push through, LRC going to be pushing through to the top of the hotel here, and they're going to be pushing right into Grem, Op, and Mickey's defense. See Nason taking the damage, but spoiler, that goes out first, and there it is. We see Nason getting charged and slammed off the roof. I believe that Spoiler might be able to get res here. There it is. The res is going to come through for Spoiler, and now the question is, will Blacks be able to stay alive? Because we know he's the next target. He goes out as the team fully focuses in. Spoiler not in a good section to get the res. This is so unfortunate. He's making a lot of noise, which means that BKO is going to find him, and there it is. Unfortunately, just before the coin came through for Nason, that's a team wipe, and that is going to be the end of that cash out run, as cash out A goes to BKO.
Yeah, it's a shame to see him miss kind of those jump pads, because if he would have gotten that first one, he probably could have res his teammate, because he was out in the open area. He was on top of that platform that moves up, and if he got that res, it would have been able to get a teammate up, and then he could have gone for the second revive on the teammate inside the building. So a little bit of a shame that the jump pad just didn't work out in their favor, but that is the unpredictability of this at times.
Yeah, I am a huge supporter of the charge and slam, and I believe that we will see BKO be in control of Vault 2, but it looks like LRC is close on the take here. They are right behind. Looks like they're deciding on a cutoff strategy instead, opting to move towards the residential district and stay atop the high-rise just to get the ability to rotate anywhere that they need to.
Yeah, I think that's a smarter strategy. Take the fight where you have a little bit more space, you can set up, and then maybe ambush them, because I think that LRC just needs to find any advantage that they can. Nason is kind of setting up, watching that movement, looking for any indication of which way they're going, and I think they just set up a zip line, or there might be one already there. Curious if they take it or if they just kind of hold this area. Because
Nason lobs a grenade. Oh, it's going to hit Gremlin. Do a little bit of damage to the team as they rotate, but they won't be able to capitalize on that damage just yet. Instead, BKO now going to be turning like they are very, very upset. Going to deal a little bit of damage in return. See Nason getting hit. Spoiler as well. I believe that is going to be the first kill going on Nason. Spoiler close on the res. Will he be able to get it? There it is. The defib coming through, but Spoiler low, Blacks taken out, Nason dead again, and that's another team wipe here in just a moment for LRC's. BKO now retains control and can choose the cash out. Will it be here in a state? I think so.
Wow, did you see that? Oppenheimer has 7 kills already. BKO are furious. They are just trying to get this done. They want to go, and they're like, we shouldn't be in the losers round. And I think that they're really playing at the top of their game right now.
And if it comes down to this, really, I mean, they've started the cash out, and LRC, they've got time for one solid push, but if they can't get this push in, then they'll have maybe enough time for one more if they go fast. But if they bide their time here and see them on the horizon, are they about to take the zip? It looks like they are. They're just going to be... They're taking the zip straight into the estate here.
No good.
Seeing a
I think
little
it makes
bit
sense.
of damage,
But
but
get two pushes in here. I think that's what they're trying to do. We see that Gremlin's set up in a nice position in the air.
the gas misses to the side. We see they're pushing in for the steal. I don't think they're going to be able to get into it. Looks like a pad is set up. We will see a pad RPG the moment that they hear that steal. Dome shield going up as well. Charge and slam damage going to be coming through. But Gremlin is caught out. He's going to get taken out here. And I believe Nason and Spoiler are close enough to be able to do a little bit of healing. And I think that they're down to this. It's just going to be one player left for BKO. Will they be able to take him out? They do, and that's a BKO team wipe. LRC in control.
Wow, that was an explosive performance. They just came in there and just took control and forced BKO to go from their high position, and it really worked out in their favor. They got the kills that they needed. They got the reses that they needed.
Remember, we are on the quick cash format, so it's going to be a faster team wipe respawn than we saw yesterday, and that means that Gremlin is going to have a chance to get in and get this take very soon. We actually see there is a ton of gas set up, and BKO is going to have to deal with that by throwing it away. Will they have the time to get in and deal with it that way? Looks like they do. We can see that there's not a lot of gas on the platform, and a grenade in the back line, though. If we see Nason getting inserted into the back, that's going to be a huge amount of damage. I think we are going to be seeing another team wipe here. We are BKO taken out. That's LRC still in the running. There's going to be a third cash out here today. And even though BKO, fueled by rage, they want to make it through this, now they're fueled up even more.
Yeah, Nason on that F-car was doing great damage. I'm not sure if he got a lot of the kills, but I saw multiple of the enemies just go down to a quarter health, if not lower. And, that's where the teamwork really comes in, and they were able to kind of swoop in and kind of get it. And I did see another rocket from Gremlin where he tried to shoot and get that entrance, and he just missed. And it ended up just shooting on the floor. He had to throw down the dome shield, and it just didn't work out in his favor. So BKO kind of going uphill right now, but after what we've seen, I think that they still have a chance. It's just going to come down to if they can take over this next vault.
Yeah, and I do think that BKO is going to have the ability to determine where it goes. I think they're going to be pushing it into the business office space, but the real question is on the office space, because we're on the high rise, and it is on the top of the office rather than with the interior spawns, will we see some damage coming through from the outside? Wait, what is this? A flank from LRC? We see Mickey and Oppenheimer getting taken out immediately here. It's just up to Gremlin. Gremlin will have the ability to back out. He takes out Spoiler, takes a jump pad up to the top here, but it's not looking like he's going to be able to survive. And Gremlin looks like he makes it out just a little bit. Oh, he's
out of position. Yeah, he was just out of position because he was already on the zipline getting ready to take it.
Flank.
Amazing play. I thought that they were going to wait until the cash out started, but nope. They came in. LRC was like, we're taking this right now. We're getting this started. And really caught everybody, including us, by surprise.
Yeah, and this is going to be difficult for BKO now because this is such an exposed position at the top of the business office. Remember, you have to take the pad either from open office or sorry, it is in open office. They're going to have to take the pad either from estate or from the business office area. It's going to leave a lot of room for them to just get shot at, especially because they don't have that mesh shield. I think that if BKO wants to have a chance at this, they need to go from underneath. So if they enter from this underside, which actually LRC is actually pressuring them to do, that's gonna give them the best chance at winning. But remember, this is such an awkward position for the cash out to be in. It's on a small metal platform above that doesn't always get destroyed when you RPG it from underneath. So we will need to expel all of the utility that we can here, maybe even some red barrels. But wait, I don't think that BKO is deciding to do that. We see them open up the sideline here, APS turret and gas on the sidelines, but it's BKO rotating in from the stairs. They only have time for this one push here. We see the domes, we see the pad going out, pad actually taking Gremlin out of position. lot of damage going through, but it's a glitch that stalls them out for time here. And LRC is just stable. They're just unmoving over by the pad, over by the position here on site. And Gremlin needs to just find his way in, but he gets caught out. No mesh shield means no ability to get in. But we are going to see a lot of damage go through. Spoiler goes out. Nason goes out. It's just up to Blacks. As Blacks goes out, that means BKO is going to be able to get the steal. BKO takes the steal. That's going to be not enough time for LRC to come through. That's a win for BKO. 2 in a row. LRC not getting a map on the board, and that's going to be the end of the lower semifinal with BKO taking the win here. Absolutely incredible, as unfortunately LRC is eliminated from the Breakout Esports Masters Series, and BKO goes on to the lower finals.
Wow, what a last push that was. That was so exciting to watch. I'm amazed that they just pivoted, because they were going to drop it. Like, they were getting set up. You could see the rocket, you could see Gremlin right underneath it, and then some call came out from the team, and they were just like, no, we need to come in directly on point. And they ran in there. They were able to get the kills right when they needed it, and I think that they just made the smartest plays I've seen today.
Wow. Absolutely incredible performance from BKO. I cannot believe the energy that we saw from that. Absolutely incredible. And that puts BKO one step closer to winning that over $600 prize pool at the end of the day. Again, thank you to our generous sponsor, Burrito Supreme, for adding the dollar signs to the end of that amount. But yeah, this is such insane gameplay here. And unfortunately, LRC, they gave it their all, but I'm sure that we will see them again for Split 2. But we are going to be getting ready to jump into our winners final, which is going to be Berts versus Yappers, the loser of which will have to fight BKO. BKO not done yet. They still got to win one more if they want a chance at that grand final. So we're going to come with you to that winners final after this quick look at the stats for the match that we just saw. You thought I was gonna send it to a break, didn't you? You thought I got you. You gotta stay on your toes, chat. We got a scoreboard to look at. We got a scoreboard to look at.
How this plays out, because I saw a lot of reses, I saw a lot of team wipes, a lot of kills. Nason was putting in some work for LRC. Gremlin had some great shots going off, so curious to see what these stats show at the end.
Absolutely. I mean, you remember we saw Oppenheimer at 8 kills before the end of the second cash out. So I really need to see the kills here. Yeah. Waiting patiently. Here it is. Alrighty, scoreboard time it is, and there's Oppenheimer, 10 kills, Gremlin on 7 kills, and the reason that we saw the 2-0 scoreline here today, Mickey, only 1 kill is what you might be seeing there, but with a rating of 7.94, KDA of 3.0, Mickey was not out here getting fragged, he was out here surviving and healing.
Yeah, and that's just as important. You might not have to go for the kills, but as long as you can support your teammates and make sure that they can get the important kills, that's all that matters. And it definitely paid off, because we see the Gremlin and Oppenheimer, 17 kills between them, and that's more than the enemy team combined. So just really impressive, great gameplay. I think that every player on these teams just stepped up and gave us a great performance.
Yeah, it's definitely some of the best finals I've seen in a while, and it is just going to get better, because again, these teams are meant to be here today. So without further ado, we'll go ahead and see how BKO is able to stack up later. But before we get into that, it's the winners final up next. We'll see Berts and Yappers right after this break.
Rocket. Ok, mid HP, Davy. Nice. Mort.
Miss the point.
Je tue. Mort.
La charge est OP.
Tue. Mort. Nice.
Il est bien sur vous, le
long. Je tue. Ok, vas-y, je tue.
Push again.
dead.
Healing.
Heavy's charged. Heavy's half. Heavy dead. I need a pad.
No, I got mine. What the fuck? This fucking tapping it.
Ouais, là.
Y'en a un sur le. Il est.
On passe là.
Le heavy.
Il arrive sur les
What the? Shoot it! Oh my god, I did so much damage.
Cold like 0 degrees. I'm out the cage, gotta let out the beast. Revolutionary, gotta let out the streets. Locked in the cage, I'ma let out the. Wake up, get out the sheets. We came for one man, forget that peace. You take the west side, take out the east. I'ma put them in the cage, never let out the.
I hear him chatting and guys move too quick and start for the talking. I hear him chat with the boys, man so tough but man's keep walking. Just too sharp with the prize, white girls gotta tell me I'm awesome, yeah. Hot like fire on the pine, if you wanna touch man please use caution.
Jungle up in the trees. I got a few tricks up in the sleeve. One wrong move, I'ma let out the. Big shoes, check out the crease. Low like I'm Bigfoot, step on the beat. Make a man's run, tell me step out the gates. When I hope they scream, gotta get out the.
I hear him chatting and guys move too quick and start for the talking. I hear him chat with the boys, man so tough but man's keep walking. Just too sharp with the prize, white girls gotta tell me I'm awesome, yeah. Hot like fire on the pine, if you wanna touch man please use caution.
Hello, everybody. Welcome in. I thought we were gonna have a singer transition, stars. I was ready for like a little bit of an entry, but hey, we're here.
Yes, sir. I thought so too, but you know, the program was like, nah, let's just hop straight into the action.
Sometimes it's just there's not enough intro that would do you enough good, Stars. You are the best intro we can hope for. Nothing could live up to just straight up seeing you on the screen. It is our first time on the broadcast together.
Oh yeah, it's been a fun experience today. It's technically my debut for casting. I've never done it for real. This is my first time, so it's been fun so far. It's been fun.
Amazing. Well, hey, I'm happy to see you here, especially given the fact that you are pretty knowledgeable about the finals now that you've gotten to listen to me scream about it for the last 6 weeks.
Indeed.com, I've been on the backside, just watching you, learning the lingo that you like to use, I also used to play myself a little bit. I haven't gotten to play since season 1, mind you. I play a little bit of Terminal Attack, but it's been so long. My YouTube channel in the background is just like, where's the content?
A little bit of Terminal Attack, which means you're ready for season 3 ranked, right, Star?
Yes, I am so ready. What about you? What are you thinking?
I'm thinking that change.org petition needs a few more signatures before they start to take it seriously. But at the very least, I'm excited to see a little bit of more 3v3 action, the way that the finals was meant to be played. And we are in the upper bracket finals. This is a very, very, very important match because between Yappers and between, of course, Team Berts, only one of them will get a shot at the grand final here, or we might be seeing them take it out here, and then maybe one of them beats BKO in the lower final, and we get a rematch. Whatever happens today, this is where it starts, and it's gonna be crazy.
Yeah, this is going to be a very intense game. Yappers, one of our strongest teams we've had. Granted, they played one event. They played one qualifier, and they said, we're done. And then we also have Berts, who came in, I think, qualifier number 3, put on a clinic. I think they also won qualifier number 3 as well. And it's been great watching them. They have great team cohesion. Their individual gun skill is great. And they quickly learn from their mistakes too. Like, for example, map 1 today, like they were splitting up a little bit during team fights, getting themselves isolated, but like they started to pick themselves up over like the next 2 maps, and it started looking good in their favor.
Exactly. And, over the whole of Split 1, we've seen Bert's team comp sort of evolve to where it is today. Remember that Chickpea started as one of the best lights in the game, and now we see him absolutely beaming on medium. Let's take a look at the map bans here, and let's see how this is going to be influencing their gameplay styles, because we look at the bans, Bert banning Soul because they've seen Yappers play on Soul. Nobody wants to deal with that. Yappers banning Monaco because they've seen Berts play on Monaco. They don't want to deal with that. We're starting on Vegas, which is always going to be an interesting pick, but it means that they don't want to deal with just getting shot at before they can get to where they're going. And especially when it comes to the double medium setup that we will be seeing from Berts, there's a lot more opportunities for getting your medium out of the way of danger, get those heals out, get your heavy back up and running. However, when you think about Yappers and how Demov has been absolutely demonizing everybody on light, there's tons of angles to get skirmished from and for Berts to get cut off by that light utility.
Yeah, and I think that's very interesting because I feel like Bert's banning Soul is really good just because of that light. Light thrives in a lot of open area situations as opposed to like medium heavy, which thrives more where you have cover, you're playing the cover. Like, for example, Vegas is really good for that. That's why we saw Vegas played a lot yesterday. And it actually looks like we're getting Vegas on Sandstorm.
Oh my goodness, Sandstorm. Sandstorm is actually my favorite, and I wish that more maps had these sort of fully game-changing layouts. Obviously, you've got Soul Construction, which that is a huge game changer. On Skyway Stadium, you've got High Rise or Up, Down, Left, Right, which adds a bunch of stuff, but really, you raise the center of the map in Skyway, it's not really changing anything. But Las Vegas Sandstorm, you've got one entire section of the map deleted, turned into a mound, into a hill, and then when it comes down to actually where the cash outs are spawning on the what is normally the Argonne district turned into just a single mountain of sand, that one cash out can be incredibly difficult to hold if you don't have the sustain of a double medium. So again, the differences in playstyles of these teams is to the MMH versus the HML, you are going to be seeing them try to focus on getting the vault into the cash out that more specifically suits their playstyle.
Hey, as we can see, the pick'ems coming out, Yappers being picked by me and the staff, while the audience and you yourself truly do believe Birds can pull this out. So as we get into the action, we see Chickpea holding that glitch barrel. They're just stalking, waiting to see an opportunity to go ahead and catch Yappers off guard as they go for the vault.
Exactly, and this is going to be a very intense opening because the fact that Vault 1, it is already procced and open, ready to get taken somewhere. But look at this. They're crouching around. They're trying to hide away. We see Yappers on the top trying to figure out why isn't it moving anywhere. And that being said, we see the gateway in the hand of Dimov. He knows that if he can get his hands on the vault, he can just throw it away and take the gateway. That's exactly what we're going to see. Boom, all the way taken over to A, which is on ultimate height. This is going to be a very unique fight that's going to come through for Team Birds, because Team Birds, remember, they don't have a light that can skirmish, and I think Chickpea's on the model 1887. Usually on Vegas, it's a really good pick. But unfortunately, it's not going to connect the way it needs to. Bone gets a quick pick onto Chickpea. We are going to be able to see the res come through. Situation gets traded out as well. Sueco goes down. The res will come through the double medium. Bone and Dimov still up, seeing what they are going to be able to pull through here as Bertz tries to find the connection to finish the fight here. Bone will go down, and then we need to find Dimov. But Dimov will sustain, give his team enough time to coin in, but Bertz has control over the cash out now. That model 1887 needs to find a lot more value when we're in this open section of Vegas.
Yeah, Dimov running around, going invis, barely able to juke out Bertz here to get away. He just wanted to throw that trophy away just so they could get in and get the res. You see Boone is coming back up off the respawn here, setting down low. They're just going to go ahead and play slow. I think they're just going to go ahead and play for the drop here just so they can get a free steal here under the nice little rafters. It's actually, no, they're bouncing up.
Yeah, they are going to have to take this fight from underneath. Yapper is getting ready to throw the gateways through as well. No, they're not utilizing the gateways as much as I think they need to, but huge glitch going through. And check this out, Situation going to be taking tons of damage now. Bone goes out as well. Just going to be up to Dimov, trying to find value with the shotgun, but the SH-1900 not going to be enough here, and it will be a full-on wipe. No, Dimov does survive. Dimov's able to survive just a little bit, but is it going to matter as much with the cash out A almost being done? Looks like Bertz has this in the bag. Cash out A starting off strong for Team Bertz as Dimov finally getting wiped, and that is going to be a good start for Bertz today in the upper finals.
Yeah, it's great to see because you over here see Treason and Yappers just going ahead and using all that utility to make the plays, but Chickpea and Z and Sueco on Bertz, they're just going to play so well together. They're just playing close up. They're not letting any space get taken, and if they are giving up space, they're doing it together so that way they can just reset, make sure they have their bearings, and just take a clean fight. We see over here, we see Bertz starting up vault number 2, ziplining across. It looks like they're starting to go towards C here a little bit. Yappers on the top of the Grand Hotel, just going ahead and get overhead angles, trying to see if they can cut them off and potentially get a team wipe or even just stagger their push just a little bit.
Yep, they are going to be pushing into the Argonne, or to the Zarabi district right now, seeing if they can find their way in. There's cash out C up on the top. Remember, this cash out is going to be able to be dropped either onto the mezzanine or onto the floor below. A lot of teams like to play in that medium. Orbital lasers, that's such a big brain move to drop it down without wasting any util. Chickpea jumps up the top there. He sees Dimov, does a little bit of damage with that light deleter. They know that there's a portal. They're waiting to see about this gateway. Look at this. They've already figured out the move from Yappers, and as the cash out is underway, they're trying to figure out if they can stall out Yappers from making any moves towards the steal. And as big damage comes in, Dimov will get taken out first here. Chickpea and Z up to the very top to support. Sueco in his charge, and unfortunately Chickpea will go out, but situation, low HP, can't be healed, gonna get finished off by Z. Sueco is gonna be on the charge to take out situation, and that is gonna be a full res for Team Bertz, and this is what I'm talking about when it comes to cohesion. The ability to just come up to the side, judge a situation before Yappers even gets the ability to establish themselves. This is what I love about Bertz.
Yeah, and them just playing slow and composed is really what helped them get this far. It's really just all about Yappers trying to figure out how they can get around that mindset and find their own way to like break into that, trick Bertz into doing a certain play and just taking advantage of that situation. It's looking very interesting here as Chickpea and Bertz are dodging orbital lasers. We have Yappers coming in from the side here. Oh, never mind. Chickpea dropping down into the kitchen. Demov chasing.
They're using the mezzanine as cover to make sure they can't get hit, but Demov on the side, he's going to be able to land a stun gun, but it's not going to matter too much. Remember, the double sustained for the double medium is going to be a lot. This is what I was talking about when it comes to Las Vegas, being able to move your mediums around corners to keep the heavy healed up. We see Z and Chickpea trading out damage for heals, and this is a huge amount of damage as Bone and Demov both go down. It's just about a situation you can't quite keep up with it, and that's going to be a 2-0 sweep for Vegas. $20,000 in the bank for Bertz, and that's going to be one map in the bank as it comes to the overall scoreboard. What an incredible performance from the teams, but Bertz really showing that they have Vegas under control even when you get the sandstorm.
Yeah, no, it was a very interesting fight to see there. You have a lot of action popping off. We have I can't even think. It's just so much going on. Bertz going crazy with the team cohesion, like you were saying, and them just playing together with the shotguns really helped them get together. Chickpea was really good at just identifying where Yappers was going to attack from and just playing around it. It was really cool to see. They mostly played from verticality, and every time they went to push, they're like, hey, let's make sure we take the height so that way we can push Yappers down so we have the advantage. So whenever they took a fight, they worked up, down rather than working down, up like we saw Yappers trying to do.
Exactly, and I think that a lot of what we just saw there with Yappers not being able to keep up has to do with the fact that they decided to commit to the SH-1900 on the Sandstorm variant of Vegas. Remember, the light shotgun can do wonders if you actually have hallways to dodge in and out of, hotel rooms that you can just break in and out through to stay invis in a corner so they can't find you. But when it's on the Sandstorm variant, most of those cash outs are not going to be in a position where you can really capitalize on that light shotgun. And it's the same thing with the medium shotgun, but that's why what we saw from Chickpea was using that zip line extremely aggressively to close that distance out before it becomes an issue. And when it comes to actually finding the openings and opportunities, Bert's actual loadout was just more suited for the openness that comes from that Sandstorm variant of Vegas. And I think that if maybe Yappers was paying attention a little bit more, they would have pulled a different weapon for the light. Call me crazy for saying it, but I think even a sword would have given them more value, or even the throwing knives that versus the shotgun, especially on this variation of Vegas. But we'll have to see if they stick with it moving forward.
Yeah, we're going to have going straight into Sis Horizon here. Bert's doing really well on Sis Horizon. Unfortunately, they fell short to LRC in their last matchup. Of course, that's when they started, splitting up, not playing together, but they did learn from that. So it's really great to see, because how Bertz likes to play Sis Horizon is they like to chase people down. It's sort of like a highway pursuit, essentially, where instead of trying to cut them off like they usually do on maps, like for example when they play Seoul or Skyway Stadium, what you'll see them do here is when a team gets the cash out, they'll wrap around behind them, chase them down, and they'll try to play for one pick. Once they get that kill, the team usually drops the cash out, or not the cash out, the vault, so they can pick it up and get the first score and set up. So it's basically they're playing to stagger, essentially.
Exactly, and that stagger play is everything when it comes to actually determining what is more important on this custom version of the final round. Because remember, we aren't in a true final round format that you would find in ranked once you get to round 3. But instead, because this is a modified version of Quick Cash, where we're just playing with only 2 teams to get as close as we can, you have infinite coins and shortened respawn timers. And that is where you see teams like Bert's actually kind of controlling the meta a little bit by deciding when they want to wipe the team or when they want to get those staggers like you were talking about. But jumping in here to Sis Horizon on the night mode variant, it is Yappers that spawns slightly closer to the vault. And once they get that open, I think they're going to play with a gateway to try and find a little bit of a cheeky entry. But Bert's is close on their tail here.
Yeah, it's looking like a great fight going on right here, as it looks like we have Chickpea going down early, getting rezzed right here, right now. We're going to go ahead and hop right back into it with Sueko trying to heal up behind the shield. It's not going to work out as you have Boom coming in with the RPG. They're taken down, easily traded out with the F-car by Z.
And Dimov's still going to be alive, but not for long as he gets found out with the light deleter, the medium shotgun. That's going to be Vault 1 in the hands of Bert's, and they waste no time getting that moved all the way over to Cash Out B here in campus.
Yeah, we're just going to... I'm interested to see how they're going to set up here. Usually they like to play from above. They'll just RPG the top, and then they will set up down below inside of the lecture hall.
This is going to be one of the harder cash outs to control from this side, but one of the things that you can do is if you can find a red barrel to delete that little bit of cover that's in the middle and keep that column away, keep B just out in the open here. But this is interesting from Bert's because, like you said, Bert's usually plays from height here. They're not going to be doing that. Instead, giving up height for Yappers. This is what I love about the finals, because ultimate height is not always the win condition. Instead, having a pad that gets you out right next to your team is going to be what gives you that win condition. A huge glitch grenade goes out, but Dimov, even though he's down to half HP, going to be able to escape as his team backs off and skirts around in the corners, hiding in the classrooms of the campus. Now we do have Bert sitting on ultimate height, and they're going to be opening up the top door, trying to find their way in, while Yappers instead finds a way to drop the cash out down to the first floor, trying to gas Bert's out away from the entry. But unfortunately for Yappers, they're not going to have a quick way in. The steal is going to be started, and with the glitch jumping through, Chickpea not able to stop it in time. The steal comes through for Yappers, which means Bert's needs to win the team fight, but they're going to lose Chickpea and Sueko off the bat. That's not a great way to start as Z goes out as well. That is a wipe and a perfectly calculated assault by the Yappers, and that is going to be Cash Out B being in their control. I'm not sure if there's enough time for Bert's to come through. What a fight.
Yeah, no, they're not gonna have time to get this. They're just gonna have to set it up and get ready for the next vault. But wow, can we talk about the shots of the shotguns coming out from Team Yappers? Bro, they didn't miss a single shot. We saw Dimov coming out here with the double barrel, hitting every shot on every player. And then we had what we call the sausage from Rainbow Six Mini. You know what I'm talking about. We call that shotgun the sausage.
I know the sausage.
He's just going crazy with it. Hey, going back into it though, we have Dimov over here finding an easy pick on Chickpea. I don't know why he decided to go in by himself right there, but it's not looking good for Team Bert's right here going into the next vault.
Yeah, I really think that Bert's is going to need to have a full reset and just sort of determine. Oh yeah, there it is. We actually see Chickpea just deciding to wipe themselves anyway, get the team back faster. They know that there are members of Yappers waiting around for them, so might as well just call it quits while they're ahead. And again, Bert's is up one map. If they lose this, it's not the end of the world, but that's what's activating Yappers right now to not be missing a shot. They know that they dropped the ball at the very beginning of that first team fight. They need to adapt and overcome quickly. So what we're going to be seeing right now is, I think, a little bit of a reorganization from Bert's. I think Chickpea is going to start to be more stable in his role as a primary healer, backing off from that primary fragger role of a medium, and instead we're going to be seeing him lead the charge for his team, setting up zips. But no, he is going to be fragging out, pushing in to take out the medium first.
Boom!
Targeting the medium is going to be a huge strategy here, but unfortunately they aren't able to finish the fight. Bone will be getting healed up there as situation finds his way in. Dimov going down to half HP, but is able to survive. We see a glitch go out towards Bert's, which pushes them back simultaneously, but at the end of the day, Vault 2 still not any closer to being plugged into a cash out. You see Chickpea struggling to get on the vertical zip as he tries to get close enough to see to stop it from moving in. Sueco takes a jump pad that slightly throws him off, but it's going to be close enough. We see the fight really starting to enter. The movement is not where it needs to be, but Chickpea finds himself in an inserted backline position. Dimov glitch grenades on the sideline. He survives, but one of his teammates, the situation doesn't. That means Bone's not going to be able to get healed. He goes down to very low HP. I think he's going to get finished off here. He does. Now it's just up to Dimov, who will try to find his teammates to try to get the res. This means that Burt's has not a lot of time to go for this reset, get in control of the cash out, and set up for their post plant.
Yeah, you saw over there, you saw Dimov trying to throw it away, so it stalls for time for his team to respawn and for him to get the res. Chickpea and Burt's going to go ahead and insert that vault into cash out C. We see the timer started here as Dimov and Yappers are just playing slow. They're going to go ahead and crouch wall, get their banger situation. Dimov setting up so he has an escape for himself as soon as he goes in. And I think that's really interesting to see. Instead of using the gateway to teleport in,
sorry to cut you off, but the fight's going to start super quick here. We see Chickpea trying to insert himself right into the back line to delete the medium. Unfortunately, though, he's not going to be able to finish it off, but there it is. We see situation go down to Sueco, finds a shot, but Chickpea goes out as well as Demon gets close enough. The cash out is still well underway. Chickpea gets res by Z as Z tries to make his way back over to Sueco, and Chickpea trying to find his way in, but Sueco, he doesn't need him. He's going to take out Bone and Demov immediately before the heals even connect, and that's going to be C getting well through. And remember, back-to-back cash outs here and Campus. They are going to need to see if they can guard from a quick respawn in Art Gallery or Museum. It looks like it is going to be a Museum spawn for the Yappers, which means that they're well and ready for this next fight. But look at this setup that they've got going here as Burt's sets up underneath cash out C. They're ready to drop it when needed. Bounce pad is ready up. They're breaking the desks, but what is Yappers cooking? Yappers trying to find their way in. The gateway already placed. The team ready to collapse in through the gateway when the time is ready. Looks like they're running out of time, so they just say, screw it, we'll call the gateway now, get in, glitch grenades out. It's all going to come down to this, folks. We see them start the steal. The drop comes through, and there it is. Burns with the gas, traps them inside. It's not going to be a lot of damage, but it's going to be enough. But Chickpea going to be the first person to fall in this team fight here. Situation is second, no more medium for Yappers, and that means Bone goes out next. Dimov survives, but not for long as he goes out. It's a team wipe for Yappers, and that means that Burt's is going to be able to remain in the running. They get the cash out, and it comes down to cash out number 3.
I don't know if you've noticed this already, but it was a great play. They destroyed above, and they had a bounce pad set up alongside the gas canisters. So when they blew the floor out, what they ended up doing was bouncing that cash out all the way across the classroom out the window. So now Dimov and Yappers had to chase it out, which wasted even more time out of the 25 seconds they had left on that spawn as we start to go ahead into the next fight. We're gonna go ahead and hop right into the museum as Yappers is trying to find their way in. Team Burt's doing a great time of stalling, starting to go in right now. They're isolating out the players, but Dimov coming from behind with the flank with the double barrel finds the opening damage, and they're able to wipe Burt's. And Vault 3 is theirs, as it looks like they're starting to head towards Cash Out D.
I love this. I love the synergy that we're seeing between both of these teams. And this is going to be a cash out on the other side of the map in the library. It's going to be on the upper deck here. We didn't get the coveted fire escape, but at the same time, this is going to be very difficult for the teams to push into. This cash out is oftentimes held when you can get your goo barrels up to the top and you take a very interesting height position. However, goo barrels look like they're few and far between. I see one right there, but I'm not seeing Yappers get ready to activate on it. We see Dimov setting up on the sidelines with a glitch barrel, and Chickpea, Sueco, and Z make their way in, running in over from workspace to hug the side of the map, trying to get into the library from the absolute closest outside lane.
Oh, look at that. Dmov is playing separate this whole entire match. I don't know if you've noticed. He's been playing more recon and flanker compared to how we've seen other teams play where they play together. Dmov going to go ahead and throw in that glitch barrel. Gets a good stun. Chasing down the players. He's going to get the stun on the heavy. Sueco, isolated by himself, goes down. It's all up to Chickpea and Z, but it's not going to be enough as they're going to go ahead and get team wiped.
This is so difficult for Burt's because of the fact that Cash Out D is well underway. That being said, 10 seconds on the respawn. If they spawn in the art gallery, they will have enough time, but they'll have to zip straight in. No time to go through. There's the art gallery spawn. Will they be able to find the right position? Oh, a very unfortunate timed zip, but they get the perfect zip into the next gigapad.
Oh,
They're
the
right
bunny hop!
inside. There's just enough time, and is he going to be able to get into this fight quickly? The medium not going to be healing the heavies. The heavy goes down to half HP. Chickpea going to be the first to fall, but there's Z right after. Sueco remaining with no healers. Will he have the clutch gene? He doesn't. It's a team wipe, and that's going to be a victory on map 2 for the Yappers. Sis Horizon taking what was Burt's team pick. This is insanity as we go 1-1 on the score line. Stars, it had to be map 3.
Yeah, it had to. It's been a crazy day. 2-1 after 2-1. It's just been going on left and right. It's so wild to see like the matches that we're getting today. Every team giving it their best. Like I think we only had 1-2-0 out of the entire day, and it's so crazy that we're gonna see a continuation of that today.
It is insane to see the strategies, especially given the fact that, like I said, their team compositions genuinely change how they can play on each individual cash out. And I love seeing the gas barrel on with the jump pad with the cash out. It is so fun to see. There's also a strategy that you can pull where you have the cash out right next to a jump pad. You just throw a gas barrel at the cash out and it will go into the jump pad and skyrocket out the side like we just saw with that second to last cash out there. But one of the craziest things about what we're seeing is how Dmov is finding insane value with that double barrel shotgun. To be honest, I did not think that the double barrel shotgun could be competitive. But to be completely honest with you, what we saw yesterday with Frog 3 pulling out the sledgehammer out of nowhere, we see now Dmov pulling out the double barrel shotgun out of nowhere. I think it's off meta season, Stars.
Oh yes, indeed. And I think the reason it works, and this is something I noticed, every person on Yappers is running a shotgun. They're basically running cavalry comp, essentially. They're just going in, they're running into your face, and they're just looking to do as much burst damage as they can. And I think that's why it's working, because what we're noticing now is a lot of the medium heavy comps are really running bunker comps. So they're just trying to bunker down and go through. And I think they found the counter is, hey, instead of trying to beat you at range, we're going to go on your face and we're just going to spam all the shells, all the slugs right into your face. And we're going to see what you can do about it.
And it makes sense, too, because when you really think about it, what are you doing in the finals anyway? You're going to be closing the distance. You're going to be, even if you have those long-range fights, everybody knows that those long-range fights across rooftops, they only stall. They don't actually lead to any actual positive influence in the fight. It's just stall to try to push them somewhere else. When you really get down to the team fights, you're in the same building, you're in the same room, you're going to be up close and personal. Why not have everybody run shotguns? And I think that the most balanced version of this comp is when you have one medium that's running either an AK or an FCAR, one medium on the shotgun, and of course the heavy shotgun. But I really do like seeing the Yappers pull this triple shotgun comp because it's something different, it's something unique, and it's something that in theory really could work out well. And if you look at the kills, it is. I mean, Dmov with 6 kills on light with the shotgun is way more than I thought that they would get, especially when you look at the other side. You see what Burt's is doing, and they're not able to keep up when you're inside of these shorter sight lines of Sis Horizon.
Yeah, and it's gonna be so interesting to see how this match is gonna close out. It's just so interesting to see because we don't see that many light, medium, heavies here in competitive. We had, out of all the matches we had yesterday, there was only 12 times a team chose light, medium, heavy, and cash out. Every other pick was medium, medium, heavy. Those were the only two comps we saw. So it's really cool to see that we're starting something new, essentially. It's not just the standard, oh, hey, this works, let's do it. And I feel like that's something that's so cool to see as we see Boone with the 5.225 KDA. He's popping in damage. He's getting good assists. Like, these KDAs are high compared to what we've seen today so far.
Exactly, but one thing that I will say is I think that with Yappers running the triple shotgun composition, they're not giving Burt's time to get into the setups that they need to. When we watched map 1, how Burt's was able to control where they wanted to take the fights on that Sandstorm version of Las Vegas, they had the ability to set up and find time to figure out what the motions would be. But Yappers, they are making that impossible, and Yappers is just pushing in faster than Burt's can react to. And I think that on Skyway, this is the perfect middle ground for them to figure out which setup is going to be the best. And as we jump onto Skyway Stadium, it's going to be this office space.
Oh, they got the 50-50
always
spawn.
is the best place to contest.
Yeah, they got the 50-50 spawn, which means they both spawn equal distance from the cash out. We're going to go ahead and see Chickpea and Burt's go ahead and start the cash out here. Chickpea now rocking that model 1887 here, bringing out his own shotgun. He says, hey, if you're going to do it, I will do it better than you, but it's not looking that great as Trees is going to go ahead and get the opening kill here.
Wait, but Sueco really comes back, gets a fire barrel kill onto Dimov, and finishes off Bo as well. And we're going to be seeing Situation be the last one to drop, and that is going to be a fantastic team fight here. Burt's looking good as ever right now, and I think that the main thing, right, it is always, like I've been saying, which cash out will work best for their comp. I think that in this particular setting, I think that they understand that the construction site would be better, but because of the spawns, they know for a fact Yappers is spawning construction. It's better to just get it started at a state and get set up, because that's what Burt's needs to do. They need to get set up to have an upper hand on this next fight. So as they're getting set up, they need to realize that they could get caught off guard by Dimov's double barrel if they find themselves inside the confines of the estate.
Yeah, and it's looking really cool here as we're going to go ahead and hop into this nice little mansion fight that we're about to go ahead and have. Dimov just going to go ahead and sneak, and he's doing a little bit of recon work, just trying to see where they are before and let his team know. We know he likes to flank, so he's just waiting for his team to engage for him to do work. Chickpea and Burt's not knowing exactly where they are right now. They're still looking around, unknowing to the danger that is lurking to him. The gateway popping out gives a nice distraction for his team. Dimov going in with the double barrel shotgun damage coming out. He's going to go ahead and go down.
But it's Burt's that trades out the damage. It's going to be Dimov that falls first, then Bone, and Situation tries to get the res. It's not going to come through. And even though Yappers had all that set up, it's just Chickpea standing and left-clicking while Z keeps him healed up. Absolutely insane. And this is what I'm saying is, like, it really does depend on the site. And I think that Yappers, if they had just decided to try and force the fight into the small confines where they can get the most value out of those shotguns, it would have been better. But they couldn't even draw Burt's off the roof.
Yes, the
but
stun!
Now they're trying.
Oh, no way!
The stun, but Sueco sustains. He's low HP, but Z and Chickpea are going to be right on board to get the heals through. And as the cash out drops to the bottom, Sueco goes out, but we will see the res coming through, and Z and Chickpea do what they can to just stall for time, try to prevent. Situation goes out, the heavy goes out, and that's going to be another team wipe for Yappers. Chickpea not even shooting for a quarter of that fight, just because they knew that they needed to bide time.
Bro, Chickpea said, hey, you need to hit the aim trainer, son. You need to hit the aim trainer and get better so you can hit me, because I'm just going to shift out and dodge all your shots. And it was crazy to see because he's just trying to get the reload, stalling for time as his team's trying to get the res out so they can defend the cash out. So now we're just going to go ahead and see them go to cash out too, and they're just going to go ahead and take this roof.
Yeah, Vault 2 gonna start off, and they have a choice. Do they go all the way over to the open office, or do they take it into construction? I think personally that they should take it to open office because construction might be a little bit more favorable towards that light. But Burt's is gonna take it anyway. We see the light Demov doing absolutely demon things here, trying to find his way through. Let's see if they will find a favorable positioning inside of the construction site as Sueco, Z, and Chickpea get set up on the upper levels. Yappers trying to find their way in, but oh! Demov swatted like a fly on the wall. Gonna be getting res here, but is it going to be enough? We will see the rest of the teams fall through, but as Chickpea and Z keep Sueco sustained, Demov's res was almost for nothing because they couldn't find more value to capitalize on. Going to be seeing the flank come through, but it's caught off immediately. Z gets taken out, res through. Sueco gets taken out, but Z is going to res him as Chickpea goes forward, doing enough damage. It's just up to Sueco. Will he be able to finish it off? No, he won't. It's a wipe, and Yappers actually clutches through. Wait, no.
No, it was actually
Sueco
Burt's.
did it.
No, whoa, that was crazy. No, it was wild to see because it looked like for a second that Yappers was knowledgeable that they were trying to go for a flank. As you see them going ahead and setting up the bounce for the cash out going out. What they're planning to do here is they're going to go ahead and blow the floor as soon as they touch it, and it's going to drop it off the map. And what's going to happen next is the cash out's going to fly back where it came from, and I think they're trying to get it just repeat. It's a crazy setup, as they're going to go ahead and take the height once again.
And this is it. This is the final fight that could happen here. If Yappers can't clutch it up, that's going to be all.
And there it is.
Go for the steal.
Oh,
there's the drop. And Demov goes out too. He can't get back in. Now it's going to be enough time for his body to come through. The cash out still bouncing on the pad. It's not getting the full reset. It's fully broken. The cash out keeps flying out. It's not respawning. And Bone goes out as well. It's a team wipe. Burt's, you can't be doing this. The cash out can't even make it back. This is just torturous. And Yappers, they were so close. I promise you, chat, it was 1 pixel of health difference for that last team fight. And this is the most insane strategy to see Burt's go for. I cannot believe that Burt's won that team fight. I cannot believe that Burt's is glitching the cash out that way. This is insane.
Nah, it was wild to see because if he had still focused for half a second longer on the cash out, he probably still could have gotten the steal. But he was so shook from the fact that he got bounced off the map that it just didn't matter at all. He didn't get steal. It was locked in an infinite loop, and now 1 player down. It was just free pickings for Burt's.
That is insane, especially at the second to last team fight. I was convinced that Yappers had the upper hand because after Chickpea used his res on Z, I didn't think that Z would have the ability to get through to res Sueco, but he did. And it was just insane. The fact that there was just enough time for, Chickpea's collateral damage at the very beginning of that fight. Because I think the last team fight, insane, right? With the bounce pad and everything, getting the cash out glitch. But it was that second to last team fight that really solidified it because Yappers almost got in. But because they're running only 1 medium, only 1 set of defibs, think about it. That's only 4 characters you have in a fight versus Burt's, the 2 sets of paddles. That's 5 people.
All right, it doesn't look like we're going to go ahead and get the scoreboard here, but up next, we're going to go ahead and have Yappers versus, I'm blanking out, Yappers versus BKO. And if I remember correctly, this is a rematch, correct?
This is a rematch. We saw Yappers take BKO into the lower finals with a 2-1 scoreline before. So now we're going to see Yappers going up against BKO again, and BKO has a slight advantage here in the fact that they have just watched the fight up against Burt's. They know how Yappers is playing, and they saw how Burt's countered it. So congratulations to Burt's for the grand final, but we're going to be seeing this fight with Yappers versus BKO right after this break.
I'm forcing cash. fight.
Yeah. Medium dead. Heavy dead. Just
They
stay
didn't get it. They didn't get it.
up. Walk. Heavy half.
One on me. One on me. One on me. One on me.
What? Not gonna me? Like how?
Oh, bye.
Fucking shit, boys. Can't get up.
He's too far.
Hit the medium. I hit him. I'm dead. Lights low. I'm me. Go on.
Unlucky, how the fuck did the cash out get there?
I shot fell away, I don't know how.
We have him in now.
TP help. They're here on me.
Ay, ay, ay.
Too dead.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back. I'm with you, boys stars, and we are getting in to the final 2 matchups of Split 1 Masters Stars. It is coming down to this. It's coming down to the wire.
Yeah, it's going to be a great game. We have Yappers coming up against BKO. We have one of the EU Titans going against one of the Titans of NA. It's going to be a crazy match. And like you were saying during the break, what's this grand final going to be if it's NA?
Well, a lot of the players in Burt's and BKO know each other quite well, and, all part of the same Discord server for scrims, so it's going to be a very intense fight if we do see BKO moving into the grand finals. But the number one thing is for Yappers is that they have to be able to keep up. This is going to be a rematch, and Yappers did beat BKO earlier today in the first matchup, the second matchup in the winners semifinals. So now it's down to this here in the losers finals. We see these two people head up again and again and again. This time it's for the money, for the chance at the money.
Yeah, no, I'm excited to see what we're going to get here. Still waiting on the map bands to come through for the channel. But who do you have winning this?
Who do I have winning this? Well, the thing is that Yappers have already beaten BKO, right? But the thing is that Yappers, they had to have been watching the fight between LRC and BKO. They had to have watched that to see what BKO is doing. If they didn't watch that match, they are going to be at a slight disadvantage, because I know for a fact that BKO was watching Burt's versus Yappers, because we had Gremlin here in the chat making sure that he knew we were here watching and that they were there studying. And this is BKO. This is a team that studies, that communicates, that tries to do their best to figure out the way in. And if we see Dimov still staying on that light shotgun, we could be in for a world of hurt for Yappers.
Hey, who knows? Because, all right, well, I'm just going to say this right now. If you are on an open map, triple shotgun is not the way. Like, get some type of range in there.
Exactly, because the thing is that you enter this negative feedback loop, or this positive feedback loop that you shouldn't be in, where you get a really nice cash out that's nice and cozy and cuddled in, that you can hide your light in to get an opening pick, to hit that stun gun, to get your team in. But if you're on an open map, there might only be one of those cash outs, and you need at least 2 to take the map win.
Yeah, it was just so interesting to see, because we just have Yappers just sending it. And it was working a little bit. But when it came to, like, for example, construction, where it was just open area pushing into the area, or hospital trying to push into the area, it wasn't working, because guess what? You can't provide counter fire that allows you to push up. You can't get rid of the pressure. So you're out here being pressured while you're trying to push towards the objective. It's just not a good time. Because now you're wasting time.
It's a very difficult situation to be in if you're not able to retain full control. And so when we jump in, I'm very curious to see what maps they are deciding to go for. Right now, I'm looking at the lobby, and I think I see Las Vegas being pulled for map 1. And this is exactly what we saw before with Burt's and Yappers. And remember that we saw that Burt's and Yappers, when they were on Vegas, they had the Sandstorm variant. There's no way for us to guarantee if Sandstorm is coming through, but if it is Sandstorm, I'm a little bit worried for Team Yappers. If we take a look at this, BKO was the one that picked Vegas because they see the potential. In Yappers, they pick Skyway Stadium because they know how they did against BKO earlier today on Skyway Stadium. The decider being on Sis Horizon is just icing on the cake, because I can guarantee you it is going to be going to Sis Horizon today.
Yeah, it's just looking at the bans. Like, I find it interesting that Yappers banned Soul, because if they want to run this comp, yes, there is long sightlines, but it's a lot easier to push on this map with those shotties rather than going to Skyway Stadium, which they just lost on using that comp, because Skyway is more open ground compared to Soul, where all the cash outs are going to be in buildings.
All the cash outs are going to be in the buildings, and most importantly, all of the cash outs are going to be in places where each team will have the ability to find a unique form for their composition. And I'm very, very excited to see that Dimov is actually switching with Bone, and Dimov is pulling out the Charge and Slam Heavy right now. This is insanity, because we've now seen Dimov as the only player in this tournament series to have played medium, light, and heavy all at the same time. If we switch off of the map bands graphic right now, we're going to be jumping right into the game here, while Gremlin's team tries to find their way in. We are still on the map bands graphic.
Yeah, Twitch is Twitch is loading in very, very slowly. Oh, there we go.
Production, there we go. All right.
Hey, we were still loading in.
And what we've got right now is we've got Yappers setting up on ultimate height here for this fight. And what is this? Are we seeing flashbangs with Mickey, Ob, and Gremlin? BKO, what are you pulling out?
Hey, they're pulling out all the stops here. Hey, listen, they're trying to go ahead and screw them over, because listen, if they're playing shotguns, they have to get close. So if you flash them, now they're not going to know where they're going, and they're just going to be lost in the sauce trying to find a way around to get to the person, like as you can see right here.
I see, and the number one thing to call out about what the play will be, it's going to be Gremlins finding his use with the Charge and Slam early on with the jump pads, get that insane damage, and I think we're going to be able to find that right now as we see Gremlin and Dimov both slamming each other out, and it's actually going to be Yappers that go out first, but Dimov able to sustain just a little bit. Gremlin going out here now, takes out Bone, big slam. Yappers might have the upper hand, but no, I believe it's just going to be up to this. And that's going to be a team wipe here, I believe.
What are you doing?
No, Yapper still has one more. Yapper still has one more. And no, it's going to be out. There's another res. And there we go. Yappers is finally... Wait, he's still alive. No, okay, he's out. He's out. Okay, that's a team wipe. What an insane fight there.
Why would you go back in to try and get a reset or revive? That makes no sense to me, because you already lost team fight. You're one down. At that point, like, you're just going to go ahead and see. You're basically just looking for the reset, because there's no way you're going to win that team fight. You're going to have BKO basically trying to get a revive on their third man, and you're just basically fighting a 2v1 until the full res comes out. It's not instantaneous like it used to be like a few patches ago.
Absolutely, and unfortunately, one thing I'm looking at here is I believe that there is a slight between the streams up at the top. 20. Okay, there we go. It's a little bit better now. I think that as we get underway, Cash Out A halfway through, still in control of BKO, and Oppenheimer and Gremlin both going to go out here. This is huge for Yappers, and unfortunately, I do believe that this means it's just going to be Mickey standing. He will not be able to res his team, but they will have the chance to coin back in, stay close in on Vegas right now. It's super important for them to be able to play together as close as possible, and we're in the short, tiny little hallways of Vegas, and we're not seeing the triple shotguns anymore. We've actually got Gremlin on the Lewis gun, we've got Mickey on the AK, and I need to see how they decide to approach this fight. Cash Out A might be getting split through as Gremlin and Mickey come up from the top here, but remember, Yapper's sitting on height as well. They're one floor above. The steal gonna try to get started here soon, and as soon as it gets started, the glitches will go through, the flashbangs as well, and we see the RPG shot go as well. Dimov he gets padded up, and that's gonna be a Charge and Slam victory here for the other side, as Op goes out here. Grem and Mickey get kills but get traded out. Oppenheimer's gonna come back. It's just Dimov left standing, and will there be enough time to get the steal? I think there is. BKO retains control of the Cash Out here, and that's gonna be a BKO Cash Out one as Yappers tries to escape.
Yeah, no, it's very cool to see and very interesting to see that they're just playing for verticality. They're chasing, like, it was just one long brawl that's still going on. Op slamming down to...
There's no way they're still fighting.
No, bro, it's just a long brawl. Like, you're in the bar right now. It's just a whole fight going on with everyone just getting mad, getting angry.
And there still hasn't been a wipe. It still hasn't wiped.
Okay, it looks like we're finally gonna go ahead and get a reset here as Gremlin and Op go ahead and go on top of the rafters, taking onto the roof of the Grand Hotel. I'm not quite sure what the districts are called, but I do know like what me and my friends do usually call these places when we do play ourselves. It looks like they're trying to go into the casino, set up high. I'm interested to see where Demov and his team are setting up. Okay, they're setting up next to the fire escape entrance of the casino here near the elevator. They're just waiting for this cash out to get set up here. And we're just going to go ahead and play slow. Gremlin and BKOs just play up top with the glitch barrel in hand. I think what they're looking to do is they're going to go ahead and play for a drop. And they're going to go ahead and set up outside.
We're playing it slow, and Yappers is in control, but BKO, they have the upper hand, and they have the upper positioning. Here on height, they will be able to see. There it is. Unfortunately, they won't be able to see anymore as the flashbang hits. Demov falls off the side of the building and resets here. Another flashbang going to come through, this time hitting their whole team. Now Gremlin will be in charge of this fight here. Bone goes out, but the res is going to be able to come through. We see Gremlin go out, but the res is able to come through. We see Demov able to clean it up, but there is still one player left standing.
It's not over. You're not getting away.
Mickey goes out. Gremlin taking the fight here against Demov. The charge and slam. That's going to be a team wipe for Yappers as BKO is able to get the soft reset, able to take control of Cash Out C, and let's see if they are going to get it started here soon enough.
No, that was a crazy moment. I honestly thought he was about to clutch up that fight. If he didn't hit the bubble, if he hit one good shot with the SA shotgun, we would have been good. But it's not. But overall, he wasn't able to close it out. As we now have BKO just going to go ahead and rotating towards C. I'm surprised they decided not. Oh, it's because he's a heavy. I'm over here thinking, why didn't he just go through the vent? I usually play light, so I'm like, just go through the vent, man.
Yeah, well, looking at this next fight here, it really does seem like BKO is just doing their best to bide full time. But Yappers, they have charge and slam. They could just slam through the rooftop. I think that's going to be the plan here. They don't even need to. They're going to go through the glass. We see the barricade in hand, ready to just provide cover at a moment's notice. But Gremlin, Op, and Mickey are already baked into their own cover here. Will they have a pad to get themselves into a good position? See Demov getting ready to open up the sidelines here. And as it gets open, they actually don't push that hole. They push the other side. They're just keeping the team of BKO on their feet here. No different information will come through. BKO has no idea where this fight could even start from.
Yeah, Demov and Yappers just taking their time, trying to figure out where BKO is going. They're just trying to find out and find an opening. They're looking and searching. Over
they're running
here
out of
on
time
stage
to search as well because they really need to start this fight now. There really is only enough time for one. And here it goes on the floor. The cash out. The steal is going to come through, but it's not going to finish as Gremlin hops in. Oppenheimer and Mickey, but Gremlin looks like he might be taking too much damage here.
What is happening? Not going to be able to
sustain. He goes out, and unfortunately, so is Oppenheimer as he gets taken. It's just going to be up to Mickey here, who's running around with defibs in hand. They might just call it for this cash out. Maybe there's not enough time to finish this fight here. Situation going to be able to get the kill there, and that is unfortunately the end of.
Oh yeah, there's the wipe. Yeah, it was a very, very close match. I'm not gonna lie, it got so hectic with all the gas exploding, and then we have the rockets coming out. It was actually insane how much damage was outputted in such a short amount of time right there.
There are like 12 things happening at any given time, and my small monkey brain is unable to retain all of this information. Stars, I'm actually like struggling to pay attention to all these team fights right now because every single time it's two charge and slams that happen, and I don't know which one's connecting more. Speaking of which, we see Gremlin getting taken out and unfortunately not in a good position to get healed. He gets res, but as soon as he gets res, Op goes down, and Mickey's out as well. And so we see Gremlin pull out the charge and slam, which gives him a little bit of sustain, but unfortunately he's not going to be able to do much, and he goes out again, and that's going to be another team wipe here in favor of Yappers. And that's what I love about the charge and slam, is that what people don't realize is that when you do have the charge and slam, the moment you start pulling it, you actually take slightly less damage. That's why we saw him stay alive for just long enough. But the thing is, Stars, is that it doesn't matter if your team is already dead. You got 3 crosshairs on you.
Hey, the way I see it, just knock 2 people off the roof, and then just run into the last person. Make sure you do as much damage there, and get that kill. Get out. But it ain't happening here, obviously, because unfortunately, everyone here are really good players.
Exactly. We can see the Dimov is getting set up here in this kitchen site. This is going to be very, very difficult for Team BKO to find their way in. And unfortunately for them, I think that the fight is going to come to them. Yappers actually jumps up at the top. I don't know if this was the right move. Mickey resets with the pad to take ultimate height once more. Gremlin's able to pull out the charge and slam and remove the heavy from the equation, moving him away just enough to get the kill on Dimov. Now it's going to be huge damage here as situation goes down once more. That's a team wipe here for Yappers. Absolutely detrimental as they took the fight too early. Now it's BKO in control, and they have this beautiful setup already laid out for them by Yappers that they are now fully in control of. The pad going to go up here, and I believe that BKO will choose to hold this from ultimate height. There it is. The ultimate height hold is going to come through, and now the question is, where is Yappers going to be resetting from? I believe they'll have to run all the way over from Argon District as they try to make their way in. They are in the same building, and they will try to promote the fight from underneath. If they can get that drop, it's going to work out. But I don't think that drop connects.
Yeah, they could have saved the second barrel for a fight if they had just punched out the roof there. That is actually breakable if you punch it, so that way.
Here is the steel coming through, but where is BKO? They get blocked off, and the steel comes through for Yappers. This is huge because Gremlin didn't charge and slam fast enough. Now we see the kill onto Bone, but unfortunately the recharge is going to come through. The RPG not going to be doing enough damage. They need to start the steel now, and the jump pad going to be canceling it. Is there enough time for the steel? Is there a wipe? The wipe, the gas. There's, oh my god, situation is good for 2. The gas is still here. Op is outside the gas. Does he have time to get the steal? I think he has time for the steal, and that's going to be the steal. BKO with a last-second steal takes the win. Stars, I am nauseous from that fight.
Bro, every fight with charge and slam. Charge and slam.
Yeah, it was just 1 second. Oh my god, bro, I can't even, like, it was BKO. like wait, I'm so
I get it. There's so much going on. Like it's just like we're going through the multiverse of madness. That one scene from Doctor Strange where he gets just yeeted across the cosmos.
And situation almost fully clutching it up because after the pad fell back down, or after the cash out fell back down to the pad, I realized it wasn't a team wipe. I realized that situation was still alive, and he clears 2 and leaves just Oppenheimer standing, who just barely gets that last kill. It was so close all the way to the last second, Stars.
I think, honestly, I believe if he just stayed up top, bided his time, he probably could have won it for his team right there. But just the impatience, just dropping down to try and just rush those kills. I get it. You panic in those moments. It's happened to me too. But you just got to stay calm. Know that you have the verticality, especially as a light player, and just play off that because you are a squishy. You have to play to live.
And it's again, it's so crazy to sort of see the play style change with Bone now switching to the medium, Dimov switching off of light onto the heavy, and seeing how the team is trying to adapt to these changes. There's so much nuance that is happening in these small fights, but this is Yappers losing again on Vegas, a map that Yappers chose.
Yeah, and it looks like we missed the scoreboard once again here, so it's gonna go ahead and run it back into the lobby here. What is our next map again? Our next map was
Skyway Stadium. Yeah, we'll be starting on a standard issue Skyway Stadium at night, and this is going to be very, very fun to watch because again, this map can either very much hurt you or very much help you if you choose to play on that heavy shotgun meta. And I think that we will be seeing Gremlin retain the Lewis gun here, and I think that Dimov will stick to the heavy shotgun, but we're also seeing situation wait, Situation is remaining on the shotgun as well. So this is insane. We're having Yappers on the triple shotgun. We're having, on the other side of things with BKO, we're seeing Lewis gun, AK, and shotgun. So the two hugely different play styles, but again, both teams retaining the charge and slam rather than going with shields. And I think that Charge and Slam with the full shotguns might be the dive comp that Yappers needs to take them through, but they haven't been traditionally successful on Skyway Stadium.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting to see. I don't know if you noticed, last game they weren't running triple shotguns, and I want to see what they're looking to do here. I think that they're... Ooh. Never mind, we have a huge engagement coming in right here. Gremliners going in, doing huge damage.
D-Bob on 1 HP, able to still be able to get a kill onto Oppenheimer. Absolutely wild. And there is going to be another kill here, as unfortunately Gremlin might not be able to be in a good situation here. He charges through. He's still alive. Mickey and Op go down, and there's Gremlin, 1 HP in a dream. He was taken out.
Unfortunately, they were over here playing hole in the wall as they just walked through and just get him behind. He thought he was safe by blocking that door, but no. Unfortunately, that RPG did a little bit too much of collateral damage.
Absolutely unfortunate, but it's still such a great gameplay that we're seeing right now, trying to figure out the best way for these teams to collapse in on each other, and you know, whoever gets the first opening kill might not even be the team that gets the win. Now we're looking at the cash out that's sitting above the kitchen, and D-Mov is waiting for the right time to drop it. The steal is going to come through from the rooftop down into the kitchen, and this will now allow Team BKO to have great height advantage. And look at that, Mickey trying to solo out the fights, doing tons of damage onto Bone. Won't be able to get healed up just yet here. Situation looking for his entry, but it's Gremlin and Op that go down first, just up to Mickey, who retained height advantage. He's gonna back off for the fight here and try to stay alive while his team can coin in. And look at how stable Yappers is in this position. If you're running triple shotgun comp, this is the ideal setup for you to be in right now, because remember, the other team has to push into you, and if you have full short range advantage, that burst damage that you were talking about, well, it's hard to compete with that, Stars.
Yeah, and I completely agree. I think it's a mistake for them trying to set up on top here. I think they just need to play on top of that platform, on top of the, I want to call it the counter. Yeah, I'll call it the counter right here. Because the way they had it set up, they were bunkering down really strong here. I don't think playing up top is the move. They can, but I don't think it is. Because remember, BKO, Burts, they like to play vertical here. They like to go up, down, rather than the other way around. Never mind. It looks like they're doing a full cavalry charge straight in. Taking the rooftop here, breaking the APS of Yappers. But where's Yappers? Coming in from behind them. The steal is coming through. Are Yappers able to stop it? No. Treason going down. And Gremlin's able to get a steal.
Oh, and the slam's coming through as well. He's going to be able to take out Bone and Demov as well. Gremlin, absolutely. Not only the steal before the team wipe, but then the team wipe immediately after the steal. Yappers is getting shut out here, and this is very, very scary to be in if you're Yappers, because they had full control over that cash out for so long. And now on the precipice of match point, on the precipice of getting knocked out of the entire tourney, Yappers needs to get the next cash out or it's all over. Stars, it is so incredibly close right now. And so this means that we will be seeing Yappers at the absolute top of their game. No minor mistakes will come through at this point in time. They need to make sure it doesn't happen. Right now, they retain control of the cash out, or of the vault, but will they be able to get it into the cash out? We see Oppenheimer approaching. He gets the kill onto the situation, and Gremlin on the sidelines catches Demov off guard. Gonna be able to do a little bit of damage here. Damage will be returned to Gremlin, but not enough to be able to counteract what's happening. We will see Demov surviving just a little bit longer. He will get his res as situation coins back in, but the cash out not started yet. The vault closer and closer to the cash out C.
Yeah, it's just so cool to see. both of these teams just go right at it. We're going to go ahead and start seeing a rotate here from Gimlin. It looks like they're going to go ahead and take C. They go ahead and put it in. Demov and Yappers taking Rooftop here. They're going to go ahead for their own top-down approach and vision clear. And just going back to the hospital ward, I just want to say, like, I don't understand why Yappers is not playing more straightforward. They when they have cash out, they have the manpower to just hold strong, especially with all shockers. The other team has to push into them. I'm just trying to figure out why they're just trying to get fancy, go for flanks when that's stuff that's not needed.
Huge damage going to be coming through right now from Demov onto Gremlin, and Gremlin is going to go out. Demov at half HP. Will Gremlin be able to get res as Oppenheimer goes down, trying to find that res? Mickey has to leave. This is exactly what you wanted to see, the straightforward approach. They find their way in. They are able to separate Gremlin from the team, and as Oppenheimer goes for the res, he gets caught off guard. The steal going to come through for Yappers, and it all comes down to this one final team fight as BKO gets ready to approach. Gremlin and Oppenheimer coining back in. Mickey ready on the fight to get this glitch barrel inserted into the Yappers and get the fight started. Let's see what Demov has cooking as Yappers try to find where the fight's coming from. Looking like an absolute mirror match as BKO approaches from the top. Gremlin in from the side. Where will they find the open? Where will they find the entrance? Yappers.
Oh, they don't know.
For the fight to collapse in.
Oh,
wait, but BKO, they don't see it. But Gremlin starts off strong. It's Situation that goes down first. Bone at half HP. Gremlin gets healed back up. Situation unable to get res, and his Bone goes down.
He's lived.
And it's down to this. Demov is alive, but the steal is coming through. Can he stop the steal in time? He's going to be able to get it. The steal goes through. He gets the kill. He pops the gas, but he's gone. A team wipe, and that's it. A 2-0.
Oh, no.
BKO. Wait. BKO. That's BKO. And that's a win. A 2-0 for BKO. The comeback is real as Yappers originally defeating BKO in the winner's semifinal, sending them to the lower bracket. We now see BKO in a 2-0 sweep coming through to eliminate Yappers. That is a wild comeback arc.
No, and you got your grand finals. You got what you want. You got your FGGF. And if you get a girlfriend after the grand finals, you gotta add an extra GF at the end there too.
It's an FGGFGF to say the least. This is insane. The coveted Bertz versus BKO grand final. Guys, this was such an insane match to watch, and I just gotta give credit to Yappers for coming all the way through, almost making it to the grand final. Such an unfortunate way to get knocked out of the tourney. But again, when you're switching up your composition, you're switching up your playstyle at the very last second, I guess they just did not have enough time to get used to the nuances and micro plays that they needed to make in order to actually get the best adjustment possible. But you got to give them credit for trying something as crazy as that.
Yeah, no, and I feel like the double barrel of Demov worked significantly better than going charge and slam for him. I feel like the minute he went charge and slam, it kind of just lost that nuance they had. They didn't have that entry damage that they were getting with the light. Like whenever they would go, they would have teleporter. He would toss up the gateway, so that way his team spawns in, and he would do opening damage. So while the other team was distracted looking at that gateway, he would be able to do opening damage, take the attention off of his team, and now it's just a free team wipe at that point. But without the light, he wasn't able to do that. They had to be more straightforward, like we were watching right there, and they just couldn't do that, especially when they had to defend.
It's just so crazy to see the absolute difference in play styles that have been coming out in this grand finals. These teams know what is on the line, and they know that they want it. There is an absolutely insane prize pool here that these players are after, and it is going to be everything right now. I am excited for what's coming, and we will get our grand finals between Bertz and BKO right after this break.
Let me flash.
Maybe help.
Yep. Next. She's above. Watch bodies.
Oh my god, the one tap. You safe.
Oh, on me. He's outside now. Still.
Check it.
Go, mid is low.
I'm dead. Oh, that's right.
I'm taking high.
Hold on.
Healing.
Behind you guys. Deep in me.
Sweat the pad. PG.
Oh my god.
Nice. Good shit.
Holy shit, what I just seen. That's insane.
8 figures. Said I dream too big, about to do it way bigger. I'm the boss when I walk through, straighten up a sit-up. I ain't never had to tell them, but they know that I'm that. Finish that. So many wins, I had to go ahead and bring it back. All of you, my sons, go ahead and get the Similac. Yes, word when I'm pulling in. I ain't asking for the spot, I tell them better give me that. Taking no losses, can't start now. You know it's about to go up when I touch down. And if they didn't know before, they gonna know now. That I leave a murder scene when I come round. In other words, you know that we about to kill it. I ain't for the talking, I said it, you know I did it. I'm putting on the show, the world is about to feel it. I know they're getting scared when I tell them that. We outside. Yeah, we outside. Yeah, we out. Looking at the view from the top. Get into the bed, don't stop. Get into the bed, don't stop. Better catch up, cuz we outside. Playing with me, know you playing yourself. If I got a game, I'm gon' bet on myself. Got it on my own, never needed your help. When you see me at the top, know I did it myself. You know we outside.
Welcome back, everybody. You have all been waiting for this moment right here. I am joined here today with Stars, and of course, my name is Artie, and this is the grand finals for the Split 1 Masters event from Breakout Esports. I am so excited to bring you this. It is Bertz versus BKO. And here is the best part about this is that not only will the winners of today receive a over $600 prize pool, as well as some swag from One Shot Energy, they also, the losers, will be banned from the Discord server of the finals that they, the finals scrim server that they all play in. It is insane as the stakes keep getting higher and higher for the teams here. I cannot believe what I'm seeing. But the best part about this grand finals is that we are entering a best of 5. That means we're going to be seeing all 5 maps. We're going to be seeing these teams go head to head to head in one of the most action-packed 3v3 series we've had yet, Stars.
Oh yeah, I'm completely excited, bro. North America gets its champion today, and we get to see who gets banned from that court. I hope you're I hope you're excited, bro, because I didn't know that coming into this, but now that we have stakes on it, it's only gonna make this match more intense.
And the craziest thing that is going to be coming from this as well is that I believe that we are going to be seeing the teams going for some slightly off-meta picks to try and retain a little bit of that element of surprise. We'll see what happens when we get into the match, but Stars, I can guarantee you that the matchup that we're about to see is going to be unlike anything that has happened so far in the Breakout Esports Masters Series.
Yeah, no, Bertz is looking so good right now in terms of just getting the rights. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It's looking so good just in terms of looking at them with their team cohesion. They've gotten better and better over time. At the start, it was a little shaky, but every match going forward, they've gotten stronger and stronger, and there's no stopping this moving train right now.
Absolutely. I am so excited. These teams have been cooking all day, and I think that if we can get a look at the maps, what we'll be seeing, I believe the very first map of the day is going to be on Skyway Stadium.
Is it? I'm not quite sure myself. I haven't quite seen them myself. Yeah, it doesn't look like they did it properly unless they did it behind closed doors.
Possibly. I believe that they might have just decided to go for, instead of banning any maps, I think that they've just GA'd to start on a map that works well for them, that works well, that both teams can agree on, and go from there. Again, since it's a best of 5, they already know that they will be likely playing all 5 maps. I think that instead of a pick ban traditionally, I think that they've just GA'd. Remember, these players have all played with each other. Every single one of these these players has been on a team with each one of the enemies. And so there is a lot of communication that these guys have with one another to be able to sort of know, hey, I know when this guy can't heal me on this map. I know when this guy is not able to perform his best on heavy. So even though they're gentlemanly agreeing to, go for one map or the other, this is still going to be a very intense fight.
Okay, it looks like there might have been a miscommunication. So we accidentally did a best of 3 band order on the website rather than the best of 5. So we're just gonna go ahead and get that sorted out real quick. And
I see.
Yeah.
Okay, no worries, but I believe that we also have the pick'ems that we can see, and we can see sort of what the audience as well as the production think for the grand finals winners. And Bert's is gonna be my go here. Wait, no, this is wrong. I said BKO actually. They're throwing me under the bus. I actually said that I'm gonna pick BKO because I think the BKO is the underdogs. I think Bert's is very clearly capable of taking a victory, but that I want to see BKO make the lower bracket run. They're doing me dirty here, but hey, listen. All right, if it says Bert's on the screen, sure, my screen vote is Bert's, but my heart vote is BKO. I really cannot decide between these two teams.
And speaking of voting, you get to choose your one-shot energy MVP right now. We are going to go ahead and put a link and pin it right here in the Twitch chat for you guys to go ahead and place your vote for who you think should be the MVP of this event.
Absolutely. Make sure to put in your votes based on everything that we've seen. Here is your one-shot MVP category. You have Spoiler from LRC, the absolute healing demon, and then of course on BKO it's Gremlin, the OG charge and slam heavy. And we've got Dimov, the only player in the entire Finals Masters Series event that has been seen playing light, medium, and heavy in this tournament. Absolutely insane gameplay from Dimov. And then we've got Z on Team Bert, the absolute sustain demon. When you need a res, Z is your guy. And this is going to be one of the hardest MVP votes that I've had to make. So definitely check out the pinned comment that will be pinned in the Twitch chat in just a moment here to cast your vote for the one-shot MVP, where the winner will be receiving a huge swag from our title sponsor of the event, One Shot Energy. One Shot Energy has your one-stop shop need for everything related to energy. You can take their focus boosters, or you can take their little quick energy bites, or if you're casting all day or streaming all day like me, the voice drops will absolutely save your throat. So go ahead and check out our sponsor, One Shot Energy, and go ahead and cast your vote for the One Shot MVP. That Twitter link is pinned right now in the chat. Go ahead and check that out. We're about to get into our game here, and I do believe that instead of Skyway, it's actually going to be Vegas to start off here. Let's look at our map picks and bans here. Remember, it's a best of 5, so the teams have just decided on the best order, and that order is going to be Las Vegas to start things off. Then we'll be shifting all the way over to Monaco. Following that is Skyway Stadium, the best of all worlds here, with elements from Seoul and Monaco all put into the same place. Following that, if we are able to make it to map 4, it's going to be Seoul. And depending on if we get high rise or standard, it's going to be tons of fun to watch how these teams compete on that map. And if it goes to the decider, if it's a 2-on-2 score line and we need to get to map 5, I couldn't think of a better place to finish the last finals tournament of season 2 than on Sis Horizon.
Yeah, and I'm so excited. This is going to be such an exciting map. Both teams kill hungry, ready to go in like into a den of tigers. They're just going to go ahead and go right at each other, and I'm excited to see how they're going to do. Who's going to win? The more calm and composed Berts, or is it going to be the aggressive charge and slam BKO? We're going into Vegas right now, and I'm excited to see what happens.
It's going to be an insane start to this tournament series by seeing these teams go at it here. And let's go ahead and take a look. All right, up on Team Bertz, it's going to be heavy shotgun, medium shotgun, and FCAR. On Team BKO, we've got a medium shotgun, an AK, and a heavy shotgun. And of course, Charge and Slam versus the Mesh Shield. So Sueco retaining the Mesh Shield here to stay on meta, while Gremlin does what Gremlin does best and hits the Charge and Slam as needed. Vault 1 going to be spawning ever so close to Bertz here, and BKO will have the worst start.
Yeah, it's just exciting to see these guys go at it. We have the defib coming out, just have some fun, just gonna hold it in the hands coming from Chickpea. They're gonna go ahead and see BKO is at Vault 1 right now. They go ahead and click it, get it started, get that timer going. I'm interested to see where Chickpea and his team is going. Looks like they're just playing to cut off BKO. They recognize that they're not going to make it there in time to do any damage or to contest, so they're just playing to delay, stall, and punish BKO for whatever mistakes they make.
Yeah, and this is going to be interesting because the fact that Bertz is intentionally letting the Vault get away from them here might be a little bit of a crazy approach to this. But again, if there's anyone I trust to make this call, it's going to be them. And there it is, Chickpea starting off strong, getting the pad over the Z place down. He's
what a glitch.
Huge glitch. All the team, and he's going to be able to fully throttle in with that shotgun. Oppenheimer's the first to go down as Sueco finishes the shots. He takes out Gremlin as well, and Sueco does the damage with Z, gets the final shot onto Mickey, and that's going to be a team wipe in favor of Bertz.
Yeah, no, that was a spicy glitch, bro. All three members of BKO just huddled up a little too tightly where the radius was just able to just punish them. And it's just so crazy to see how impactful the glitch bros have been in one of the latest patches, because before that we only had the glitch grenades, and those would get eaten by the APS. So now that we have a glitch barrel that can't be countered by an APS, now we have something that can really truly punish a team for a mistake of being, hey, I'm huddled here together, or hey, we're gonna charge into you as fast as you can and try to get damage outputs. It's great to see that counterplay being added to the game.
It really is. I'm so curious if there's going to be just any more intricacies that we see coming through these team fights. But unfortunately, the only intricacies are going to be the bullets that go all the way through BKO, as they're unable to make any progress here. As just Bertz throws themselves into the room and just deletes BKO before Gremlin can even start the charge and slam.
No, that was actually crazy, because like that fight took less than 5 seconds to complete. And the worst part is that BKO had the opening damage. They had the surprise attack, and they just weren't able to convert that into a full team wipe. They got 1 kill, maybe 2 kills, but they weren't able to fully convert it, and it's just sad to see that happen.
Yeah, there is enough time for another fight, and we are going to be seeing Oppenheimer open up the floor. Will there be enough time for the team fight and the steal? Gremlin drops the dome to see if someone's going to go in, but the gas will pop, make it very difficult for them to get through. The steal might not happen here, but the team fight will. We can see Chickpea, Z, and Sueco holding up on the opposite side. Now Gremlin trying to find the way to steal. He starts the steal, but the damage is too much, and Z inserted into the back line to finish him off. That's going to be another team wipe here. Has BKO even found an entry yet? Only 1 kill on the side of BKO.
That's just a big yikes right there. Like, it's just the team cohesion from Bertz. The fact that they're using hazards, whether it be toxic barrels, glitch barrels, like they're just finding every hazard they can, setting up, using it to win their team fights. And it's just utility usage that's just bringing these victories to Bertz. Bertz going to go ahead and start our vault number 2. We have Gremlin and BKO just setting up top, getting ready to take a fight. Yo, it looks like Bertz is already hip to what they're doing. They're setting up themselves on top of that hotel.
And Burt's is in the perfect position. Look at that pad ready to go. And BKO has almost no way to find a solid entry point here, especially given the fact that they need to be sure that they can win the team fight to stay in control. But there it is, as Mickey goes down first. We see Gremlin all the way up at the top. Look at how aggressive this team is. Burt's really just showing off right now. Again, only 1 kill on the side of BKO.
I don't understand what's going on. Like, they can't convert any kills right now. It's just so confusing because they get the opening damage, but I don't know whether it's the heal beam coming in from the medium or maybe like just the pressure coming in from that charge slam.
It's the speed at which Burt's aggresses towards the team. Burt's is starting these fights so fast that BKO has no time to switch through and do what's needed. I think that right now, all BKO needs to do is match that energy to go as fast as possible and have the ability to just follow your heavy as he charges through and try to cut off at least 1 medium. If you can cut off 1 medium, then that's all you need to find that entry. And unfortunately for BKO, Burt's is able to do that without thinking about it.
Yeah, we have Burt setting up far away from side.
Up is going to come here. We have the ultimate height about to get taken away from them. Chickpea sets up the pad to get ready to flow in. And we are going to be watching as, unfortunately for BKO, they're just not able to do what they need fast enough. And Chickpea, Z, Sueco, they jump all the way in. Oppenheimer down to half HP. Will they be able to follow through? The damage coming through. Chickpea actually goes out, as well as Sueco. And this is going to be a huge entry for BKO. BKO needs this. There's just 1 player left. Z all the way on the sidelines here. Now BKO, they'll have the ability to get the steal. But remember, only 10 seconds is required for this coin to come through, for Chickpea and Sueco to come for the reset, so they will have time to get in. Even if they can't, there's still going to be 1 more cash out after this for map 1.
Yeah, for about 35 seconds left on the clock for this cash out. They have to play perfect here. BKO needs this cash out to stay in this game. As we look, the team fight is going, and Charge Slam goes through. Gets the assist on the Chickpea. He's doing great damage.
Oh, but he's caught up by Mickey with the F-Car. Z gets a trade. Oppenheimer. And where is it? It's going to be Mickey still alive. It's Burt's that's gone. And that's going to be a full win for the second cash out for BKO. This is just perfect, because now on map 1 we're already getting in to the 3, and this is exactly what was happening to Burt's at the very beginning. Do you remember, Stars, where BKO couldn't even find an entry, and now BKO is just locking them out, dono walling them.
Dono walling indeed, as now we watch Chickpea start his rotate, going up behind with the huge flank, huge bounce pad, damage coming out from the model 1887 here. Not quite enough to get a good start into the fight, but good enough to apply pressure.
Oh, Gremlin coming off the sideline with a huge pad damage, but he's not going to be able to capitalize on it as Z does enough. But Oppenheimer and Mickey come through. Oppenheimer goes down, but Gremlin gets rezzed all the way back up. It's just up to Mickey, though. Mickey versus Sueco, and Mickey's at 5 HP. It's not looking great here, as Sueco able to sustain through, find his way back up. Mickey has to run away. He's already used his defibs. He's trying to hide.
Oh, the
be able to get through. They found him. They found him.
Not too shabby. Not too shabby.
No
way.
Just he was playing hide and seek. He was playing for the guy to hop over him so he could get that early burst damage in. He understood, yes, he's like 25 HP, but the other guy is half. So if he can get that opening damage in that fight, he can still convert that into a kill, and he was able to do that and win that team fight for his team.
I thought there was no way that Mickey wins that, and that's what I love about the finals, is that it is such an insane game when you get players of this level of performance. Literally anything is possible. And once again, we have Burt's on a full reset, and BKO, they have enough time to set up here. It is all the way out in parking, which is going to be super hard to hold, and especially as we see the team getting set up on the top of the Eastwood. What will Chickpea, Sueco, Z do? They're jumping over the side there. They see the gas that's on the point, so they know they're going to need to drop it out. Mickey up and Gremlin, though, they're not ready for the fight just yet. They're holding from inside of the hotel. They're giving Burt's just enough time. They might be able to come in here and get a steal. But Burt's is a little bit smarter than that. They're pushing through, trying to find an entry before they commit. They're throwing the gas barrels away. This is huge. Now they're able to cut off the sides, and now Burt's is able to steal. But here we go, the side switch. We see BKO on the sidelines here, pushing the left side up to the bottom. Now they're dropping down to the first floor. Who will be able to get the most damage out early on? Oppenheimer eats an RPG. You see Chickpea and Z. They're going to be a little bit low, but they are able to survive as they bounce back up to the top here. Swaco at half HP, but it's Gremlin that goes down first. Mickey's going to be able to survive as Op gets the res. What's going to happen is Chickpea gets out Mickey. We will see Op go down, and that's a BKO almost into the team wipe here. It's just up to Gremlin, but he's not going to be able to survive for long. Gremlin.
They're stalling him out.
They're stalling him. Ow, no. They're not giving him the team wipe.
Where is he? Come here.
No.
Yeah, and it's not looking good. Yeah, there's not going to be enough time for them to come back and get this kill. 10 seconds left on the clock. That's 20 seconds to rotate and get the steal. This is looking like it's going to be game for BKO on map 1.
Nah, because stalling the team wipe there is crazy.
I'm dropping this thing.
Oh my God.
I'm not going to lie. I thought that Chickpea and Burt's was gonna wipe there because they weren't getting any good opening damage into that fight. But all of a sudden, they decided, hey, we're gonna take this bounce pad up. I'm gonna do damage. You guys shoot down while I'm falling back into BKO. So when he landed, they basically just went ahead and just got the free damage. His team bursted down Gremlin, and it was just kind of curtains from there, and I switched into the wrong scene for us.
All good, all good. I mean, I'm just very, very happy with what I saw from both teams from that first match, because we saw the very first team fight. Wow, Burt's is locked in right now, and there's no way that BKO can even compete. Then we got to the second cash out, and BKO activated. Finally, they figured out what they needed to do. They figured out how to get in, and they did everything they could to lock in for that second cash out. And on cash out 3, it wasn't even the same level as those other fights, because it was one team fight, and Burt's just waited for the right moment to strike. And I think that the big deciding factor was that BKO, they had moved so far off the point that they couldn't capitalize on the gas barrels that they set up on there before. They couldn't play for the drop even. And by the time that they were in a situation to actually get through and deal enough damage to offset what Burt's was doing, Burt's had already stolen and taken enough time to really make it their own.
Yeah, and I feel like that's unfortunately just a thrown away opportunity from BKO. They had the good cash out hold. They just over-aggressed when they had control. So they ended up chasing Burt's, trying to secure kills rather than just over-pressuring them. They had the pressure, but they were just trying to get kills, which is not what you need to do. Your job as a defender is to stall for time. It's not to get kills. So them chasing them actually kind of just threw the game away.
Exactly. And hey, here's a really insane thing, is that we're about to jump on a Monaco, and I can guarantee you on Monaco, we will be seeing some things change up. I think that on Monaco, this is where we see Gremlin switch to the Lewis gun, and I want to see the Lewis gun do a lot of work against Burt's, because one of the best things is that if we can see BKO start to adapt early on, it might be what the team needs to sort of get Burt's into an uncomfortable situation. That being said, we're seeing the same sort of switch up from Burt's. So Burt's sticking to the heavy shotgun, but instead, oh no, Chickpea is sticking onto the shotgun as well. So from both teams is a mirror comp, minus, once again, Charge and Slam versus Mesh Shield. So so curious to see how this is going to shake out, but this is one of those situations where it might go either way. I think that these teams might be playing it a little bit too safe to what they're used to. I think I needed to see a little bit more of a drastic change from BKO. Even from Burt's, I think that them kind of going into this, same setup that they're used to, it might end up going the wrong way if BKO figures out the Monaco strategy that'll work best for them here.
Yeah, as we start to see this fight break out, Gremlin is rocking that Lewis gun, like you said earlier. They're just
They're on
playing
West server,
slow
can
right
they
now.
on
They're
West?
not playing to take a fight. They're playing.
Oh, yeah,
Oh,
okay.
looks like we might have some technical difficulties here.
Lobby reset, folks. Lobby reset, folks.
Alrighty. Well,
Yeah,
as
pay
we're just
attention,
waiting here, there we go. I'm over here I'm over here clicking my space bar to transition, and it's like, no, I don't want to do this. We're gonna look at this loading screen this whole time.
Exactly. I'm here to see what that loading screen can tell us. But I was so excited to get Monaco at night with the rain. It's such a the stormy weather on Monaco is such a vibe. Especially when you can get either like the forest cash outs or if you get the one in Plaza. Like it's so much fun to watch those fights happen. But yeah, I think that on Monaco, now that we know what team comps these teams are running with retaining the one medium shotgun and one medium FCAR, with Gremlin running Lewis gun and charge and slam, Sueco retaining the SA-1216 and the mesh shield, we're going to have two very different playstyles on Monaco here.
Yeah, and I think it's going to be interesting because normally you would want to run that mesh shield just because, yes, you have a lot of cover in the buildings. Yes, there's a lot of close quarters combat. But when you're playing on these rooftops, there's a lot of damage going to be output on this map, especially with the long lines of sight. So it's very interesting to see that we're running the charge and slam on the side of BKO. Just because, okay, how are you going to take that space? How are we going to get to certain areas? Because if you don't remember, we might get the suspended structures. Yeah, it looks like we are getting suspended structures. So it's just going to be interesting to see how BK is going to deal with that without that mesh shield.
And here's the thing about suspended structures is that suspended structures is absolutely the most different possible variant of any map that you can get. Monaco standard versus Monaco suspended is an entirely different beast. And I think that this is actually going to change a lot about how these teams go together. Like you said, the mesh shield has so much value, and I think that we will actually be seeing Gremlin swapping over to the mesh shield just because the suspended structures.
Yeah, there it is.
Yeah, there it is. The suspended structures will call for the mesh shield. And likewise, I think we're still lobby shopping. We might want to cut to a break while we wait until we get the NA East.
Yep, that sounds good to me.
Yeah, while we continue to lobby shop here, folks, we will be right back with the action the moment it starts up for you.
Maybe we go top for sure.
Alrighty, gamers, hopefully you finished your gooning sessions because we're done edging you. It's time to get back into the grand finals. We've got the start off strong with Burt's jumping all the way over to the cathedral, and we've got BKO inside of it. Vault 1 is going to be just off the side here, inside of the residential district. Let's see exactly how they will decide to go about this fight. Burt's gets the proc, but it's BKO that is closer to holding control.
Yeah, it looks like they're going ahead and take it slow, just like they were originally planning to do. We got the charge and slam Lewis gun back on Gremlin here. Unfortunately, no mesh shield like we were thinking we might get. Granted, that was suspended structures. Now, it looks like they're going to go ahead and start rotating towards Cash Out B, but what we know is that Burt's is looking above them like a Papa Hawk, hopping down, looking to get kills. They're just going to go ahead and set up here, play slow, get some early damage here, just slow it down, force them to reset.
That reset is going to be coming through pretty easily, but Mickey's still going to be eating some damage. He is able to sustain through it, and Gremlin is the one that's able to get the first kill on a Chickpea here. They do finish off Swaco as well. That's going to leave just one player remaining, but I believe Z is going to be able to get out not only with the vault, but also with his life. He's going to take it to Cash Out A, get it plugged just to get things started out. No, he's actually throwing it out. Gonna let the team reset here, but unfortunately for him, his throw is too good, and it basically gets itself all the way over into A. Now, what you guys might have noticed is that we are not in the suspended structures variant. Instead, it is just going to be a standard fare for Monaco, but with Oppenheimer in control of Vault 1, Chickpea and Z will be convincing him to drop it, but Chickpea falls away from his team there, gets caught out, and gets taken out by Gremlin. But we will be seeing Z get close enough to getting the res here, and as the res comes through, we will see him fall down once more, and that's a wipe for Burt's as BKO retains control. Oppenheimer going to be going to get Vault 1 plugged into Cash Out A as Mickey resets the team for greatness.
And we got the emote coming out. He said he's a ninja. Now, I don't understand why Chickpea decided to hop down and go in so early by himself. He didn't have his team. His team was still trying to go rotate and land on a roof. Z was still rotating because he was trying to live from being chased earlier by BKO. That was just a big mistake going to that fight that ended up forcing them to waste one of their defibs, which led into another kill, which means both defibs were down, and it kind of just snowballed from there. As we watch BKO just set up here, just slow down and wait for the action of Burt's.
It's all about that timing, all about the ability to make sure that you can get your team out and in the better position. And again, when you get one of those kills, you know that a medium is putting away that gun, and BKO is maintaining the strategy to fully capitalize on those things. We are going to see Burt's take a stealthy approach here. They're approaching in from the top here. We see Z crouching up at the top, not giving a footstep away, but there's Chickpea going fast. They're going to jump over to Grandma's house, try to find this. Now remember, we are on the edge of the map here by Villas and Pocket Park, and this is going to be a very, very dangerous place to play from, because if they do not get this kill, if they do not get this, the respawn is on the other side of the map. This is going to be the last chance they get for Cash Out A. Chickpea does massive damage to Mickey. That's going to be a good opening. He's able to drop back down and heal up the damage dealt to Swaco. Gremlin going to be good to take out Swaco and Oppenheimer, though. Let's see what's going to happen now. We do see, unfortunately, Gremlin will not be able to retain as he goes out. Chickpea and Z deal so much damage. Oppenheimer almost able to stay up, but unfortunately, Gremlin just does not do enough to save his teammate. And that's going to be a win for Chickpea, Z, and Swaco on Cash Out A.
No, that was actually crazy how much damage was just outputted in half a second. 1 second, you're full health. Next second, you're insta-dead. And that's so crazy, too, because he's on medium. You're not too light, but you're not too tanky either. And just getting insta-killed there is just wild. See, that Chickpea is over here taking a ranged fight with the Model 1887. Not well advised, but looks like they are trying to go ahead and get this flank going around. Gremlin and BKO just going to go ahead and start up Vault number 2 here, while Burt's just resets in themselves. Looks like they're planning to invade, planning to hunt them.
I'm not there at all. I'm not there at all.
Like small.
This is going to be a very fun fight to watch as Burst is actually a little bit split up. BKO is not in a position to take advantage of it. They get funneled up through the top here, and Chickpea is able to deal incredible damage to Grem and Op. Absolutely insane.
Yeah, it's just like how we were saying last game. It seems like the tides are changing. Momentum is shifting between these two teams. If you just play so stagnant, you're over here just playing too passive, just gonna get punished for it. You have to take the aggression to them. And what's crazier is the fact that it was a 2v3 for the most part, as we see BKO running up on Chickpea, but the damage is coming through. Are they able to get these kills? Yes, they are. The damage coming through is going crazy.
The way that they are utilizing Chickpea as just this insane entry, Z gets the perfect opportunity to stick through and heal Chickpea. And even though Mickey is dealing tons of damage, it just gets healed right through, and Chickpea with that shotgun is just doing way too much. Gremlin able to sustain a little bit here, but in a 1v2 situation, I don't think that he has enough ability to hold out here. And Gremlin actually once again going to be getting stalled out. They're not killing him just yet. There it is. The kill is going to finally come through. And unfortunately for Burt's, unfortunately for BKO, I do believe that Burt's might have a full lock on this. I think there's enough time for one spot, but pushing all the way into this sideline here in Park is so difficult because you have to either cut through construction into villas, and that's what they're doing. They've spawned construction, luckily, jumping over villas, trying to make their way across the highway into the park. Will they have enough time to take this fight here? We see Burt's actually holding off the sideline here. Gas barrel in the forest, gonna pop to at least deny some area here. BKO, they have to start this fight, and they have to end it now. They have maybe 15 seconds to do what they need. Some good opening damage, but Gremlin can't capitalize on it. They need to send somebody back to start the steal now, or it's all going to be done here. They're going to have to do what they can. They see the trap set up, but they can't start it fast enough. Too many bullets onto the button. Z going to go all the way up in the air. He gets taken out, and Gremlin finally going to be in a spot to be able to hold the steal here, but unfortunately, as Mickey goes out, the steal won't come through, and BKO gets shut out. A 20,000 cash out for Team Burt's, putting them now on match point. It is a best of 5, and Burt's is up by 2. This is not looking good for Team BKO.
Yeah, no, it's looking really, really rough. Now, this is where men are made. Are we going to fight through adversity and secure these next 3 maps, or are we just going to whimper out and fall down? That's where we're going to see what BKO truly is.
I really, really need to see some sort of adaptation coming through, because right now we've only seen one good cash out performance from BKO in this series, and that was the second cash out on our first map on Vegas. I really think that if BKO can start off the next map strong, they can keep it going. But to be honest with you, if BKO drops the first cash out on map 3, I think that's going to be it, Stars.
Yeah, it just all comes down to that you can't play from behind here. What BKO needs to do to find success here is they need to play more aggressive. They're playing so scared and passive right now. They're not looking for plays. They're not looking to take advantage of certain opportunities, because they tried that on map number 1, the last cash out, and it failed for them. Granted, it wasn't the right situation for them. So they just need to find that fire for them again.
The key is that I don't think that Team BKO is used to getting pushed like this. Because remember, when you're looking at a team like Burt's, they have that jump pad RPG straight up, just demon rushing in their DNA. And for BKO, they aren't, throughout this whole tournament series, they haven't been challenged like this before. Remember, this is actually their first time going up against each other in a 3v3 for quite some time. So the fact that we're actually seeing BKO be challenged like this is good for their growth as players, but at the same time, you have to understand that if Burt's sees an opening, they're gonna take it. And Burt's just has this ability to maintain through the damage. Like I said, when Z just full on sticks the heal to Chickpea while he does that damage with the model, it's just wild because it mitigates everything that's wrong with that playstyle. And Z just knows how to put himself in the right spot. We're gonna see as Chickpea pushes through here, and it's Gremlin getting caught out, and Gremlin eating all this damage, unable to stave through it. We see Oppenheimer or Mickey going for the res here, but he gets caught out as well. And it's going to be a wipe as Sueco finishes Oppenheimer. This is nuts because the team is just unable to stay in a good spot. The BKO had such a terrible opening to this because I don't even think they had a chance to fight back there.
Yeah, no, it was looking very, very bad, and it's not looking good at all. We're going to go ahead and see them take the vault to cash out A. This is one of the harder places to defend just because it's like running into a valley. When you're running into a valley and with your military and you all of a sudden you get attacked, ambushed out of nowhere, it's so hard to defend yourself or even turn it around. And that's basically what this point is you have the other team able to watch from ultimate height and just hold the space.
And they just watched BKO go all the way through. Chickpea survives the drop, and he's going to be able to jump pad right through. He's right in their back line, and he times it a little bit. Let's see.
Oh, no, I meant like
Do they know that BKO is right on top of cash out A? When Chickpea dropped over, he didn't notice the team pushing through across the bridge. If he had stayed on that height for just a little bit longer, but they know that they're underneath now. They're going to be dropping a good glitch. He's going to start through, and Gremlin caught out, but here's the healer. Oppenheimer getting picked out, but Chickpea's at 4 HP. Will BKO be able to capitalize on it? They can. Mickey takes him out, but Gremlin goes down as well. It's just Mickey. Mickey's going to be able to get the res onto Oppenheimer, who's going to be able to go and get the res, but will Gremlin be able to come back through? Z goes down as well. It's just up to Sueco, and Sueco drops. This is BKO.
Wow.
This is a great opportunity for BKO, and this is exactly what they needed. They know now that all they're going to be seeing is Chickpea running in, and that's the linchpin. If they can find out how to take out Chickpea, it's all going to fall apart, and that's exactly what they're able to do there. But it's not over yet. They're going to have to defend it one more time. They're padding over from open office into the office space. Let's see what Chickpea, Sueco, and Z have in store for us, as they are going to just absolutely bum rush this point through the hole in the ceiling they made earlier. Let's see who's going to get the opening damage behind Gremlin's shield. Oppenheimer and Mickey starting to poke and prod the damage. We are seeing gas go through. Chickpea, Sueco going to be able to at least hold off on one side, but as Oppenheimer goes down and Gremlin falls as well, it's just the Mickey, and Mickey falls. Will there be enough of a chance to hold this off? There will be. Sueco holding the steal. Cash out A. All comes down to this, Stars, as now it is one cash out away from the $600.
Artie, it's not looking good for BKO. I just don't understand. Like, they're just falling apart in every team fight. But at the same time, you have to give credit to Burt's. I don't know if you noticed, when they're chasing, they don't just run in. They're looking for a medium. As soon as they saw the heal beam running through that ward door, they turned right and killed him instantly. That's the great thing about Burt's as they're waiting for Sueco to respawn.
This is gonna be crazy. You know that BKO is feeling the weight of it right now. They see Vault 2. They're gonna try to make their way over. They get caught out by, I believe it's Z, who's sitting on the sidelines on the crane. He's trying to watch their motions right now. Z is gonna double back over into the market district here, but it's not looking like they're actually going to be doing much of anything, because right now BKO, they can't find an entry. They can't find the way to actually make this work out for them. Vault 2 is procced. It's open. It's ready to go. But at the same time, BKO doesn't have the ability to get it into B without getting fully cut off. Look at this. On the crane is the entirety of BKO trying to at least jump in. Here's Burt's on the back line, entering the market district now, jumping over the low gravity. Glitch is gonna go through. Huge opening damage. Chickpea getting Oppenheimer all the way down to half. Mickey can't get the heal up just yet. Oppenheimer gets healed through.
Reset. Alley.
Let's see. Chickpea calls for the reset. Let's see if they're going to be able to find it. BKO is holding control over D right now. Chickpea wants to end this all and go home. Let's see if Z, Sueco, and Chickpea are going to be able to win the C fighter if BKO can sustain. BKO holding from inside. There's the shotgun for Gremlin. Going to be able to sustain through it. His healer's doing the most right now. The shotgun is going to at least pop a little bit. Chickpea takes out Op. It's going to be crazy. Chickpea jives all the way in. He takes out Gremlin, but Mickey gets the res. Will he be able to get the kill as well?
They got it.
Gets the kill on Mickey. No way. It's down to this. 3 HP in a dream. And there's Burt's going out, and BKO retains control just barely. Gremlin surviving the res onto Gremlin, saving the entire game right there, and BKO is in it for just a little bit longer.
Yeah, it was looking bad for 1 second. We might have 2 pushes depending on where the team spawns. It was more likely 1. There's about just 45 seconds left on the clock as we start to see Chickpea and Burt start coming back into the building. They're trying to climb up, get that verticality, come in from above, and come in there like they are the Kool-Aid Man.
This is going to be wild because I know that Burt's just wants to end this. This is going to be a quick one. We see the gas going. This is good for BKO. The gas opening is exactly what they needed to do. We see Mickey playing with the utility. Unfortunately, he took away the APS. Yeah, it's going to eat the damage from that. And there's Chickpea doing some more damage, but it's Z coming through to get the trades. Z gets the res on the Sueco, but it's going to be very difficult to stay up. Oppenheimer gets 1 res here. Gremlin going to go out. Let's see what's going to happen. No time for the steal at the very least. And Burt's goes out again. BKO holds on for just a little longer. It's 1 more cash out for BKO. It's down here now. 1 more cash out that BKO needs to win to bring it into map 4, but it's still close. It's still so much pressure knowing that all Burt's needs to do is to win 1 more cash out, and that will break.
Good work.
All right, we're looking here as Gremlin and BKO head towards Register District to start up vault number 3. Climbing up, doing that window trick, man. I love that trick. I'm not gonna lie. It's one of my favorite tricks in the game. It reminds me of other games I have played, and it's just such.
It's not even a trick. It's just like the style. But check this out, Chickpea. The anger, the aggression, he pushes onto Mickey. It's just going to be Oppenheimer and Gremlin holding up the top here. They're trying to take control of the vault, but I think what they need to be doing right now instead is taking control of the team fight. Right now, they are a little bit caught off guard, and it's going to be a wipe for BKO as Oppenheimer falls out here. That's going to be a full reset that the team needs, but to be honest with you, this is not as detrimental as it seems. I think that BKO put themselves in a bad position by starting the vault anyway. We're going to be seeing Burt's get over. They're taking the vault over to cash out C in a state. And now once we start in a state, this is where things are going to get crazy. Unfortunately for BKO, they're going to spawn on the other side of the map of the business office. Let's see if they can get the pad over into residential for free without getting picked out. We look over at Z, Sueco, and Chickpea. Are they setting up just on a state? Yes, they're just going to be holding up on height on a state. And this is going to be difficult. There's a lot of open space they have to cover. However, Sueco on a shotgun. Chickpea on a shotgun, and this will allow BKO the opportunity to make it in, but it's still going to be difficult.
Yeah, here we go. It looks like Burt's is looking to bounce on the BKO as they walk up, which is a smart plan since they are playing range. They're not going to hold their push. They're going to go ahead and go in here in just a second. That rocket misses the bounce pad, unfortunately.
BKO needs to find their entry right now. Huge shield from Gremlin here. And as we see Chickpea trying to go in, he finds a kill on a Mickey. This is nuts as he's going to be able to find extra damage onto Gremlin.
Huge
BKO, they're finally getting the res here. Op finds the res to Mickey. Mickey tries to re-res on a Gremlin. Gremlin's going to be back up, but it's not going to be enough. And I believe that that is going to be the end of the run for BKO. But they have time for maybe 1 more push. This is going to cut it very close, and to be honest, it is a mounting challenge for BKO because they'll only have time for 1 push. We've seen them do it before, but can they do it again? They spawn at open office is the best possible opportunity for them. They need to get this run in now. There's only 25 5
Okay.
seconds
I'm
remaining
quick, by the way.
on the
Yeah,
cash out. Mickey
pass it
gonna be leading the charge in here. Gremlin gets in. The jump pad RPG is set up. They can't find the opener though. Where is Burt's playing from? And Burt's is playing from inside the building. They get the res on the behind. Mickey goes out first. Chickpea finds
They have
the
to
spot.
stick,
The
and there's
steal
no
is starting.
time.
The steal can't be done, and that's gonna be the end of the game. That's the end of the Master Series from Breakout Esports as Burt's finalizes the kill. They finalize the cash out, and it's Burt's to win the massive prize pool for Breakout Esports Master Series Split 1. Absolutely incredible. The 3-0 slam to end the tournament. I couldn't have envisioned another way to do it. Absolutely insane energy.
What an ending from this game. I can't, like, it's just insane to see what happened right there. We had Burt's just come in for a flank. They were just hiding, biding their time, waiting for BKO to rotate just so they could get the jump on him, which worked because Chickpea and all of them didn't make a single sound. There's no orbital lasers to give away the position. It was free real estate the whole time, and the damage output they were able to do in that short amount of time with BKO having no time to steal, or like the fight before the steal, I should say. What a match.
It's wild. The way that we were able to see every single just fight go the way of Burt's and BKO holding on for dear life. Absolutely wild. Especially my favorite thing there was seeing Burt's just activate at the very end. They did have quite a challenge to get up there, but you know, a perfect upper bracket run for Burt's, starting the day by taking the winner semi against LRC, then taking out Yappers, which had given them troubles in the past, then to end it all by 3-0ing BKO in the grand final. A perfect upper bracket run for Burt's is wild and absolutely well-deserved on their victory. So huge shout out as they get the cash prize for our Split 1 playoffs here. Absolutely insane.
Yeah, no, and it was so crazy just watching all the action break down today. It, like, just look at these replays. You just have so many good shots coming out from Chickpea. BKO really weren't able to do much. Like, the aggression and presence that Burt's was just showing on the field just really outperformed anything BKO could try to do, unfortunately.
And the way that just Chickpea, Z, and Sueco have just fully locked in as a trio, to have Chickpea use the model just like this every single game and push it in just right in their backlines every time it's needed. For Z to be on the heels every time it's needed. And for Sueco to be there with the shield every time they're needed. The team synergy on Burt's is absolutely deserving of winning the grand prize like this. Because just watching how Sueco, Z, and Chickpea interact as a team is absolutely everything. Earlier we were talking about how BKO, you know, they strategize together and they work together on figuring out what's needed, but for Burt's, it comes naturally. For Burt's, they don't need to think about it. When you look at every one of these clips, look at how the team is able to fully know what the others need in order to best get value out of each individual fight. And remember, it wasn't just for free. This might have been 3-0 map-wise, but there were a lot of times where BKO won a team fight and looked really confident and really stable. But where Burt's has the advantage and has the edge is on those charges, on those rushes, to be able to just jump pad on your team and put Chickpea right into the back line while everyone is aiming at Sueco. This kind of synergy is so hard to find in a team, and I'm so happy for Burt's that they're able to be rewarded for that today.
Yeah, no, Burt's definitely deserved this win right here. It looked like it was going to be close when they played against LRC. It looked very dominant when they were playing against Yappers, and against BKO, it just showed that, yes, the first game was rough, but they just needed the warm-up. It was the early morning blues. They were just tired. They needed to just heat up and just show who they are.
And I just cannot think of a better way to end this tourney than with a humongous just show of power from Burt's. Huge stuff here to get a 3-0 in the grand final. This kind of stuff does not happen often, but this grand slam is absolutely worthy of it. Is a very intense moment, and I'm happy to be part of it. This is a very monumental occasion for the finals esports scene, and especially given the fact that this is the last tournament of season 2. So the question then stands, will all of the changes that we see in season 3 revive some of these teams to come back and try even harder? But one thing that is worth mentioning is that all of the teams, actually both the teams that we just saw, Bertz and BKO, they are actually guaranteed a spot in our online World Championship event in November when this all comes to a close. So for the time being, at least, BKO has some time to retrain and get ready for Split 2. But even if they, don't necessarily win the grand final of Split 2, even, they are already guaranteed a spot in the online World Championship in November.
And also, in talking about guarantees, how about we talk about our MVPs?
Let's talk about our MVPs as well, because Bertz might have walked away with the championship win here and the insane cash prize, but it's actually Gremlin from BKO that is going to be taking our one-shot MVP. He absolutely deserves it, especially given the fact that this guy was the charge and slam master. And, we did see Bertz pull out the charge and slam a little bit, but gotta have respect for the OGs, as Gremlin is going to be now experiencing all that one-shot goodness. Huge shout out to our title sponsor, One Shot, and really excited to see what Gremlin and the folks can do going into Split 2, and again, going into the online World Series in November.
Yeah, no, and it was so cool to see, because before this, we didn't really see any charge and slam, and I'm guessing it has to do with the nerfs to the heavy mesh shield. And it's so cool to see it because he was able to create so much space for his team to take action. He was just so good. He was getting kills. He was displacing the other teams so that they were separated. He was just doing such a great job as the heavy player on his team.
Exactly, but this isn't the only MVP that we have, is it? We do also have the Grand Finals MVP. And that Grand Finals MVP is going to be going to Chickpea from Bertz. And you guys just watched Chickpea absolutely demolish in the Grand Finals there. And if we're going to give if we're going to give BKO Gremlins, if we're going to give Gremlin the one-shot MVP for being the charge and slam OG, then we got to give Chickpea the finals MVP for being the Model 1887 OG, because that medium shotgun is basically just an RPG on steroids.
Bro, it's the fact that you can do like 25% damage on a headshot at range to a medium. What are we talking about here? It's a pocket sniper.
The fact that you're able to just get so much value out of just positioning with the model, I think that the model rewards good aim and good positioning more than any other weapon in this game. And so Chickpea absolutely deserves this MVP for all of the stuff that he's doing to change the meta and to actually push forward the ideology of, if you can just get that insane damage, what are they going to do? Live? I love how we've been seeing Team Bertz go through with this. And honestly, Stars, I'm happy that you were here to share this moment with me.
Thank you. No, thank you. Yeah, it was completely fun experience. Just being here on the desk, casting the games with you. It's been a really fun experience, especially working with Rio too. It was really fun working with both of you guys today. And I just want to say here, before we close out the show, if you want more of the finals action or just want to know when the next Breakout Esports event is, feel free to drop a follow on our socials. It'll be twitter.com/breakoutesports or instagram.com/breakoutes. And just so you all know, if y'all want to see some action or maybe some action from the past, go ahead and drop a follow on our YouTube, Breakout Esports. We store all our VODs, and we have more highlights coming out for you in the off season. So if anything, we're looking forward to seeing you in Split number 2.
Exactly. Looking forward to it. Stars, thank you so much, everybody. Thank you for being here, and it has been an absolute pleasure to bring you the insane action. But don't be worried, because like Star said, we got Split 2 coming up in July, so take the month off, enjoy Season 3 as it comes through, and hey, we will see you in the next one.
On est là, vas-y, tue-le.
Vol. Ah, c'est bon. Mais vous faites.
On est là, vas-y, tue-le.
Vol. Ah, c'est bon. Mais vous faites. Ah, mais volez.
Bah, faut les wipe quoi avant.
Non, mais
là,
Pack it up and head back home. Tell everybody I was bluffing. Maybe I'll just get out my head and focus on what I know's coming.
On roof.
Yeah. Cause I can't fall asleep at night without seeing my dreams. Illusion every reality.
Le médium. Laissez-le, il perd du temps. Laissez-le.
Oh my god.
Low res. He's coming.
They're gonna find this window. Zipping. Medium one.
Come on, bro. See that? I'm dead. Heavy dead. I need heals.
Maybe I should call and say, told you I'd be right. Wondering how long it was before you realized the biggest mistake of your life. And now you're paying the price. Oh, is it confidence or confusion? Either way, I feel like I ain't never losing. Your opinion of now, you know just what I'm choosing. I gotta do this. Cause I can't fall asleep at night without seeing my dreams.
Il y en a un par là.
I'm somewhere in between. Voices in my head get
What's gonna be? Like how?
Aïe.
Oh my god.
Oh, on me. He's outside now. Still.
Ejected.
GG.
Oh my god.
One dead. Nice.
Oh, we got one more.
He's dead.
Nice. I'm doming. Fight. It's 1 HP.
Free defo.
1 HP.
Nice, bro. I'm
Behind you.
Oh, I think oh, auto charge. 1 dead. 1 HP. That's it.
Nice.
Know that the ride or die. Know that the ride or die. I keep waiting by my seat. Know that the ride or die. I keep waiting by my seat. Know that the ride or die. My name came up a lot of sounds. More when I was not around.
One bar.
Certain people. Know that
that they ride or die. I keep boys by my side. Know that they ride or die. I keep boys by my side. Day we hustle, but the night we know that they ride or die. Know that they ride or die. I keep boys by my side. Know that they ride or die. I keep boys by my side. Day we hustle, but the night boys by my side. Know that they ride or die. My name came up a lot, it sounds more when I was not around. Certain people that I know, they ain't no longer about. My name came up a lot, it sounds more when I was not around. Certain people that I know, they ain't no longer about. My name came up a lot, it sounds more when I was not around. Certain people that I know, they ain't no longer about. My name came up a lot, it sounds more when I was not around. Certain people that I know, they ain't no longer about. Know that they ride or die. I keep boys by my side. Know that they ride or die. I keep boys by my side. Day we hustle, but the night we know that they ride or die. Know that they ride or die. I keep boys by my side. Know that they ride or die. I keep boys by my side. Day we hustle, but know that they ride or die. These brothers my guys, know that they fly. Know that they fly, know that they ride or die. Cold, these brothers my guys, know that they fly. Know that they fly, know that they ride or die. CJ Ike, they ain't no longer about. They ain't no longer about. They ain't no longer about. CJ Ike, they ain't no longer about. Know that they ride or die. Know that they ride or die. I keep boys by my side. Know that they ride or die. I keep boys by my side. Day we hustle, but the night boys by my side. degrees. I'm out the cage, gotta let out the beast. Revolutionary, gotta let out the streets. Locked in the cage, I'ma let out the wake up, get out the sheets. We came for one man, forget about peace. You take the west side, take out the east. I'ma put them in the cage, never let out the
I hear them chatting and guys move too quick and start for the talking. I hear them chat with the boys, man's so tough but man's keep rocking. Just too sharp with the prize, white girls gotta tell me I'm awesome, yeah. Hot like fire on the pine, if you wanna touch now please use caution.